Looking at the judging criteria today, combination of major maneuvers, speed and flow, big airs and high risk maneuvers, and massive single major maneuvers. That's exactly what the judges are really going to be chasing right now so that they can give out these big scores all day today. Adding to the judges' notes as well though, they're saying all elements of the criteria above will be applied, but surfers must demonstrate full control and forward momentum when exiting maneuvers for them to be considered completed and scored accordingly. So they're going to be super critical again for this event for those ride-outs. We saw them be really tough over there in Shagao.
Definitely ride-out is one of the important thing that you have to be aware of. Sometimes you kind of feel like you are riding out of the way, but sometimes you're judging it seem really strictly, so you gotta be careful with that too.
Yeah, definitely. So just coming down to 20 minutes, so 5 minutes almost gone in this one. Kuta, he got a 1 point ride, so potentially that was Kuta on that opening wave. We do have this morning glare here, so it's a little bit hard to see exactly what is going on right now though. Up and riding, wow, it's a Grom. UG, absolute powerhouse. Little pocket rocket on this wave. He's got an end section here. He goes up to click it, but goes down. Didn't see that coming, Dai.
Nah, at all. He is a Grom, but that definitely is a great opportunity for him to surf it in this one of the biggest QS events.
Wow. So we got a wave here from Chen as well, kicking off at heat number 1 of this event. Absolute grommet right there from UG. So let's see if we can get a couple of replays of those last waves. But you can see it's not small today, so
no.
It's a big surf for our young grommet to go in.
Definitely, it picked up. I've talked to a few surfers this morning, and they all saying, yeah, it's picked up heaps and just so much fun and for the adult.
And
yeah, it's grommet.
We've surfed the last couple of days as well, Dai. There's actually a lot of water moving out there.
Definitely, there's a lot of current from left to the right side. So yeah, it's kind of hard to paddle back out once you're on the left.
Yeah, so we'll see UG make himself known, get out the back. But right now he's actually going to go to the lead once this last score locks in for UG. So we're going to wait here, hoping that we're going to get some higher scores locked in from the rest of our competitors. So Kuta with that 1 point ride. It's looking like UG is going to come in around a 2. So waiting for one last score to come in and then a score to lock in for Chen. Right now, a bit of a slow start to this one. Just trying to feel out the lineup here this morning. And you just look back to that beautiful green mountains behind you. It really is so amazing. Potentially, you know, it's runarounds in the picture today. Would you say that you could come in on the rocks and run back around, or is it a bit of a waste of time?
I would say it's a bit of a waste of time. You can just paddle back out. It's a big current, especially those inside. But once you go out the back, it's kind of easy to get back to the point. So I would say just paddle back out wherever you finish the ride. And it's kind of hard to walk on the rocks and come around. So it's. But I was surprised by all the sand covered old rocks this year.
Yes, there's a lot more sand this year, especially on that main paddle out right down the center of the composite where you can go in between the rocks there. Usually you're kind of you're really tiptoeing on the rocks and you've got to get out. It's quite slippery. This year it's all sand.
All sand covered, so it's kind of easier than the last year. But still, it's a long paddle back out. So probably I wouldn't come in and go around.
Now, Dai, I've got to ask, when you were competing, did you ever come and compete here?
Yes.
You did?
A couple of times I've been here.
Sick.
I didn't get a good result here, but I always love to be coming back here and competing in this great condition. It's the quality of the wave.
So who won the years that you came?
I don't remember who won it, but it was definitely QS 1000, I think. Well, back then we called it 1 star.
Yeah, 1 star.
But yeah, I've been experienced competing here, so that was a good time too.
Oh, yeah. It's actually probably one of the funnest places to compete at.
Definitely. Always excited to be back here because I know that there's going to be a wave. And there's going to be a good wave. So, yeah.
You can see Yuji making his way back out the back. His first wave, a 2-point ride. We saw a 2-1-7 lock in for Chen. So still kind of waiting for our competitors to really lock in and open up in this opening heat of the morning. So looking to get through 22 heats today, 25 minutes all day long. And right now, yeah, we definitely want to see these competitors lift if we're going to move on through, because we're going to have pretty much close to all of the high seeds today. We're going to have one last round for that round of 64 for all of the high seeds, but the round of 96 is hard, that round.
Really hard. You know, we're going to see some big names in the round of 96. So it's an exciting day one, actually.
Yeah.
It's day one and we're going to see second seeded surfers, so that's good news.
It's great news. Looks like we got a bit of split peak situation. Kuta can't quite get on that one. Oh, yes, he can. He's up and riding here on his forehand. Beautiful drone angle shot here. He's got some room to work with down the line. Lays his rail, hits a bit of bump there. So that wind wreaking a little bit of havoc right now, Dai.
Right, and then when you're on the way, when you go left, there's sometimes wave that don't really give you opportunities and a lot of curves. So probably the wave selection is going to be really important.
Yeah, so ideal wind that we have here is actually west wind, so it's going to come straight basically off the mountains, but today working with a bit of a north wind, so that's going to be rushing up the face of the lefts. So you can see that wind kind of getting under Kuta's board just there. Locks in though, Dai at 3.5.
That's not a bad way to be back in the game with the 14 minutes and 30 seconds. There's a lot of times remaining, so definitely, Kota just shaking off the nerves probably this morning. When you're in the first heat of the event, you get nervous.
Yeah,
I get nervous.
You do, and you're setting the tone. You're setting the bar. It's the first thing that people are seeing for the event. We're obviously going to watch a lot of heats by the time this event is finished, but it's always super important to start off on a really strong footing right now. So just past this 14-minute mark, so 3.5 is that high mark. You can see Yuji sitting a little bit further in, deciding to surf this rip bowl down the beach. He's going to have a paddle here for our young surfer. He's up and riding on this one, comes back a little bit, but he's going to be chasing a 0.18, so that's going to be the score, but potentially needing a bit more here, Dai.
Definitely, not much difference between all the three surfers, but definitely you wanted to get a couple turns in because this wave gives you a lot of work to work on. So definitely you're looking for a couple turns.
Thinking about this event though, we've seen in a lot of different phases, whether it's been a QS, we've had a longboard here, the World Juniors were here for a really long time, and Mira Suzuki, she won her World Junior title here.
Yes.
So there's a great relationship with the Japanese surfers in this wave.
And then a lot of Japanese surfers who didn't surf in Shagao come to this event this time. So definitely we're going to see a lot of Japanese surfers today.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because Shagao's not far from here. It's 2 flights and a drive. But Manila, which is that main country you fly to, it's only a 2-hour flight from here. So it's really interesting that a lot of Japanese competitors deciding not to compete in Shagao, but they'll make their way to Taiwan.
I'd say probably we have similar kind of waves in Japan, so probably people used to this kind of condition. So that's why a lot of surfers decided to come this event and probably following by the Balea event.
Yes, definitely. We got another event coming up, QS 4000 back in the Philippines, as well as a longboard event over there. That was Chen having a look for that one. So bit of a mistake right now from our Chinese and Taiwanese surfers. They're paddling, unfortunately losing priority. So Kuta, he's going to be out there with the next pick of the wave. Dai, we did it on the very first day of competition. I'm going to do it again. You can take a look at the further draw if you want, but if you've already picked your winners, I'd love to know your winners.
I did already pick one.
Yes. Who?
Because I knew you were gonna ask me this question this morning in the first heat, but I'll pick Keijiro.
Keijiro Nishi?
He's here.
Yes. Oh my gosh, that's a great pick.
And he got third last year, and he's he has a good relationship, and I think his surfing Suzuki is so good.
Yeah, it does, actually. That is a really great pick. Now you've ruffled my feathers. Now I feel like I should be picking Keijiro.
What about your pick in the men's side?
I was actually going to go Bronson to go back-to-back events.
Right.
He was just really impressive. But then I was watching the free surf this morning. I saw Dane Henry just on fire.
Wow.
So, okay.
And I surfed with Reef yesterday at the right side of the peak.
Yeah.
He was surfing super sick, so I was going to pick him.
I just feel like Keijiro is such a good pick. Like, that's a really, okay.
And you know, he's being on the CS tour. Probably he's building a lot of confidence through the Challenger Series, and he did great in Brazil.
He did great in Brazil. And Keiji, he's had a lot of quarterfinal appearances on the Challenger Series. He's definitely one of those guys who will rival for a spot this year if he can get another couple of big results at Pipe and Newcastle. Does Keiji have much experience in Hawaii?
Definitely, yes. He spent a lot of time when he was a teenager, so definitely has great relationships.
You know what? I'm going really left field for my pick, and I'm thinking power surfing, and I'm going to go with Takumi Nakamura for my pick to win the event.
That's a great pick, actually. Yeah, that's a great pick.
Yeah, he's my pick. He's such a solid surfer.
Such a solid surfer, and he's been on the tour quite a long time, over like 15 years.
Yep.
So he has experience.
Great experience. He's also had a second here in the past, so he's final here before, and it's going to be big. And we know that Takumi likes the big waves, and he's a really strong surfer. So I'm going to go really left field. I'm not going to pick one of the obvious, whether it would be Bronson or Dane, because we know that they're going to do well. I'm going to go with Takumi Nakamura.
All right. That's a great pick.
I actually feel really good about that one.
Yeah, he did a great job in the shout-out. Unfortunately, he knocked in a round of 32, but still, you know, he was showcasing his power surfing so much.
And it was so small when he got knocked out. It was one of the smaller days of competition, but he still was surfing so good, even though it was so small. So this time that it's big, I feel like that's going to really suit his surfing.
That's a great pick.
I also love the board shorts he wears. Like, it's very cool.
You know, he's traveling with Monaco Yahagi and other Japanese guy, but they all sponsored by Billabong. They wear the same, pretty much exact same board shorts.
Well, matching.
Matching.
I love that. We'll come back to the women when we see them compete potentially tomorrow. But I absolutely love your pick. I feel good about mine. I'm going to get Binzi in the hot seat next. So this is getting exciting. I can't wait to hear. You're going to have to ask True when you work with True as well. And then True's going to need to circle back with Giada. And then we'll all have a big team of who's going to pick, who their picks is to win the event. Anyway, right now though, live action, 8.5 minutes. This is Chen currently chasing at 2-3-4 for the lead here. Gives us a backhand swoop, a lot of downtime to start this wave off. And it was just the one there from Chen Bingwang.
No, he doesn't need any big score to go into the first, but you don't have to be in the first place in this round.
No.
You just have to be in the second spot to go into the next round. So, but definitely you're looking to be in the first spot.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to give you that better seed going into that next round. We'll see these guys compete again today. Top 2 surfers go through. Take me through this replay here, Doug.
Nice bottom turn. Well, this wave didn't really, give him the great role to work on. So probably a little bit of mistake on the wave selection side. But there's still 7 minutes and 30 seconds. A lot of time on the clock left.
You can just see these waves really marching on through right now. I tell you what, Yuji has an incredible paddle power for how young and small framed he is. I could not paddle that well. I still can't, to be honest. I'm a horrible paddler.
Well, you can.
No, I can paddle.
I've seen you paddle.
I can paddle, like I can. But I'm not the strongest in the world right now. Kuta here.
末崎選手第1のポジションです。これが3本目のライディングになってきます。Well, first, only one turn, but great, big one turn from Kota.
Oh, it looks like we got a paddle. Doesn't like this one here for Yuji. So Kuta, I agree. It's just the highlight of the heat so far. Big one moment there. So he's going to be looking to drop that 1 point ride. You definitely think it's going to do that, and it does.
4.83. Wow, that's a big score actually.
Yeah, it's a great score in the context of this heat. Judges rewarding that one big power turn from our Japanese surfer. Right now, just over 6 minutes to go. Pretty close between second and third. So right now, Yuji only needing a 2-1-1, but this is that turn here, Dai.
Wow, that was beautiful, off the top from Kota. Definitely one of the biggest turns so far this morning. This is his first hit of the event, so definitely he's happy with that.
Yeah, the judges setting the scale there too. They're deciding that they like those one big end section hits on a slightly bigger wave as well there for Kuta. So almost a 5-point ride for one turn there, Dai.
That's a big score, and then probably everyone watching this heat at the athlete area, so they know now that well, one time we'll do the thing.
Yeah, it'll do the job, definitely. So he's got a commanding lead right now. Chen needs a 6-1-6 to get up in the lead, where Yuji, he is chasing a 2-1-1. There's some swell starting to march on through here at Jinzun Harbor. You can see waves all the way up the coast. It's a really fun left-hand point, not too far from here as well. That Rivermouth wave is just an absolute beautiful coastline with such fun waves up and down. Right now, though, Chen here having a look, bit of a tapered wall. He's going to try and hop through it. Chasing a bit more wall here from our Taiwanese surfer. Gets to that finishing section, can't quite get the ride out there, so a little bit upright through his legs. Maybe not enough momentum going forward there, Dai.
Yeah, that was a hard, tricky wave to ride on actually. But he only needs, well, on the screen we have something European riding. Nice first tank, I really like the first carve, and great layback for the third turn. So great combo from Kota Suzaki again.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see where that score is going to come in comparison to his 4.83. It had multiple turns, a nice layback on that last one. Yeah, I'm intrigued to see if that goes higher than what we saw of that last single maneuver score there. Out the back, though, with priority, it's Yuji. So he will be chasing a 2-1-1. We do have one last score to lock in. Don't think it'll change much for Chen.
Well, Yuji has first priority now and needing small score 2.11. He's already locked in 2.00, so it is a doable for him, definitely. This is the last of blue. Nice big carve, throwing a lot of sprays. A little bit hang up on the second, but really love the layback turn here.
I really liked that wave. Came in less, so it was a 4.33. I actually think I liked that one better than the single hit.
Yeah, that was a great combination, but probably it wasn't as steep as the last one.
Yeah. I hear you, I feel you. I loved that first carve. Heaps of water out the back. You can see just the power in Kuta's surfing. We're definitely going to see him compete again today in the next coming round. Right now, though, 3 minutes to go. Can our young gun Yuji find himself a 2-1-1 to get himself through this heat? He had a great start, really cool style on his backhand for his first wave, being a 2-point ride. He's got himself all the way back out the back, spent a lot of time paddling in this heat. That's just a lot of water moving through. And the waves, even though some of them looking a little bit fatter, they've got a lot of power behind them.
Definitely, one of those sets it has a little bit of power into it, so. But I don't think that one of the sets are the ones that you want to go. Actually, it breaks and they don't really have the wall. So you kind of need the inside ones, but once you sit in the inside, you get all the bombs on your head. So it's kind of tricky out there, but still there's a bunch of time on the clock for Yuji. 2.11 is such a small score.
Such a small score. I'd love to see what his forehand is like as well, just see what this front side has to offer here. We just passed this 2-minute mark, so now is the time for Yuji to get himself on a wave. We've got 1 minute 45 seconds here, so Chen would be absolutely loving if nothing came through. He's got himself back out the back as well. But Kuta, you'd have to think he's well and truly set to be moving on through. 90 seconds to go here.
Well, tense moment for Yuji.
Yeah, needs a score. This is definitely decision time. We've got a big heat coming up in heat number 2. So we will see them out there very shortly. Just over 1 minute to go, so it looks like the ocean taking a bit of a moment. There's definitely a lot of waves coming through today, Di, with a slightly shorter period as well.
Right, a lot of waves. There's not much time in between the sets, so that means there's plenty of opportunities for all the surfers. So even in the last 30 seconds, probably you can get any kind of waves. Especially when you need 2.11, you can go the small ones to get 211.
Absolutely. So you can see he's starting to paddle out, maybe liking the look of something coming his way. He's a little bit too far in for that one. So Yuji's got 30 seconds to try and get himself on a wave here. 211 is the question. He's been a little bit too far in. He's starting to paddle out now. He's going to swing. It's got to go. Decides he doesn't like that one. So it's going to be Kuta taking this one. Actually, sorry, this is Chen. Really nice slash to start. That was his best turn of the heat.
Definitely, that was a great first down from Chen Ming. Looking for wave to beat the 1.93. I feel he's done the job.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to see Chen Min Wang hold on to second place. Kuta Sasaki taking it out. So we will see him competing again here today. We're going to go to a quick ad break, but stay tuned. We will be back for the Taiwan Open of Surfing right after this.
Okay, count you down in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Another year of exciting competition here at Jinzun Harbor for the Taiwan Open of Surf. We've already started competition. We're one heat underway. Second one, it's straight into action here with Ty Richardson into a backhand floater. He's keeping his momentum down the line here. One more section to work with. It's all systems go right now. 25 minutes on the clock. Ty Richardson taking on Rafael Castro and Wei Chi Kao. I am Jessie Starling and very excited to talk to Chris Binns this morning for the first time in Taiwan. How exciting, Binnsy.
It is, and we've got waves too. It's pumping out there. It is so fun. There is swell on tap for the duration of this event. Even at the back end, potentially too much swell. So big days on the roster over the week ahead, and I don't think anyone's complaining. There's a real buzz around the competitors area this morning. There were hundreds of surfers in the water getting stuck in. Ty Richardson's opening his account on his backhand. A couple of strong turns. And there's definitely two different waves. The rights have been into the wind. There's been a lot more wonk, wobble, chop and wind to deal with. The lefts have been way smoother, and they just keep running and running and running. Maybe not quite as steep once you get past the first couple of sections, so it's just Carve Town, but yeah, there are waves all over the place out there right now. What a beautiful morning here in Taitung County.
And give me the Binzi breakdown of the surf this morning. You know, what was the vibe like out there? Who was your standout? You know, was it extremely fun?
It was extremely fun. I mean, it was the morning before the contest started, so there was 100 people out. One of them just won the last heat, and as we watch Rafael Castro work his way down the line, oh, beautiful way back to get things started, takes to the air, and that's the benefit of that northerly wind. Just glues his board to his feet, and that's going to be the best score of the morning so far. We're going to throw to Daiwako, who's with the winner of the last heat.
イベントの一発目のヒートで見事第一通過ですが、まずは、おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
去年もこの台湾オープン出てたと思うんですけど、今年も、出場ということで、この台湾はやはり好きなポイントということですか？
まあそうですね、結構いい波で、まあ、いろんなポイントもなんかグーフィーの波が多くて、なんか自分グーフィーなんで、まあ最高です。
一発目のヒートということでかなり緊張もあったんですか？
めちゃめちゃありました。でもまあ勝てたのでよかったです。
He was super happy in the first heat of the event, but this place is one of his favorite points to surf, so that's why he came back. He did this event last year, and this is his favorite spot, so why not coming back here? And he's happy with the result, making through to the next round. 波の方はどうですか？
ちょっと軽かったですね、最初。でもセット乗ればなんとかいけます。
今日はあと2回、ラウンドが残っているんですが、この後は、またサーフィンすると思います。そしてたくさんの方見てくれてると思うので、ぜひ最後にメッセージお願いします。
まあ負けないように頑張ります。
ありがとうございます。次も頑張ってください。Okay, back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Kuta. So first heat win of the event so far, so that's always got to feel pretty good. But look at this, 6.83 for Rafael Castro. The judges saying they want to see big major maneuvers in really critical parts of the wave, and Rafael with two big ones here. Binzi, what do you love about it?
Oh, just seamlessly down the line, beautiful layback to get things going. The offshore throwing a sheet of just delightfully silhouetted spray into the sky, and then a seamless air reverse to close things out. Nicely done by Rafael Castro. 6.83 moves into the lead. So there's a couple of distinct pink peaks out there. Looks like the surfers are sitting slightly deeper. The left's run further down the beach. The right's not necessarily those wider ones that run long into the bay, because we saw that section coming towards Rafael that allowed him to pop the air reverse. So they're sitting in pretty much smack bang in the middle of the comp zone at the moment. There'll be a bunch of free surfers off to the right. It's the south of, to the south, which is the right of the screen. That's one of the great things about this contest venue, is you can surf the whole time.
You can, and it's just fun. It's such a fun little skate park wave, and these guys demonstrating that beautifully. Obviously, Ty Richardson with a different approach. Not very often you see a lot of hang time in a backside floater these days in competition, but Ty Richardson got that on his first wave.
It's 4.67, so judges just feeling out the scale. They know there's a lot more to come. Keeping their scores relatively conservative. Yeah. Up to the top, we can see that left point.
Yeah, Chenggong.
No, sorry, on the screen in the bay right here at the beach. There's fun waves everywhere. You go a little bit further, there's a Rivermouth beach break, and then up north, another 40 minutes. There's a left point as well. So 17 minutes left in this one. It's really powerful swell at the moment as well. lot of water moving around. You get caught on the inside. There's this sweep dragging you to the south and it just traps you.
Yeah.
And you're just on the treadmill paddling. Yesterday, one of the water patrol guys on the jet ski was giving a lot of lifts back out.
Oh, how good's that?
Not right. I got offered a couple, but too much self-respect. Not going to do that.
Oh, got to paddle. Wei Chin Kao, he's up and riding here. There's the third turn for our Taiwanese surfer here. So he's going to get a couple of combos in, but Raphael adding to his lead. Another full rotation, 5.07.
Yeah, one turn. But nicely done. So 11.9 total. That's good runs on the board already. Here is the replay of Wei Chin Kao's opening wave. The local surfer has found himself a runner. There's a fair bit of water in it. It's a fat wave, but he's dealt with that rib coming through the face and handled it pretty nicely. And then is this live action for Raphael? Yeah, just the one turn.
Yeah, so just about 9 minutes done in this heat. 11.9, so that's already eclipsing that last heat. He's a pretty interesting character, Raphael. So he's got Brazilian heritage but grew up in California. But recently, about 5 years ago, moved to Indo and got himself a job over there working at Kandui, which is pretty sick to work at Kandui. And now he's elected Asia as his region to qualify. Hence why we just keep seeing him pop up all through this Asia QS. Right now, though, Ty Richardson from Oz. Really nice backside whip to start this one off. He beautifully drives through a carve there. Puts it up for a third time in the foam, goes down, but that second carve had something really spicy about it there, Binzi.
Oh, both of them. The two opening turns were great. Heaps of drift out of the tail on the first one. He would love to have just come out of that second turn a little bit better place to get the finish. Because there'll be a point or so gone begging on the ender, but two great turns to start things off, and his board looking really good underfoot as well. 15 minutes remaining. You can't overstate how beautiful it is in this part of the world. Here is the replay of Ty Richardson. Plenty of push to these waves. As I was saying, the lefts just keep running and running. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get up and over and out in front of that one. Still waiting on that score to come.
I love a backside carve that is just really driven through. You could see Ty just absolutely pushing the whole way through. Actually recently taken on a bit of a coaching role himself, Ty Richardson. He's got himself his best wave of the heat so far though, 5.67 for those two turns there. So Ty coming off a 9th in Shargao. He's moved up the rankings. He's currently sitting 21st. Big result here would do something pretty special for him though.
Yeah, it's within striking distance. Anyone was coming into these last two events with 12,000 points on the table. So nothing's a done deal at this stage on the QS.
13.40 on the clock here. So Wei Chin, his first wave at 2.83. He's been competing in this event and this event exclusively for the last 3 years. So his 4th year competing here this year. Best he's had so far being a 49th back here in 2022. So he really wants to get out of this round and keep, plowing through, getting his best results. We've obviously got a really big day of surfing, big week of surfing. Binzi, you knew it was coming. Pick me a winner for the event.
Gosh, it's hard to say at this stage, isn't it? The crew who went deep in the Philippines probably had less time to get here and suss it out, get used to it, but they've got momentum and confidence. Speaking of momentum and confidence, Rafael Castro, huge attempt. Can't stick it, but that'll be a pretty photo. It's just non-stop waves.
It is.
Short period, but seriously powerful. There's a lot going on out in the Pacific.
Are you trying to talk yourself out of the question right now, Binzi?
No, not at all. The Aussies have had a pretty good run here, and with the chunkier conditions, I I don't see any reason why that should change.
Yeah, I mean, thinking of guys like Tully Wiley, Xavier Huxtable,
Some of the bigger guys.
Alistair Reginato.
Yep. Really loved Harley Walters.
Yes.
At Cloud 9, and I feel with these long-running lefts and then his ability to do crazy stuff on his backhand into the wind, he could be a dark horse, although after just coming third at Cloud 9, does that rule you out of being a dark horse? Why not? I wouldn't mind picking Xavier either.
Yeah, I feel like that's a solid pick.
He's just got that kind of backhand that suits him well out here.
You've had a great run. You picked the winner at Shargao.
Came second in the ladies.
Yeah, you had an exceptional run there. Better than the rest of us.
And then there's a part of me that wants to go like completely elsewhere and pick someone like Jay Okalupa, because he's been surfing more than anyone the last few days.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I always love guys that do that. Kei Kobayashi would love to like seal the deal on his yellow jersey Bonsoy Asian Super Series campaign with a win, and could easily do it. Everyone talks about how this wave's like Trestles.
Yeah,
from
from
yep. Okay, I'm picking Kei Kobayashi.
You're picking Kei Kobayashi. Oh, nicely done, Binzi. Okay, well, we'll circle back to the women tomorrow, but Kei Kobayashi, so we've had 3 different picks from 3 different commentators. We've got Keijiro Nishi from Dai. I went super left field. I went Takumi Nakamura. And you've gone Kei Kobayashi. So we've gone all Japanese surfers so far to win this one.
I love your pick.
Thank you.
If we were gambling, that would be great, because the odds would be outrageous.
Yeah.
When you're just trying to pick a winner, that is courageous. Well, we'd all love it if he took a win, because
like crazy dark horse.
Taitung would not know what had hit it if
Not
that
at
man
all.
was to hoist the trophy.
Only time. Well, I hope my dark horse goes very deep. I hope that I've just come from super left field and picked a winner. Right now, though, scores are in. Situation update right now, 6-5 for that last of Tai Richo. Big 2 turns. It's taking him to the lead. We've got Raphael chasing a 5-3-4 at this point, and Wei Chin needing 9-0-7. So it's pretty much reset time for our Taiwanese surfer. But Tai Richo, those big 2 turns, judges making it very noticeable this morning that if you get a set and you tag it twice, you're going to 5, 6s above.
Yeah, fair enough too. Like it. Big waves, big turns, medium-sized points. Not a bad formula. Plenty of room to move. When you throw a bit more spice on top of all of that, the shout out to Sam Norwood and his broadcast crew dealing with this outrageous glare this morning. The reason you are not copying us on camera at all is because they pitched a camera to go and try and cover a few more angles, just to try and get around this glare, so that we're looking straight into the rising sun. The light's beautiful. There was a photographer bobbing around in the water this morning. I'm sure he would have been getting some dreamy. It would have been the bottom turn shot into the right with the mountains behind and the lush tropical valleys and all the rest.
Something special there.
Dreamy stuff.
So we're going to run through the round of 120 today. So we've got 4 heats in this. Then we'll move straight to the round of 112, 8 heats. And then we're going to start the round of 96, which has 16 heats in that one. So we're going to try and plow through all 3 rounds today. So potentially seeing some surfers compete 3 times. But Rafael Castro, big full road into a finner there. Unfortunately goes down on the finner attempt there from Rafael Castro. Needs a 5-3-4. He's got himself in a situation where he's going to ask the judges, give me that 5-3-4, even without the ride out there. We saw over in Shargao, they were definitely particular on these ride outs. Let's see if it's the same in Taiwan. Tai Richo here. In and out at this point, 7.5 to go. So right now it is our Taiwanese surfer getting slightly left behind in this heat, Rafael Castro. Let's take a look at that replay when it comes on through, because I feel like that could potentially go up there. Just with how progressive he's going with his surfing this morning, he's really stamping the foot mark there for the judges to be like, all right, I'm going to the air. Tell me what I'm going to get. So just over 7 to go here. 3 big rounds to roll through of the men's. Then we'll still have one more seed around. The women's is a round of 48. That is the earliest round for the women's side of the draw. So slightly smaller than what we saw over in Siargao. A couple of really cool local wildcards coming up. This is the replay here of Raphael's last wave.
All right, so he had a look at the left, rolled in nice and early, decided the right was where it was at. We saw him get that 683 for the layback and the air reverse. That was a nice carve and air reverse, and then he fell off. Don't think it was quite as seamless as his high scoring wave. Will it replace his 507? That was for one air.
It's come in, it's a 4.83, so it's not going to eclipse it. He's got 6 minutes to try and get himself back up into the lead. Ty Richo would love nothing less for him to not get any more waves, so he can hold down number 1 for the next 6 here. Like we mentioned, Ty coming off a 9th place in Siargao, then finds himself back in the round of 120. So it's consistent, you know, you've got to feel like the QS is all about energy and keeping your energy high, because there's a lot of rounds you got to get through to try and get from the round of 120 back to the round of 16.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure on all the arithmetic that goes into figuring out these seedings. Is that Ty on his back end? You watch this wave, we'll just continue to run down the line. Get another section here, it's white watery. Chops away at it. He is so far down the beach right now.
Miles down, actually well past the free surfers. You can see there's a whole nother bank down the beach here. That's one of our local Taiwanese girls. We'll see her coming up in competition, probably more so tomorrow. Potentially the next day. We've got pretty much 5 big days to roll through. Will Hayden sort of alluded to the typhoon that has just reared its head on the forecast right towards the end of the week. So if we can plough through competition before that hits, it's going to take a lot of pressure off us. So 4 minutes 40 here. But it's the typhoon season here in Taiwan. Although it, you know, they pop up frequently, it's what brings these really fun waves and this bigger looking swell here, Binzi.
Oh yeah, this whole region, Japan, China, Taiwan, down to the Philippines. Yep. It's such warm water, and the typhoons are so volatile as a result. They just move around all over the place. You watch the models and they change from hour to hour. The Philippines have been on watch. Obviously, we just left Siargao, and there's been this same typhoon for the end of our period has been looking at coming ashore in the north end of the Philippines, and then it dropped further south, and the people in Siargao are a bit worried. And yeah, you watch the charts, and these things just, they are so unpredictable. It's, you know, the warm water, you can see all the surfers are just going to be in board shorts and bathers this week. Occasionally a wetsuit for the wind, or, you know, just deal with sunburn and chafe and all the other stuff. But yeah, we just have to prepare for every scenario, because if you've got waves, surf them. You can't guarantee anything 100% a week away, so we're just going to surf and surf and surf, and I think everyone's fine with that, because there's a ton of waves, so there's going to be plenty of opportunity. No one is going to get knocked out and be able to say that they weren't given a decent go.
Yeah, there's plenty of waves. Also have a slightly shorter period swell today, so 10 seconds, but it starts to really ramp up throughout the week. But the swell, it's been bigger than what we've expected it to be. Even the last couple of days, it was supposed to be, 2 foot maybe, and there was a couple of 4-footers rolling on through. And I think the competitors actually would be loving that right now. There's a lot of people who really thrive in these bigger conditions, and a lot of the time, we're thinking back to Tahara, they had really small conditions there. So those bigger, heavier footed guys, they're going to be loving this more power rolling through here at Jinzun. Quick in and out there for Rafael Castro, and that's kind of what's swayed me to my Takumi Nakamura decision is just this extra swell that we have here. And I feel like, yeah, like I just mentioned, it's probably going to be really well suited to those heavy-footed surfers.
Well, yeah, and those who can just surf on instinct. You know, you can't premeditate too much out here because the wind can just throw different sections at you at all times. Right now it's looking really groomed and clean, but the last couple of days it has been howling. So strong. 30 plus knots.
You're holding your board with two hands.
Oh yeah. Like walking down the beach, your board's flapping around all over the place. But it's given us those big wedgy sections. I heard you talking earlier about the years the World Juniors were here. I remember, I think it was 2018 was when Matthias Hurdy won his World Junior title here, and that was a generational year for the juniors. There were guys like Matthias, Rio Wider, Coley Vast, and it was this time of year is a bit later. There was wedges all over the place. There's heaps of wind.
Yeah, it was really fun that year, wasn't
and guys like Kay Butler were just smashing it to pieces because they're big lads. Cade Matson was just cracking it. It was so fun. And then, of course, guys like Matthias and Rio were just putting on an air show. So it can be super exciting out here. You mentioned that the longboarding was run here for years. That was always run a little bit earlier, not quite as volatile conditions-wise. And we get these long running rights that were pretty fun and, waist high and allowing for all the longboarding kind of nose riding and cross-stepping and carving and that kind of stuff. But yeah, definitely we're here pretty late. We're in November and conditions, maybe they don't present quite as beautifully, but they are way more fun. And for mine personally, they serve up a way more exciting competition.
Just over 10 seconds to go on this one. I love the Binzi Encyclopedia of Surfing. It is so good. We got 5 seconds left in this one. It's going to look like this man on your screen, Ty Richardson, he's going to get one last wave in here, but he is going to take the win for the second heat of the event so far. We'll see him competing potentially 3 times today. So we're going to be rolling through a lot of heats. Massive finishing turn there for Ty Richardson after the buzzer here for Rafael Castro. Stay tuned. We'll be back for more surfing for the Taiwan Open of Surfing right after this.
Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. This is a QS 6000 event. It's the last one of its kind for the year for the Asian and the Oceania Australia region. Sho Matsubara, Rito Nagata and Andrew Huang in the water. Crispin's joined by Jada Lagarde. How are ya?
Thank you, Chris. Sorry, I had a little bit of a technical problem there. But yeah, I'm really excited to be back. It's definitely one of my favorite stops of the Asian events. And this is co-sanctioned, so both Australia and Oceania are with Asia. So we're going to see a big mix of athletes here. And a little bit about the surfers in the water right now. So Rito Nagata, 23 years old, from Japan, Amami Island specifically. This is his first WSL event outside of Japan, so he must be feeling the nerves a little bit. He didn't go to Philippines or Indo this year. These are some of the replays that we missed. That was a huge backhand blow there from our man in red, the surfer we were just talking about, Rito Nagata, second one there. So that's going to be a pretty good score, 5-6-7. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of in keeping with what we've seen in the previous heats. You said he's 20?
23.
Yeah, that's cool. First time outside of Japan competing. Taiwan is a very popular destination with Japanese surf tourists. If you're surfing here when there's not an event in town, strong chance if anyone in the water isn't Taiwanese, they'll be Japanese, because they've been coming over this way for a long, long time. This is Andrew Huang opening his account. That's going to be a 2-point ride. Doesn't get the finish.
So, Binzi, I know you've been in this area a lot, and you've surfed down this coast quite a bit. I know you've been coming to this event for quite a few years now. Tell us a little bit about it. Tell us what's happening here in Taiwan.
Well, we're down on the southeastern corner. We're not quite down the southern tip, but if you head down that way towards Kenting, there's a lot more waves, and they even get waves just around the tip on the west coast, more kind of suited to longboarding, that kind of thing. This event was first run in 2011 by the ASC, so the Taiwan Open of Surfing started out as part of the Indonesian and Asian League, and then it became a WSL event for the longboarding in, I think 2014 might have been the first time Taylor Jensen won it as a LQS, longboarding qualifying series event. And then it's progressed through there, and it speaks volumes just to the quality of the wave and the adaptability and versatility of the wave. Being able to run longboarding, juniors, QS, you name it. All right, we're going to chat with Ty Richardson, who put on a very polished performance to take out the last heat. He's down with Jessie Starling.
Yeah, thanks, guys. We're actually doing post-interviews new this time around. I'm filming with a drone, but Ty, an incredible first round win. You might be surfing 3 times today. How are you going to keep your energy just nice and paced throughout today?
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a marathon day today, so just going to try and keep the energy levels high, drink heaps of water and stay hydrated. Waves are super fun, so it's pretty easy to stay fired up, and yeah, I'm stoked to be here in Taiwan. It's my first time, so stoked to start off with a good first heat, and hopefully can keep the momentum from there.
What's it like to go from a 9th place in Siargao to then come to Taiwan and be into the round of 120? I mean, it feels like, you know, it's a long way to come, and then you're going to have to surf multiple heats.
Yeah, hopefully I can get a bit of a roll on. Happy with the 9th in Siargao, and then just want to keep that momentum flowing into this event.
And the Challenger Series is obviously the end goal. You've gone up the rankings a fair bit, currently 21st, so the door is definitely open. 6,000 points here. It would go a long way. Obviously, the Challenger Series is the goal for you?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I didn't have a great start to this year, but hopefully I can finish strong. 2 more big results, and maybe I'll get there. No, I'm not too worried about it right now. I just want to take it heat by heat. And yeah, I know that sounds cliche, but yeah, that's what I want to do.
All right, well, let's see it. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Ty.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Jessie and Ty. Wow, that must be a bit of a hard blow starting from this round of 120 after getting such a good result in Philippines. But Ty did do some rounds in Korean Nias. He did incredibly well, surfer from Snapper Rocks. I know you probably know a little bit about him, Binzi?
Not too much. I know that he must have got his entry in late to be back down in the round of 120 after, he's currently sitting 21st on the rankings from the Gold Coast. obviously knows his way around a right point, but I thought this morning there was a little bit of a similarity to some days at D-Bar, just with the amount of water that's moving around, definitely with the crowd, with 100 QS frothers just all over it. But yeah, good surfers out here just lick their lips because there's just waves on waves on waves on waves, and it's non-stop. There is the competitors' deck. It's quite the infrastructure here that Kathy and the team have been putting on for such a long time. The Taiwanese crew are awesome with running this event, and it's a very, very popular stop for surfers of all denominations when they come to compete.
Yeah, incredible structure there. You know, it's so great to come down here and have this setup for the surfers. It's important for them to be comfortable and feeling good for their heat. So thank you so much to everyone who made it possible for this to kind of happen. And speaking of athletes in the water right now, our surfer Sho Matsubara is actually the fifth on the national ranking in Japan at only 22 years old. He is from Chiba, and he's been competing on the WSL for around 10 years now, his first WSL event being in 2016. So he definitely has his rounds and heats under his belt right now. Live action.
Yeah, this is Rito Nagata looking to back up his 5.67. He's doing it nicely. These lefts continue just to run down the beach, but not to be, as Rito comes unstuck there, but that will obviously be his second score. Last wave for Sho Matsubara, a 3.83. So he's in the lead with a 2.67 and a 3.83. Rito Nagata needs less than a point to move back into first. Talk us through the replay. Nope.
So just a bit of a drone angle here. We'll get that replay coming up just a second, but I'm loving the scene of Rito Nagata. That big fan of spray on that second turn was beautiful. Here we have it. Bit of a window wiper turn here, but this one right here, love that. That was looking really good. Unfortunately, wasn't able to really ride out of this third one, just pushing a little too hard off the top. Looking like that wind maybe could be a bit of an issue when you get too close to the lip, getting your board just blown over the back of the wave.
Yeah, so he got a 4.83 for that. So if he hung on to the second turn, that probably would have been the best wave of the heat, and all those points for that second turn you mentioned. And there's just, peaks all over the place. But we can see the surfers are sitting on the one that's smack bang in front of the break wall. This is Andrew Wang on his backhand. Can he get the finish? Not quite. So probably matching his opening 2-point ride with that one. And he's out of there. He'll be a long, long way down the beach. But no worries. Once you punch it through and you get out the back on the end of those lefts, then you can just slowly work your way down. On the rights, if you get stuck inside and you try paddle for the channel, you just don't go anywhere.
It's funny. I feel like there's so much more sand along this bank this year than the last time I came here like 4 years ago. Remember, there was just cobblestones, and now the sandbank has reached all the way up to the shoreline. So probably affecting this wave slightly, but just down the coast there, we can see a long peeling left, some surfers on it, and it's looking so fun out here. I'm sure if you just grab your car and drive down the coast, there are endless opportunities of waves.
Oh yeah, we see it when we drive here. We stay about a 40-minute drive away in the city of Taitung, and you drive around the coast. It's spectacular. It's beautiful. You've got the Pacific Ocean on one side, very lush tropical mountainous geography on the left, all these valleys, and around every bend and bay there's an inlet or a rock wall or a river mouth that you know on its day has firing waves.
Yeah, this specific wave here that we're surfing in Jinzun Harbor reminds me a lot of trestles. It has that two-peak going on, as we see right now, red and blue both taking off on this wave. We're going to stick with red on the right hand Bit of an open face turn here. Tries to get something a bit more critical on that second one. See if he finishes strong. I'm loving the act here. What did you think, Binzi?
Yeah, not bad. That's going to be another sort of mid-range score. Be interesting to see the judging this week versus last week in Xiaogao, because Cloud9 obviously just an incredible tube. But it seemed like often in the earlier rounds the surfers were kind of caught into two minds as to whether to hunt the barrel or take it out on the face, do turns, try and mix it up with aerials. And they weren't getting too many pointers from the judging. Both were getting rewarded pretty equally. Whereas here, it's funny you mentioned trestles, because this wave is a lot like trestles. It's a bit of an anomaly. They're incredible waves, never barrel, like ever. You just don't hear of anyone getting a tube either. And yet they somehow are steep enough and they serve up great critical sections that allow you to do turns like that. Show didn't quite ride out of it, but yeah, I don't know whether it's just the gradual contour of the bottom shape or they just don't barrel. And so that will make the criteria way easier for the surfers to figure out, because it's purely turns and airs if the section allows it. And they can just go out. They don't have to think about whether they should be trying to get tubed, or if they do get tubed, if it's even getting a score or not. So, yeah, a bit more of a straightforward contest, this one.
That's exactly right, and that's a great point there. I think you're right. We see it in NIAS as well, that, you know, a lot of the surfers, if they're not getting barreled, it's really easy to kind of fall out of rhythm with the wave and not really get that score, or just sit there for too long looking for just barrels when you could possibly pass a heat with a 4 if no one else gets barreled in that heat too. But talking about the judging criteria, we do get some notes from this event. So it's going to be obviously the combination of major maneuvers, speed, power, and flow. Big airs and high-risk maneuvers obviously get those bigger points. It's usually the same criteria throughout each event, but obviously depending on the wave, it does have adjustments. So speed, power, flow being one of the most important ones I find in this one specifically, since we're going to be focusing on turns. I think it's a great way for these surfers to kind of know what the judges are looking for with these notes. So I'm excited to see what the week brings.
Yeah, and a big upgrade as well. They've sent the criteria out as a PDF this morning, not just a WhatsApp message. So that's set in stone. You're going to have to get permission to try and edit that. It's amazing. It's locked in.
So with just 10 minutes left, it is our surfer in red, Rito Nagata, with a pretty good lead of 5.67 and a 4.83. He's following the judges' criteria pretty well. He's been doing some pretty good turns. I'm loving the spray out the back of each turn that he does. Right behind him, Sho Matsubara, with a 6.67 being his requirement, and third, Andrew Huang, with a 4.17 to be able to keep his dream alive here in Taiwan. Just a nice aerial view from our drone pilot, Ryan. There we have the beautiful mountains that Chris was talking about earlier, just out the back. This is such an incredible coastline, and it varies so much just from Taitung to here. You leave the city that you feel like maybe you're in like Tokyo, and you get here and you suddenly feel like you're in Hawaii.
Yeah, it's a pretty cute little city that we wander around in. More Western tourists this year in the first couple of days than we've seen in all the years previously, so it's slowly starting to hit the map. Lots of people who want to go and hike in the mountains behind us. The local indigenous culture is something, it's a point of pride in this part of the region of the country. We saw 3 indigenous elders welcome us yesterday in the opening ceremony, which was really special to see. And then, yeah, a lot of people drive around the country. It's not quite the undertaking that driving a lap of Australia is, where you need to quit your job and sell your house and give up on life in the outside world for a year. You can do it in, I'd say, a week if you were, really putting your foot down. If you want to stop and enjoy the view, you can do it in far longer. But yeah, slowly, I think there's a lot of tourists who are keen to get ahead of the ball and come here before it's too much on the map. And so there's a lot of tastemaker tourists out here ahead of the curve, slowly starting to enjoy this part of the world beyond just the surfers who've been coming here for a long time.
Yeah, that's right. And not only the view, but the food here is incredible. We've been eating dumplings every day. And here we have right now live action Sho Matsubara. Big fin blast opening up this wave. Loving that second one. Let's see if he can finish it off strong like he started, and he does. So he's looking for a 6.67 to get back into the lead. I don't know if that's quite it, but that was already so much better than his 2.67.
Oh yeah, that's his best wave of the heat. Flying down the line right now. This looks like Rito Nagata opening the shoulders. This one's going to keep running. Takes to the sky. Please ride out of that one. Wow, a bit sticky on the landing. Got a little bit bounced and can't hang on to that. So let's wait for the last scores. Sho Matsubara with the better of the exchange. That leaves the lineup for Andrew Huang. And his second previous was a 2.33, so that was his best wave. Here's a couple of replays. This is Sho Matsubara on his forehand, looking really spicy. The first turn was great, bit of a sleepy section on the second one, and then release the tail, kick the fins nicely over the lip, and I like that one from Sho Matsubara. This is Rito Nagata flying down the line. You can see on the right there's a lot more wobble. The wind comes into play a lot more, and he couldn't quite ride out of that one. All right, last wave for Sho Matsubara, a 6.17, so the best of the heat. He now needs a 4.33 for the lead. Rito Nagata's last wave, a 3.37. You know that would have been far higher if he'd hung on to that last air reverse, and we are inside the last 6 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, so we're gonna get past this. We're gonna have a huge day of competition here. We're gonna go all the way down to round of 96 up to heat 10. We're gonna have big days of contests, as it's looking like towards the end of the week there is a typhoon coming our way, so we wanna make sure we get the best conditions for these athletes, as this is a QS 6000. It's a huge moment, big scores up for grabs, and everyone wants a piece of that cake. So just about to reach the 5-minute mark. It is looking like red and blue are in a pretty solid lead, but it is Andrew Huang with priority. This is his second time competing at a QS. He's only done the Taiwan Open last year. He doesn't compete in the other QSs, but he's looking like a young guy, so still big future ahead of him. This is going to be a huge opportunity for him, being able to compete with such big names. You know, we're having a lot of the bigger and stronger athletes later on in the rounds, higher seeds. So he's going to be sticking around, probably watching all those heats and learning and absorbing all he can.
Yeah, that's the other side of the coin to events like the Taiwan Open of Surfing. It's not only an opportunity for surfers from around the world to come and experience Taiwan and showcase the best of the country's waves. It's an opportunity for local surfers to measure themselves against, where the standard's at globally. And we've seen in the, 10 or so year history of this event, just the standard of the local surfer gets better and better every year, and this event plays a huge part in that. I think there's something like 300 surfers all up in this event once you factor in the local championships that have got people their spots in the draw, or there's a junior element to this event as well, and that's cool. There's 180 surfers from overseas, and there's maybe 150, and the same again from here in Taiwan having a go. All right, this is Sho Matsubara. He needs a 4.33. He got a 6.17 on his last wave. Speed to burn, cracks it twice, and I'm going to suggest that that may have just done it for him in the battle for first place.
4.33 is his requirement. He is in an advancing position, so he's not too worried as our surfer in white, Andrew Huang, looking for a 7.67. We haven't seen any of those drop today, if I'm not wrong. Here is a replay of that last one of show. One big turn here to finish things off. I was loving that, super critical. He was sharp and fast and rode out of it with control. Big part of that judging criteria we were talking about earlier. So it could possibly be what he was looking for to get back into first and kind of get that leading spot from Rito Nagata.
Yeah, he made it hard for himself. He didn't come out of that first turn 100% over his board, and you often see that translate into a fall on the next turn. But despite coming off a bit of a wobbly foundation, he was able to crack the section once again. There is the beautiful Jinzun Harbor. So we are the structure on the right, on the break wall. Behind us is the local fishing harbour. That's what this whole town is all about, the fishing community. They come and go in their boats. And because of this seawall that was built to protect the harbour, it's disrupted the coastline and the bathymetry enough that the happy accident is these fantastic peaky cobblestone waves that have hosted this fantastic event for a dozen years or more.
Yeah, I think the first time we had the first event here must have been 2011, as you said, with the ASC. So it's been an incredible run of competitions here in Taiwan, an event that everyone is super excited to get back to. We feel very welcomed by everyone. The local community are more than happy to have us around. This is one of the biggest events of the year, I would say, here in Jinzun Harbor. Maybe the biggest event of the year. Yesterday we had the opening ceremony. It was beautiful to see the locals, especially the elders, show us their welcoming ritual. I was lucky to be part of that. I didn't get to try their drink, but I did get a bottle of it just to try later at home, so we'll be opening that up later. 45 seconds left. It is Sho Matsubara in first and Rito Nagata in second. His last one came in at a 4.60.
Yep, so the 4.6 enough just to sneak him into the lead by 0.27, and that's unless Rito can grab a 5.11, that's probably how this one's going to end up. Here goes Andrew Huang signing off from his campaign. He's only a young guy. He cracked it. Come on, hang on to that. Can't quite do so. 10 seconds remaining. Next heat is in the gates. Wake Taito Noah Arkfeld. He's a guy we've watched compete in this event for a long time. Flying the flag for the Taiwanese. Penyu Chang and Belo Baudelaire. They're coming our way very shortly. All right, don't go anywhere. We're going to have more action at the Taiwan Open of Surfing right after this quick break.
3, 2, 1. Official results from that last heat. Surfer in blue wins the heat.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Right now in the water is Heat 4 of this round, 120, the last heat of this round as well. We have in red, Waket Taito, in blue, Noah Arkfield, in white, Pen Yu Chang, and in green, Belo Bodelai Brown. I'm Jada Legati, and I want to welcome back in the booth with me, True Starling.
Oh, thank you, Giada. Yeah, it's nice to start the event off first heat in the booth with you. It's been a while since we've commentated together.
I know. I think the last time was Korea.
Yes.
Beautiful 5-day event there. 5 days? No,
Three.
It was 3-day
We
event.
smashed it out.
I know, it went by so quick, but
So
it
quick.
was so much fun and really different. It was my first time seeing a wave pool as well as surfing one
Yeah.
and commentating one, so lots of firsts there.
You got the triple whammy.
Yeah, I was pretty excited, but it was a lot of fun, and I'm so happy to be back in the booth with you and your sister as well.
No.
So
It's girl game.
yeah,
For this event, it's going to be so good. We got 3 female commentators. I mean, it's a special event to be doing that at. And I mean, I've been coming to this event for the last 3 years in a row now, and I'm feeling like this year has probably been the best start to the year I've had yet. So I'm loving being back here already. These waves look so fun. I'm a local surfer.
this is Pen Yu Chang on a good-looking wave. Unfortunately, there just falls off, but that was a pretty good start. Our surfer Wake Taito already 173, nothing too major. I don't think our surfer in white will get anything big as well. But Taito Wake, just 14 years old from Japan. He is one of those competitors that is at every single contest you can imagine. I was talking to Dai earlier, and he says he's really competitive. He catches a lot of waves. So hopefully we'll get to see a little bit of that action here in this one. This is his second year competing. The first time he competed at a QS was in 2024.
Wow.
This right now on his backhand, a bit of live action. Does manage to ride out of it, so that's going to be a pretty nice score there for our man in green, if I'm not wrong. But before we get those scores, we're going to go down to Dai Wako with Sho Matsubara.
まずはラウンド1第1位通過ということですが、いかがでしたか？
波が流れ入ってて難しかったです。
結構ゲッティングアウトも大変ですか？
そうですね、ゲットで結構真ん中行っちゃうと結構はまっちゃって、どっちかに逃げるしかないかなっていう感じです。
それでもサーフィンがここにマッチしていたというか、かなり調子良さそうな、点数も含めて調子良さそうだったんですが、サーフィンの調子はどうですか？
そうですね、初めちょっとライトを狙いたかったんですけど、一発目で焦げちゃってちょっとフロントに切り替えてやりました。
それがしっかりうまくいったんですか？
そうですね、ちゃんとできました。
It was a little tricky out there. It kind of hard to paddle back out. There's a lot of big current and hard to paddle back out, but still managed to get a good left, and he's really happy with the result. この後2ラウンド今日続きますけど、この後どうやって過ごして整いますか？
そうですね、ちょっとみんなで来てるんで、ちょっと試合続くんで多分1日会場にいるんですけど、体ちゃんと休めて臨みたいと思います。
朝からのヒートだったんですが、いろんな人見てくれてると思います。メッセージの方お願いします。
そうですね、次も頑張って明日につなげれるように頑張ります。
では次のヒートも頑張ってください。松原翔選手でした。Back to you guys.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Dai. It's so great to have that extra bit of insight from all our Japanese surfers with Dai on our team. He is an important player.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And when Dai speaks Japanese in the heats, I just love it. I get so excited. And it's like you as well, Giada. You guys are bilingual, multilingual for yourself, speaking, 4 or 5 languages. It's pretty crazy. So it's really cool to have that. And I feel like you get a closer connection with the athletes. But this second turn right here for Belo, wow, he did so well to ride out of that. It was a tricky section to hit. And even though he was a little bit straight-legged, he was like, it's all good. I'm pretty much glued to my board. I'm riding out of it. And then this was a 2.37 for Noah Arkfeld from Siargao in Cloud 9 of the Philippines, which was the last event that we were just at. And he's probably one of the best up-and-coming Filipino surfers along with Maramata Kong. I know that Noah, he's obviously really good in the tube, but he's also really, really good in the air as well. So last year I remember seeing him go to the air a couple of times, and it got him out of some really sticky situations. But hopefully he can trust his rail game and put down some good scores in this heat.
You can see the Marmar influence there with
sure.
Noah. So he got the #1 ranked surfer in the Philippines in 2022, and the first time that he came to Taiwan was in 2023. So I'm pretty sure his best results in a QS has been in Siargao in 2023 as well, when it was a QS 3000 home break. You know, he must feel comfortable. But going back to live action, that was a pretty good turn there for our surfer in red, Taito Wake. I think he came in at a 417. So our young 14-year-old going straight to the lead.
Yeah, wow, that was a really well-surfed two-turner. I feel like it's hard to pick them out there. I mean, this wave is kind of tricky the last few years I've been here. It's really fun. It's kind of like a trestle-y kind of vibe sort of wave. But if you're out of time, it's really noticeable. So I think kind of, particularly when there's so much water moving, it's kind of powerful as well. When I went for a free surf out here the other day, I was getting absolutely pumped. I was like duck diving and going 15 meters further back, and I'm paddling out going, I actually cannot get out that. It was so frustrating. I was like, I know how to paddle, and I've surfed bigger than this, but I am not moving. I'm going backwards.
Well, that day that you guys went surfing was the day we landed. And I remember specifically looking over the window and seeing how choppy and windy it was. And when I saw you guys going out for surf, I was like, you guys are crazy. Like, it's looking insane out there. But we have much better conditions this morning. Unfortunately, wasn't really able to scratch into that one. I'm pretty sure he will be losing priority, and he does. So a bit of a mistake there for Belo, but this is a multiple peak spot, so he can go somewhere else and get his own waves by himself. This isn't a wave like Korean Nias that we saw, that once you make a priority mistake, that's going to cost you later on.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's one of those things where you've got to be really smart. And I think in these opening rounds, it is where we will see, I guess, the younger surfers or the younger competitors, and maybe the less experienced ones as well, make those mistakes. And hopefully if they can make it through these heats, they can learn from that and tidy it up for the next rounds, because that's when you start to meet the seated surfers, and mistakes will cost you progressing through. And Wake is just on fire at the moment. Wow.
Yeah, so a bit of live action right now. Good first turn. Loving that second one. Really hitting that critical section of the wave. So that is going to be backing up his 417 really nicely. Only needs to get rid of a 173. He is following the judges' criteria, wasting no time in between those turns, which is actually really difficult to do out here. Like you said, the timing can be hard, but he's doing that really nicely. In this heat, it is Noah Arkfield with a bit of a dodgy lead right now, with that last one of red to come through. This again, live action of Belo Brown. Liking that second turn. We'll see, he's gonna go left again, but we'll see what the judges think of those last few scores. So lots happening right now. This is Noah Arkfield finishing off a wave. We'll watch the replays in a second. Wow. A lot more happening in this heat than the last one.
Yeah, there's so many waves coming through right now. It's really consistent. I mean, you can even see these lines is actually even where the free surfers are a little bit further down as well. There's some really good lefts and rights rolling through. So we have picked the best spot. Let's take a look at these replays. This is a great first turn for Wake. I mean, he's on fire at the moment. That was strong. Really strong second turn. Got a completed finish. I mean, I really liked it. I thought it was a great first to second turn combo. I feel like the judges will reward that for sure. Live action, wow. He's up and riding again.
Yeah, this is him again. Just what Dai was saying earlier. He catches a lot of waves. He's really competitive. He's only 14 years old, so this is a big moment for him in such a high-ranked QS. Taito, he is already in the lead. That last one comes in at a 4.60, so that unfortunately wasn't able to ride out of that last one, but he is back in first. We're waiting for one more score of Noah Arkfield. A 5 is what he's looking for. We didn't get to see that first part of the wave, but we'll probably get a replay soon.
Yeah, I think so. Giada, sadly we didn't have you in the Cloud9 event, but I don't know if you watched any of it.
I did.
You did. Okay, what were your thoughts?
It looked incredible. It looked so much fun, and we were saying earlier with Chris, we'll get right back to that as a bit of live action, just quick up and out. But yeah, that it was interesting to see, like similar to what we saw in Nias as well, that surfers were like sometimes not sure if to get barreled or to go for the turns. So it's a great spot to be in, you know, not complaining. But I loved it. It looks like such a great event. I've never been there personally, so hopefully sometime I'll be able to surf there myself.
Absolutely.
But give me a bit of insight. What was it like being there?
Oh my god. Okay, it was such a fun wave. Like the event, I actually didn't surf Cloud9 this year. We ended up going and surfing a whole bunch of different places, which was really, really cool. We were so lucky. James O'Donnell was taking us out on the boat. It was, big thanks to him. It was absolutely amazing. But the vibes down there and the energy, it was just really raw, and everyone was happy to be there. Everyone was excited. I think it was cool to see how many people were just like frothing to surf, and they were going, yeah, like let's go. And if they got knocked out, obviously they were pretty sad, but it was also like we just surfed Cloud9 with 2 or 3 other people out. Like that's pretty unreal. And then finals day was huge because we rocked up in the morning kind of knowing it was going to be finals day, but also open to anything because we were thinking, is tomorrow going to be better? What are we expecting right now? There was just a lot going on. And it was pumping. And we were like, we can't stop. It's so good right now. Like, we literally cannot stop. We have to keep running.
Yeah.
And everyone was ready. And when Bronson won, it was super cool. I got to chat with the Indo team. And then I was also talking with the Aussies because Ben Lorenzen got second. And that was unreal. And then the final between Ziggy and Isla was strong. And, yeah, it was such a great event. I actually got to interview Ziggy after she won. And she got super emotional, and I just cried at the drop of anything. So when she started getting all teary, I was like, no, okay, we're done.
This is done.
We're going back to the booth because I'm going to cry. And we both got all teary, but she was really happy, and her mum was there, Vanessa, and it was such a special event. I felt like for Ziggy, that was her first win at such a big level, and also for Bronson as well, of a QS win. So it was super cool, and I think this event leading into this one, everyone's ready to go. They're like, yeah, let's just keep feeding off that energy.
Yeah, I can feel that. And that's, I think, the positive part of these back-to-back events is that you kind of can keep that momentum going. And even if you do lose, and maybe in the early rounds, you can be like, okay, quick fix of the mistakes, and I'm going to make it better in the next one, which is next week, instead of waiting a long period and kind of maybe forgetting what your mistakes were or what you felt in that heat. So it's I think pretty amazing.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
We'll be heading straight into Philippines again after this to Baler. Yeah. So I'm really excited for this next couple weeks that we have together.
Yes.
Great team going on, and I'm sure we're going to be getting some great waves too.
Yeah, it's really fun. Belair is like a little skate park for waves. I've been there once before, and I had the best time. It was so cool. Like, where we stay is right on the beach, pretty much right where the contest is. There's so many waves up and down. So, yeah, we're going to have so much fun. And this event as well, we do have a bit of a typhoon coming, but it's typhoon season and we love it. And Wake goes off screen, but he's found a good left.
Yeah, so this is our current heat leader. Nice blast there off the top. Manages to stay in control. He has caught a lot of waves already. He's still in first. His last one comes in at a 0.73. We're waiting for that last score we just saw, but I don't think it's going to go in his top 2. He did some incredible surfing in the first 2, 417 and 460 he caught earlier. So the last one comes in at 3.5. Doesn't change the field. It is Noah in second 5.458 to get into that first place again. We know he can do it. He's an incredible surfer, as you said, and as we've seen in the past, he's been doing the QS runs for quite a bit. We've seen him in Indo quite a few times as well, doing really well in Nias, bringing out that Cloud9 relationship he has with waves. So it's been great to see him and improve over the years. I'm excited to watch him in this heat and see how the last 8 minutes kind of play out.
Yeah, I agree. I know Noah's got some really great people in this corner. I know John Carby works really closely with Noah. They have a great relationship. John Carby, I think he maybe coaches him a little bit as well, and he's really invested in the Filipino surfers and the trajectory that they're on right now. And I think going back to the Philippines after this is really exciting. I know everyone was also really looking forward to Taiwan. I mean, Cloud9 is such an incredible wave. It's picture perfect. It's just paradise. And Taiwan is a little different. It's a paradise in its own right. You know, it's got really fun waves. There's plenty of options in regards to lefts and rights. It's a bit of a skate park kind of vibe out here. But then you turn around and you look in from the ocean and there's this incredible landscape of mountains and palm trees, and, you know, it's just really raw and really different. And I think that's why everyone comes here. I mean, it's death by dumpling. You're going to have a lot of dumplings and a lot of 7-Eleven feeds, particularly if you're staying, you know, right by the beach. But we're lucky in town, about 40 minutes away, there's a lot of options.
You definitely feel like a dumpling once you leave Taiwan.
Yes.
Because it is a feast here. And
Whoa.
beautiful finish there from our surfer in red, if I'm not wrong. It's hard to see with the sun shining right in front of us, but that was a great wave. I'm going to call it best one of the heat for now. I love that finishing. It was so strong. He had control throughout the entire length of that ride, so he's definitely going to be extending his lead.
Yeah, for sure. That was a really great combo of turns. I feel like he's just, as you said, well, as Di mentioned, he's a momentum surfer. He's gaining his momentum. Let's take another look at it. That was a really good first turn. He's going so fast through this carve and then just times it perfectly. Wow. You can see how much he projects back towards the beach, and that really created a dramatic finish, and he did really well. And
that was looking a little painful there for our man in white, Penyu Chang, wanting to get rid of that one. Don't know if that's gonna be affecting the scoreline so much, but he is doing a really good job. This is his first time competing at a WSL event.
Oh, wow.
So he's doing a great job at it. This is not easy. We might be at a round of 120, but, you know, the level is still really high. People like Noah, Arkfield, and Wake Taito, you know, they're pretty big names still, and they're all incredible surfers. This is the drone view from the top, the surf spot that we are at, Jinzun Harbor, a place that's been holding surfing events from 2011.
Yeah.
So shows the quality of wave that this is, and it's kind of like the Taiwanese version of Trestles, if we're going to be comparing it to world-class waves.
Yeah, I agree. It's really fun. You've got cobblestones on the bottom. It probably, I mean, it works at all tides. It's probably best in that mid-tide kind of zone, but we'll take anything. And I think it's going to run. We're running all day. We're expecting a big heat, a big day, 22 heats today. But I think we're really, really lucky right now. Of course, if we were to come a little bit earlier on, like a couple of weeks ago, or, you know, even earlier on in the year, we wouldn't be in typhoon season. So we'd be, you know, struggling maybe to find waves. Whereas right now, yeah, we are expecting a pretty decent sized typhoon to hit us at some point next week. It is going to bring waves. It's going to bring opportunities like this for the best surfers in the Asia and the Australian QS series to showcase the talent that they have. And it's really exciting. I'm not going to put you on the spot right now. I'm going to give you a little minute, but Jessie on the first day.
I knew this was coming.
Yeah, I know. And I was like, we gotta bring it up. So I'll give you another break because you deserve it. This is the first QS 6000 you've come to for a little bit since Korea. But who's going to be your pick for the men's? Mine is still loading. I'm still loading with my picks. I'm honestly feeling like Alistair Reginato. Is he even here? He's not even here. Is Alistair here? I think he might be. He is. Jesse's saying yes, he's here. So that's my pick, Alistair Reginato.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, he is.
I haven't really thought this at all, actually, but I'm gonna go with Bronson.
Yeah, I kind of back it.
I'm gonna go that he's doing back-to-back.
Yeah.
He's got the ability. He's looking confident.
Yeah.
I'm going for Bronson Mady for the win. He's a surfer I've seen at home all the time. We grew up together, and I really want him to win this event again.
I love that. Yeah, if I wasn't going to say Alistair, I was also going to put out Bronson because he was looking really good in that last event. Jesse's putting a Xavier Huxtable in the ring. There's lots going on. Tully Wiley. I'm still going to back myself right now because I was thinking, oh, who's going to win? And the first person that popped into my head was Alistair. I was like, yeah, I think he got second in Japan. He didn't do so great in Cloud 9. And I kind of feel like he's due for a good run. And I think he does really well in these types of waves. So, yeah. Bronson and Alistair. Daiwako said Keijiro Nishi. Back that call. Jesse said Takumi Nakamura. Also really like that. And
is Ryaru Ito here?
Yes.
I would also say Ryaru. You know, I think it's probably a pretty safe bet to name one of the Japanese surfers as, you know, they do come here a lot, but this wave is very similar, I would guess, to Japan, right? So I think they're probably in their comfort zone here. So the Japanese surfers do have the upper hand.
100%.
And Ryaru Ito is one of my favorite surfers on this QS.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. Yeah, I back it. Okay, I think we've all got some really great picks for the men, so I'm loving this. We'll come back to the women tomorrow or whenever they start. That's a whole different
I'm going to go through the list right now because I'm not getting surprised with that question again and not having an answer.
You're like, okay, I'm going to pick my female and then sleep on it and wake up tomorrow, and if it's still who I think it is,
I'll be waiting for you to ask me that question.
We'll get it. We'll get there, 100%. But I'm glad we got all the men's locked in. Binzi's pick was Kei Kobayashi, so we're all locked in. We're locked and loaded, ready to go. I kind of like to pick it on the first day. You just got to, like, trust your gut.
We can't change now. Like, that's it. Those are our choices.
Yeah, you got to back it, and I'm really liking it.
And speaking of winners right now, leading this heat, our man on the screen, Wake Taito, his last wave came in at a 6. He's trying to get rid of that 4.60. We'll see if the judges are liking what he did on that last one. He is doing an incredible job, as we've said. Strong competitor, only 14 years old. A lot of talent from that young man. We're going to be counting this one down. Will Noah Arkfield be able to stay in the advancing position, or will Belo and Penyu be able to kind of back themselves up and give themselves a chance? Right now on your screen, it's looking like our man in green. I can't really tell right now. As you can see, our man in green, nice finishing turn there. We'll see if he finishes this one too. Looking for a pretty big score. Unfortunately, wasn't able to ride out of that one. We're going to go to a quick break before we start up the next round.
day 1 of the Taiwan Open of Surfing, and we have so many heats to get through today, but let's start with this one. It's heat number 1 of the men's round of 112. We have Austin Fuller in the red, Yu Chang in the blue, Lee Shechen in the white, and Kuta Suzaki is in the green from Japan. This is going to be a huge heat. We're into the second round of the men. Just finished off the men's round of 120, which is super exciting. I'm True Styling, joined in the booth with Giada Legati, and look at this view. One of my favorite things to do when I'm surfing out here is literally look back at this mountain.
100%. It looks like a scene straight out of Jurassic Park, especially when there's those clouds just covering the tip of the mountains. It is absolutely gorgeous down here. We've said it quite a few times from yesterday and today. The drive down here is beautiful. It is a mixture of Hawaii and Tahiti and I don't know what else, but it's gorgeous.
Yeah, it's so nice. In the mornings, it's like really mellow. Like there's a little bit of color in the sky. But then when we drive home on sunset, I think it's going to be absolutely beautiful. We'll get some good tunes going like we've got right now. And I think we're going to have a pretty good day of surfing today. We're hoping to pretty much bunker down for the next couple of days on site and run through as many heats as possible and just get as much surfing done as we can before things get a little bit crazy. But we're here for it. It's the whole part of being on this QS Dream Tour with the Asia and the Australians being combined. Before we go anywhere, not much action right now. A 317 from Kuta, a 2.5 from Lee. But it is Dai Wako. He is down there on the glass with Wake Taito.
をしました。ヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
波結構ジャンクで難しいんですけど、意外とレギュラー切れてていい波でした。
海外の QS は今回が初なんですか？
はい。
どうですか？この日本の QS とはまた違う雰囲気があると思いますけど、初めて出てみて今のところの感触的にはどうですか？
そうですね、なんか英語だから結構たまに聞き取れない部分もあるんですけど、だんだん分かるようになってきてめっちゃいい経験になってます。
This is actually his first QS outside of Japan in Taiwan, and he chose this place because this wave kind of similar to what we get in Japan, so that's why he came here and he loved this break. It's kind of tricky out there, but he got the wave, he got the win, so he's very happy. たくさんの方、見てくれていると思います。まだ今日もね2ラウンドあとあると思うので、その辺も含めてメッセージの方お願いします。
応援ありがとうございます。初めての海外で緊張もするけどラウンドアップ次もできるように頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。お疲れ様でした。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Dai. Thank you, Wake. Dai pulling through for the team. Wake, he's probably one of his first or very few events that he's done on the QS. He's 14 years old, so it was really cool to see him get the win in that last heat. He locked in a 6 right at the end, so just showcasing a little bit of his talent. A 2.5 and a 173 for Lee Sechen from Taiwan. Kuta Suzaki from Japan has that 317. A couple of throwaways for Austin and Yu Chang with 19 and a half minutes to go. There's plenty of time remaining, Giada, and that last heat had a flurry of waves. We're going to welcome Dai back into the booth. He's here, there, and everywhere. And he's a man of many talents, Dai Wako. He's got a lot going on behind the scenes. Good morning, Dai.
Good morning.
Welcome back.
Back in the booth. It's nice to have close to the post-interview place.
Yeah, it's right around the corner, pretty much right there.
Yeah, pretty much right there. So it's great to have conversation with the Japanese crew, and there's actually a lot of Japanese surfers competing in this event, more than what we had in Shogao.
Yeah, way more, which is great. I think bring it on.
Right.
Let's see it all. 120. Well, the round of 120 that we started at. Now we're in the round of 112. Round 2. We're getting there.
Well, we're getting there.
We're plowing through it, Dai.
Already in round 2, and we're going to see second series surfer, which is in round 96 today.
Yeah.
Until heat 10.
Yeah.
So that's, well, it's a huge day of action, but the surf looks good. Everyone said it's kind of tricky because of the current, and it'll be, you know how if you get swells, it's on the first day, kind of peak everywhere, and it kind of, peak everywhere, so it's hard to pick one.
Yeah. It looks like it's tricky as well to like find the best spot. I feel like there's so many different places that you can sit, and there's obviously it's a pretty big playing field. So to find the best spot, you need to just kind of adapt and go with it. This is live action though. Yu Chang up and out. Doesn't like the look of that one. It had a pretty decent wall, but he's thinking, no, maybe I'm a little bit deep. I'm not too sure, but you would have loved to have been on that one, Dai.
Definitely. And on screen we have Kota from Japan up and riding. Well, great first turn, great second turn again. Try to come around the section, floats the white water, and he kicks out. So great first turn and a couple of turns. So yeah, good start for Kota.
Yeah, great start. I feel like that first turn was really smooth. I haven't seen too much of Kota in events before, Dai.
Yeah, he's actually not really following the QSs in Japan as well. And this is the last green. That first turn was amazing. He floats the section, trying to come around. He did, but he just kicks out. So great first turn, but just like I mentioned, he's not fully like into QS event in Japan. But last year he did Taiwan Open, and he had a great run. So
he's back.
He's back. That's why he's back now in Taiwan again, and it's one of his favorite sports. So
really,
that's what he said, and then that's why he came back for the event.
Love that. It's a pretty cool place to come to. I mean, there's so many different waves. There's lots on offer. I love this wave. I love to surf it because there's just so much going on. It's powerful. It's got some really great options. Here we go. This is Lee. Nice opening carve, a bit of a flat section in front of him. So he needs to kick out and regroup. He's already locked in a 2.5 and a 1.73. We've just had a 4 lock in for Austin Fuller. A 3.57 for that last wave of Kota. He's also got a 3.17, so he's out in front. Austin Fuller's had a pretty good wave lock in though.
4.0 is a really, really nice, way to start his competition. And Austin Fuller, I think he was competing in Japan as well a couple of weeks back before the Shaogao event. But on screen, it's quick in and out from Kota. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Austin Fuller was in Japan for the Tokunoshima Pro.
Oh wow!
And which is located quite close to Taiwan actually.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, Tokunoshima is probably like a couple hours away from the flight.
Oh, no way.
Yeah,
that's really close. Wow.
Probably he was staying in Tokunoshima for a bit and just came here for the event.
Yep. Wow, that's really, really cool. I did not know that. I have only been to Tahara, so what are the waves like in Tokunoshima?
It's a reef break. It's island.
Is it?
It's small island.
Sick.
It's small island in Taiwan, and it's reef breaks. This is Austin Fuller up and riding. Nice float and nice carves on a second turn. So this wave just keeps giving a good opportunity for Austin, trying to surfing all the way to the inside, waiting for the section to stand up and get the end section. So good combination again from Austin Fuller.
It's got the surf hat on, channeling a little bit of Ryaru.
And Monojo.
And Monojo, sorry. And Monojo. Are we going to see Yuma with the bandana?
Yes. Oh, well, not sure about the bandana, but definitely he's here.
He's here.
And he was so super stoked to surf here.
Really?
Yeah.
Amazing. I actually love his backhand. Let's take another look at this one for Austin. A couple of really nice flowy carves to start this wave off. Just really accentuating the rail, drawing it out. You can see the patience through this inside as well to get that finish. Really well surfed. A 3.3 locks in for Austin. So he goes out to a pretty early lead with a 4 and, well, not really early. We're almost halfway down in this heat. That's pretty crazy how quickly it goes. Did you surf this morning?
No.
No.
Wow. I didn't surf this morning. I was going to, but
Yeah. Bit early.
bit early.
Fair
and,
enough.
You know, it's the first day, so a lot of competitors
Yeah.
surfing, so it was
They-
a bit super busy.
It looked really, really busy. When we came down here, I was like, that is way too busy for my liking.
Yep.
I will not be heading out there at all.
And there's a lot of people surfing at my left point.
Really?
Like the right side of this, you know, the main
Yeah.
peak.
Yeah.
There's a little secret left in
Don't
breaking.
tell too many people.
No, I won't tell. But yeah, it was a little bit busy, so I just stayed away from the
Yeah.
ocean, just watching all the
Fair.
actions this morning. It was fun to watch, though.
Yeah.
Everyone was ripping. So.
It's so cool. I feel like watching the free surfs is really good because you see a whole array of everyone out there. This is Yu Chang on his backhand. Replay of his last wave. This one locked in at a 1.3, his best wave yet. He's still looking for a 5.44, so needs to lift just a little bit, maybe a bit out of time on that last one. Kota locking in a 0.93, doesn't go into the top 2 for his last wave for 12 minutes to go. And Da, you've been coming to Taiwan. Is this your... How many times have you been here?
Probably altogether, I would say 5 or 6 times
Really?
already. But second, third time in a row. 3
Yeah.
years in a row.
3
with
years
you
in a row.
guys.
Yeah.
For the event. But I was
The
competing.
dream team.
It is a dream team. It was. I was competing in this comp about 10 years ago.
No
probably
way.
2012, 13.
Really? What for?
For QS.
Wow.
QS 1-star
Okay.
event.
I
yes.
love this. How'd you go? Can we get a
Um,
breakdown of the competitive history of Daiwako?
I think I got knocked in early rounds, round 3 or
I don't
round 2.
believe you.
I don't remember. I don't
Fair,
remember
it's
now.
a
but
long time ago.
Long time ago, 10 years back. So, but I remember that I had a great time here.
Yep.
You know, I had a great time, great surfing,
Mhm.
and loved the food here.
Yep.
Definitely.
Yeah. And last year we got to, well, not we, you got to the 30 dumpling count
Yes, that's the record so far.
record so far.
Yeah, I had 20, 25, 23 the other night.
Yeah.
But probably I'm getting 8. I'm not sure I can go 30 this year, but I'll try.
You'll try.
Yeah, I'll try.
We need to just like run while we're commentating and go surfing in
Little
our
bit
breaks or
push-ups,
something.
Push-ups
Yeah.
and sit-ups.
Yeah,
maybe
exactly. Get
In
hungry.
the break, yeah.
Lots of dumplings on offer here in Taiwan. We are pretty lucky to be staying in the beautiful Taitung city, and it is about a 40-minute drive away from here, but it's so gorgeous. There's so much on offer there. There's lots of different foods, but the drive here and back is probably my favorite part of the whole thing. It's so beautiful.
Definitely. It's a great drive actually in the morning. I don't really mind driving, 40 minutes. Well, I don't drive this time, but
Yeah.
I was sitting in the back, but still, I don't really mind 40 minutes
Yeah, I
spending
like
in
it.
the car.
Yeah, I really like it.
With a coffee.
I-
probably.
Yeah, always with a coffee, 100%. Wake up. I quite like driving.
Mm.
So this year to be able to drive here, I'm like, oh, this is really cool. I really like it.
How's driving? Because it's the other way around, right? Opposite
Yeah.
side.
Opposite side of the road,
Mm.
opposite side, on the other side of the car, where the steering wheel is. The first day, I was a little bit worried. So when we drove down here 2 days ago, I was like, I'm just going to convoy with a group. And now I feel better. I feel
That's
better
good.
driving now. Yeah, I was a little bit scared, but I'm good now, which is nice. And this is Kota. Another nice backhand snap. He's got a good rhythm on here, Dai.
末崎選手、ここで4本目のライディングのライトの波になりました。しっかりとエンドセクション入れて、これは前に出てくるか。 もう少しで出てくるところでコラスープに巻き込まれてしまいました。現在第2位のポジション。That was well served from Kota Suzaki. Unfortunately, goes down on the last turn, but definitely it was a great combination from Kota. Looks like Austin up and riding again on his backhand. Just one turn was big. It was, I think, great call for Austin Fuller. Trying to get rid of the 3.30.
Yeah, I liked that. And, unfortunately, Lee goes down a little bit late to that section. But did what he had to do. I mean, he's got to put everything on the line. A 4.24 is what he needs right now. Waiting on this last score of Kota as well. But look at these lines rolling through. It's getting more and more consistent. There's a bit of swell. So hopefully we'll see some good opportunities roll through.
I've been talking to a lot of Japanese competitors here while I'm surfing.
Yeah.
And they all saying, well, this is super fun. Just such a great place and super fun waves. But have you talked to the Australian competitors as well?
Yeah, I've spoken to a couple and they were just saying pretty much the same thing.
Wow.
They love coming here because the waves are so good and there's just so much opportunity.
Right.
Yeah, I was talking to a couple of them this morning and they were like, yeah, you know, we kind of wish we had a heat today, but we're also happy that we don't because maybe it'll get better. You just never know.
Right.
Yeah, all good things. I haven't heard anything, you know.
Downside, yeah?
Yeah.
Probably everyone's so excited right now to surf for heat.
Yeah.
But it's hard in the heat because if you get too excited, you can't be picky and you can't get a good waves.
Yeah. And I think like having back-to-back events as well, it kind of allows a lot of the surfers to just run with the momentum and just go, yeah, cool. We've just come from Cloud 9. Let's go. Let's lock in for another event. You've got 5 days to wash off a win or a loss or, you know, whatever that is, and then be prepared for this. It's a completely new event. It's a new slate as well. You've just got a new plate, sorry. It's like, okay, wipe the plate clean. Let's start fresh. This is a replay of this last one of Kota. Still yet to lock in. That was really nice. He's got a great coiled style, that beautiful drop knee. Gets a strong turn there for a finish. So waiting on this last score for him. We got 6 minutes to go. Austin Fuller out in front. He's got a 4 and a 3.3. We still have scores for all 4 of our surfers. Could we see a situation change? This last one of Kota's locks in at a 3.2, so goes into his top 2, increases his lead in second over Lee and Yu Cheng, the local surfers from Taiwan. Lee looking for a 4.27, Yu Cheng chasing a 5.47. And last wave of Austin at 2.6 does not go into the top 2 with just over 5 minutes to go. You can see that next heat paddling out. It's a pretty hectic paddle out on those rocks. It gets pretty dumpy on that shore.
Definitely. Have you paddled out from the left side of the point? It's kind of sketchy.
It is so sketchy.
And I was kind of surprised by how sand was all covered this year.
Yeah.
You know.
Agreed. I don't remember seeing sand here last year at all.
No.
It was, a pleasant surprise because we didn't have to, you know, watch our ankles and, you know, watch where we're going on those boulders. But I actually had to wait for like 5 minutes paddling out when we surfed here the other day because there was some sets coming through and there was just these big waves just coming on the shore and just breaking like crazy. And I was like, I'm going to actually
just
get annihilated here unless I wait. So yeah, I had to wait, and then finally there was a little gap, and I just remember just running, and I was like, I just need to run and get out here, otherwise I'm gonna get so pumped. But we got there, and it's worth it. It's worth the wait, because there's some pretty fun waves on offer. It's a bit of a skate park. There's a hell of a playground out there. There's a lot on offer, lefts, rights, up and down the beach as much as you want. I mean, you can find a peak to yourself pretty easily as well.
Definitely. I was surfing by myself yesterday. You know, all the competitors surfing at the main peak. But definitely there's a few peaks at this point. So great playing field.
Yeah, it's definitely one of my favorite places to come. I guess action-wise, like wave-wise, there's just so many waves. You can go up the coast, particularly, surfing heat out here as well. You could be needing a score, paddle down the beach, and a wave comes, and you've got the opportunity.
It's like you don't really know what's going to happen in the last 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Like, really. You can get a good wave inside. You can get a bomb in the last 10 seconds. So you never know what's going to happen in the heat.
Yeah, it's such a contrast. It's so different to Cloud9 because it's one peak.
Right.
Maybe you've got a wide option, but it's really just the one zone, the one takeoff spot. Whereas here, you have to, really keep an eye on this wide playing field. Kota just pulls off the back of that one. He goes, you know what? I don't want it. He didn't like the look of it. He had fourth priority, so he could paddle around a little bit. And 2.5 minutes.
Wow, 2.5 minutes.
It's gone quick.
It's gone quick. So 25 minutes heat and already 22 minutes in. This is the first heat of the round of 112. There's not much difference between all the surfers. Yu Chan needs a little bit of work to do here. Still, there's 2 minutes on the clock. Well, looks like a few lines at the back. And on screen we have Kota up and riding. この波で 3.20 以上出したいところで大きなラウンドハウスカットバックを見せましたが、ここはワイプアウト。A great, big roundhouse cutback from Kota, but unfortunately goes down at the back. This is very important wave for Lee. Goes up, but pretty much it's kind of to the section. Needed to get a better than 1.73, but this is another important wave floor from Yu Chan, needing a 5.47.
Austin up and riding on his backhand as well. A fair few waves being ridden in this last couple of minutes of this heat. Not really much of consequence though from either of our surfers. This next one is going to be pretty exciting as well. Subaru Yoneyama, Shuma Nonaka, Cheng Chi Wan and Chen Ming Wang for heat number 2 for the men's round of 112. 40 seconds to go. Austin Fuller out in front with that 4 and a 3.3. The 4 is looking really good in his scoreline right now. Best wave of the heat so far. Lee needs a 4.27. Yu Chang chasing a 5.47. Time is the enemy right now, but we know how consistent this place gets. We know how quickly it can change. Last year we saw so many buzzer beaters, it was crazy. Right. So definitely the possibility for that in the last 10 seconds of this one, but it's looking like this lump may not get there in time. Lee doesn't take that. Doesn't look like there's any opportunity. So looks like it'll be Austin Fuller and Kota Suezaki. Kota Suezaki moving on through to the next round, the men's round of 96. We'll see them later on today. Don't go anywhere. Heat number 2 of the men's round of 112 coming right up. Jesse Starling and Dai Wacko in for the call.
We are back. Day 1 of Taiwan Open of Surfing QS6000. We are now into men's round of 112, heat number 2. Subaru Yoneyama, Shuma Nonaka from Japan, Chen Chi-juan, Chen-Ming Wang from Taiwan. I'm Dai Wako in the booth with Jessie.
Hi, Dai.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm excited to be back. It feels like it's been an exciting morning so far.
Wow, definitely, yes. We are into round 2 already.
Yeah, can you believe it?
I cannot believe it, but big day of actions ahead of us. And this heat, actually, I'm so excited to see these 2 surfers from Japan, Subaru and Shuma. They are the young guns from Japan. Subaru is only 16 years old.
Yep.
And Shuma is actually 13 years old.
13 years old. That is crazy.
Right. This is actually his first year surfing in the QS outside of Japan.
Oh, wow.
And this is on screen. We have Subaru riding 米山選手の1本目2ターンコンビネーションですが最後前に出てこれませんでした Great 2 turn combo but unfortunately it goes down the second one but yes these are the next Japanese generation.
Yeah, so 16 for Subaru, like you mentioned. Never competed here before, so first time we're seeing him competing here in Taiwan. Best result he's had has been a 25th in Miyazaki last year. And Korea was his first ever QS6000. It's got to be a bit daunting being that young and competing in a QS6000.
Right. Well, we have a lot of young guns, the great young guns surfers in Japan nowadays, and they are probably at the point where they step up, just competing in the bigger events. And for Shuma, he's been traveling with Takumi.
Oh, nice.
For the last couple of comps in Indonesia, Kuru Unionies, and then I'm pretty sure Xiaogao and here too. So they all traveling together, and Takumi is probably kind of coaching him.
Yeah, Takumi, he'd also just be a great role model for him
definitely.
as well.
He's just here to sharing the knowledge that he's got for, he's been here quite a long time, about 15 years on the tour, so it's a great opportunity for all the young guns coming out here and just feeling it's actually different vibe we have here compared to Japan. And well, we have a little bit of break in the action, so we're going to go over to True with the last seed winner.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dai. Austin, congratulations on your first round win here in Taiwan.
Thank you.
How are the conditions out there and the waves? And give me a breakdown of what was going on.
Conditions are good today. A lot windier in the free surfs.
And I saw that you were having a look at your board as well. It looked like you'd creased it a little bit. What happened? Did it happen at the start of the heat, in the middle? Tell me the story there.
At the start of the heat, the first turn, I think it buckled on the lip.
Yeah, it's pretty hectic when you're feeling that with your equipment. You're also in Tokunoshima. You had an event there. You've come here to Taiwan. Have you been here before?
Yeah, I came here before COVID when they did the Pro Junior here.
Is it good to be back?
Yeah, I love Taiwan.
Well, you have another heat today. I'll get you, let you get ready to rest and prepare. Hopefully the conditions keep getting better throughout the day, and good luck.
Thank you.
No worries. Thank you so much. We'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, True. And Austin, like she mentioned, actually Austin Fuller was in Japan in Tokunoshima Pro QS 2000 a couple weeks back.
Cool.
And Tokunoshima is located about 2 hours away from Taiwan.
Is it?
Yes, it's a small island, and Tokunoshima has a great waves actually.
Oh, cool. I'd love to go to Tokunoshima. So does that mean it's warm most of the year?
Right. Just like Taiwan.
Just like Taiwan.
Warm all the way. There's no winter or like summer.
Yeah.
It's always warm and
like
hot.
a wet and dry season kind of thing in Tokunoshima. Wow, that's really cool. We got a replay here for Subaru. Just big hit to start this one off. Only that one turn, but we saw that pay off for Kuta in the early round heat. So the judge is probably liking this one. And then this is a replay for the last of, looks like our surfer in blue, Shuma. So our 2 Japanese young guns here getting started, 13 years old on your screen right now, and competing in a QS6000.
That's amazing. You know, I definitely see. I've seen surfers, like young surfers, surfing in the QS 6000 in Japan, but outside of Japan, it's great opportunities for all the young guns to experience the different vibe.
Oh, it's incredible, and you learn so much on the road, just traveling, and just meeting new people, and even for Subaru to be traveling with Shuma to be traveling with Takumi. I mean, that he'll learn so much just from himself up and riding here.
So Chen Ming-wen up and riding, nice first, and gets the big finishing turn. There's a great combination from our local surfer Chen Ming-wen. Wow, that was a great combination.
Yeah, looked really sharp on his backhand. We saw him in the first heat of the day this morning. So this is already his second time competing, and it's not even 9:30 yet. So he's had 2 heats under his belt. He's definitely looking to keep on moving through. Had a bit of a sleepy heat. His competitor who got third, unfortunately not getting a second wave. So with the likes and the talent of Cheng, Shuma and Subaru, this is definitely going to be an exciting heat. Let's take another look at this 2-turn replay though. Let's really break this one down. A little under the lip on that first section here, and then really started to work with that second one. Drifted the fins, got the ride out here, so threw his entire body into that section there, and came out with great momentum too.
Wow, that was great combination from Chen Ming-wen. The first wave comes in at a 2.63. Subaru's last wave locked in 4.17 with a single maneuver.
Yeah, but incredible.
Definitely the big one turn is rewarded from the judges. Kind of need a 2-turn combo to get 5 and 6s today.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like the only time we've seen that, potentially the second heat of the day, Ty Richardson, it just felt like those big 2 turns it was getting him up into that 6 range. We're going to see him coming up in that next heat as well, so his second time competing here today, potentially competing 3 times. We're going to try and roll through the first 3 rounds of the men. So obviously 8 heats in this round, and then we got that big 16 heat stint in the next one. So it feels like, we're probably going to have time to potentially get through all the heats today, and we're just trying to honestly get as much done as we can, as quick as we can. But if there's waves and it's fun, we should be running, and that's exactly what's happening today.
Definitely, and it's not a beach break, but it's not a reef break, so it doesn't matter what tide you're getting. So definitely, if you have swells, then why not going through until it get dark?
I cannot believe Shuma is 13 years old.
Yes, and actually I'm sponsored by. We are sponsored by same team, Riviera.
Oh, cool.
He's sponsored by Riviera, and Takumi has the same surfboard shaper YU, so that's why Shuma is traveling with Takumi all the time.
And
this year.
what kind of a grom is he? What type of grom is he in the surf? Is he quite respectable, waits his turn, or is the kind of grom that just wants to be on every single wave all the time?
To be honest, a little bit of both, I guess.
Love.
But he's of course he's a grommet and he loves surf.
Yeah, he just wants to be on his feet.
Just wants to get on the waves. But at the same time, he is very, very respectful kid, and he's really humble. He just stay calm in the lineup and just waiting for his turn. Especially at this one of these reef point, you have to be humble and you have to wait for your turn.
And how old were you when you first started doing QSs?
Probably 14, 15.
Oh, you were really young as well. Wow.
Yes, but I wasn't competing in the outside of Japan. I was competing in the domestic QS.
Yeah, right.
So
and then started to branch out when you got a bit older.
But I used to spend quite a lot of time in Hawaii, in Australia, in the winter time in Japan. That's like what we do. Like as Japanese surfers in winter, it gets really cold. And freezing, and we don't really get to swell much. So we do go overseas for surfing, and that's pretty much all we do.
How cold are we talking? Like what temperature? Like what kind of wetsuit am I wearing?
Well, depending on where you surf, but in Chiba and Shonan area, probably 5 mil steamer, and in Chiba you need boots and gloves and maybe cap.
Oh my gosh! I didn't realize it was that cold.
It is
Oh my gosh,
it
that's
gets really cold,
freezing.
freezing.
Do you still go elsewhere in the winter time?
Yes. One
Yeah.
time, because I do snowboarding as well in winter time, and I go to Hokkaido.
Mhm.
It's a north part of Japan, and it gets really cold out there. It gets about minus
Wow.
13 degrees.
Wow.
And 3 degrees in the water. Water temperature is about like 3 degrees.
That is crazy.
And I surf there.
You surf there?
Yeah. It was
In the 3
fun.
degrees?
Yeah, it's super fun. With the snow.
Do you have to surf a board with more foam in the cold water?
I reckon, yeah, you should. But I use the board that I use all the time.
That
and
twin
it
fin.
works. Yeah, that
Yeah.
twin fin, and it works fine. So,
Wow.
but we do get really cold. But if you go to the west side of Japan or like the island of Japan, and then you can surf in probably like short leg, long arm,
Or Tokinoshima
Tokunoshima, or
You're
like
just in-
Okinawa.
in board shorts?
Right.
Wow.
So we have a very, very different condition.
Wow, that is crazy. It's so interesting, like all the different parts of the world, even here in Taiwan where the water is warm all year round, but we have these big typhoons, and that really does predict like where the swell's coming from, what it's doing, if you can surf, you know. So it's so interesting when you start to like look deep into just all of the different climate factors that come into it around the world just for surfing. I find it really interesting. Even then you break down the bathymetry of the waves and how it was all formed. It's
Right.
actually one of my favorite things to learn about. I find it really, really interesting.
Definitely, like every point has history, and there's a lot to learn in every point. It's, last year was my first time in Siargao, and I didn't know about, there's a lot of points you can surf. I thought the Cloud9 is the only place that you can surf, but there's a lot of other places you can go to.
So many. And then there's waves, up north where you go during this time of year. And then once you get towards that December, January, February, you start going south and it's even more beautiful. So it's really cool just to see all the amazing waves that we get to go to. And yeah, surfing, even for, the two surfers in this heat from Japan who are just so young, we're talking about 16 and 13, they're going to experience so many different waves, so many new places, new cultures, food. And I just think that even though you're here competing and you want to make the Challenger Series, like the actual surfing and the competitive series as a whole is one of the coolest experiences a person could do.
Well, quick in and out from Subaru Yoneyama, who has already 4.17 and 2.83, now is in first place. Shima Nonaka has now first priority, but not many majors scored other than the 4.17 from Subaru with 10 minutes on the clock. It's been a quiet heat so far in the heat.
Yeah, super quiet heat. 3 of our 4 competitors not with a second wave. So we've seen a lot of waves rolling through with this shorter period swell. We have to say there's definitely plenty of swell on offer, but sometimes it's really easy, especially with this wind and the amount of the swell direction we have, this straight east swell. It's really easy to find yourself caught out of position. There's also a lot of water moving out there. It's quite hard to get back out, actually.
It is, long paddle back out, actually.
And you always find yourself further out down the point. You can see right now, Cheng, he is way further up the screen. So he's almost on the right side the left side of the peak where we have a right coming through. And these guys with the paddle back out, they've been drifted down the peak. And so just trying to paddle and get yourself back up there, maybe they're missing the target of finding these lefts. Here we go.
Alright, Shuma is up and riding. 野中Shuma、2本目のライディング。これはしっかりとワンターンを入れてインサイドを張ってくるのを待っていますが、ここでキックアウト。It was kind of quick in and out from Shuma. He was kind of waiting for the sections to stand up, but probably didn't like the look of it. Let's take another look.
Yeah, so Shuma, great bottom turn. Love the fact that he gets his hand in the wall here. You can see he's got really great technique. Puts his body back around again, but just a really short wall, like you mentioned, didn't have a lot of power behind it, but he's got 2 waves now, so he's got a pair of 2s. I feel like he's definitely going to need more to creep away. Live action here.
Right, Green up and riding again, needing a 2.55 to go into second. Couple turns, quick kicks out, so probably he'll paddle back out. But on screen we have Subaru up and riding. 米山スバル、これが3本目のライディングになります。今度はライト方向へ2発3発と入れていきますが、ここも3発目で前に出てこれません。It's a great wave from Subaru Yoneyama, but unfortunately it goes down on the end section turn. Great combinations on.
Great combination. Good looking wave as well. Great wave selection for Subaru. Let's take a look at these last two waves here. Chen, this needs to be a 2.55 to put him up into second. Bit under on this first section here. He's looking for some more green face. Unfortunately under again for the second one. So nothing out of this world on that wave, unfortunately, there for our Taiwanese surfer. But that's a great first turn here for Subaru. You can see confidence was really starting to build and then got to that second section. With those two walls colliding, it makes it really hard and turbulent to ride out of that turn. There's a lot of water moving there. So unfortunately, Subaru goes down, but he's going to get a nice rewarding for those two first turns.
Right, last wave for Subaru comes in at 3.40, so he is improving his situation now. He is in the lead with 4.17 and 3.40. I gotta say he's in a good position right now.
Yeah, I know they're not super high scores, but in comparison to what we've seen in this heat, it's definitely the high mark. You know, he's put his foot down as the informed surfer right now. So 7 minutes to go. You know, obviously Schumer more than capable of getting that 4.7, but his wave selection just letting him down a little bit at this point.
Right, it looks like a movement at the back. So White has first priority, but didn't like the look of it, so decided not to go. Just trying to reposition himself a little bit to the right side.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to a competitor in one of these heats just coming out and absolutely stamping their authority. Well, I'm excited to see really big power turns from a lot of our competitors. Obviously, Subaru looking really sharp, really whippy on his feet as well. He looks like quite a light-footed surfer.
Right.
So I'm excited to see, you know, some of these heavy-footed surfers, like the likes of, I'm going to say his name, Takumi Nakamura, to come out and see him get those big single sections and just unleash. You can tell the judges are definitely holding the scale back a little bit as we move through these deeper rounds.
Definitely, we're gonna see a lot of surfers coming up in the next couple of hours. But at the back, looks like Subaru having a look at this one. Whoa, decided not to go on that one. Still, Subaru is in the lead. Shuma Nonaka is in second. Chen Ming Wang in the third, needing a 2.55, which is not a big score, and he's already locked in 2.63. So it's a doable for him. And fourth place we have Cheng Ching Yuan needing 3.84. Has to be the second best score in this heat, but he's got his first priority. He gets to choose whatever he wants for the next wave. 5 minutes almost on the clock. So it looks like Subaru Yoneyama up and riding right hand. 米山選手5本目のライディングになります。綺麗なターンを重ねてインサイド張ってきたところで一発入れてきますが、ここも前に出てこれません。Another great wave selection from Subaru Yoneyama, but unfortunately it goes down again on the last section.
He had it as well.
Right.
You know, I feel like he almost hit the eject button right towards the end there. There was a lot of water running back up the face of that wave there. You can see he's got such a great style. You can really tell maybe a bit of skating background as well there. He's just looking really just light-footed, quick on his feet with his reaction time here. Came through to this inside section, got super vertical, and then went down, actually buried the inside rail of his nose there, unfortunately. So he went over. But Subaru, I love his style. It's really cool.
He's got a great style. He's got a really like relaxed and chilled style. So it kind of suits this kind of waves.
Yeah, definitely. That's why I kind of thought maybe he's done a bit of time skating, because he almost looks like he has a skater style when he surfs. He's got that really relaxed approach. He has that back arm bent and just constantly winding up on his backhand. He looks really good, especially... It's funny considering how young these guys are. They're such well-rounded surfers, and they're looking really poised right now. Though our other Japanese young gun Shuma, he is going to need to just try and creep away from his competitors right now. Not massive scores for our Taiwanese surfers here.
The 3 minutes and 30 seconds on clock in this round of 112, heat number 2. So we're gonna go into heat number 3 in about 4 minutes. We have Taro Matsuno from Japan, Haruta Miya from Japan, Ivan Tang, and Ty Richardson. So great matchup in heat number 3 coming up.
2 Aussies taking on 2 Japanese surfers in that next heat, so that'll be interesting. We've obviously got 2 Taiwanese in this heat and the 2 Japanese surfers. We want to see it. Would love to see one of the local surfers though really start to show, you know, that they know this lineup better than all of us foreigners who have come in, because the Taiwanese surfers are so proud of Jinzun Harbor.
Definitely, this is one of probably the Taiwanese Gold Coast.
Yeah, definitely.
I gotta say,
definitely.
Japanese, you know,
Japanese Chiba.
Chiba, yeah.
Yep. No, I agree, and it's such a fun coastline of waves. There is honestly waves for days along this coastline.
Right.
You could drive up and down and find a really fun peak to yourself. You got to paddle here though.
スパルアップンライディング米山選手、これで 3.40 以上スコアしていきたいところ、しっかりとこれは最後のセクションを決めていきたいが前には出てこれません。And we have surfers up and riding at the back. Nice big floats, but unfortunately goes down, needing a 3.84 with a 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. There's still plenty of time on the clock left. So White needs to go back out and try to. Hopefully, there's going to be another opportunity for green and white.
Yeah, get one last wave under their belt. A 2.55 is less than the high mark right now of Chen Ming Wang, so he knows exactly what he has to do. He had that really nice big backside hook on that 2.63. Love to see him do 2 of those on one wave.
And that'll definitely do the requirement, but this is a replay of the Subaru.
Yeah,
up and
loved
riding.
the approach here. Came through the end, went for a big Larry. Unfortunately, went down there for Subaru Yoneyama. And then this was the replay here of Chang. So came in, great looking section. Unfortunately, just a little bit upright, a bit too straight-legged in that approach there. Couldn't get his chest back towards the beach. So just over a minute to go. All eyes on our Taiwanese surfers here, Dai.
Alright, so the last of red comes in at 1.97, so doesn't go to his top 2. So 1 minute on the clock. We still have wave to lock in, but green. Chen has first priority, looking like he is going for this one. Unfortunately, couldn't get this wave with 45 seconds to go. I can see the lines out the back, so hopefully there's going to be another opportunity for green and white. The last of white comes in.
Yeah, 0.93 for that last of white. So didn't get the ride out there. So he's chasing a 4.54 because Schumer, he betted on that last wave with a 3-point ride. So 20 seconds to go. And it is just the sole surfer out there right now. Chen chasing a 3.24 with that priority, but 10 seconds here, Dai.
Wow, time is taking a tense moment for Chen. Needing a small score, 3.24. Definitely he's got the skill. But unfortunately, it looks like it's Subaru Yoneyama and Shuma Nonaka, 2 Japanese young guns, moving into the next round, round of 96. So we'll go to the quick break and we'll be right back with the heat number 3 of the men's round of 112.
interview 的机器吗？对，直播室门口打开右手边那一台，有4条天线那一台。
are plowing through the rounds here today at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Already into the round of 112, heat number 3. It's a pretty good one. Haruta Miya in the blue, Taro Matsuna in the red, Ty Richardson in the green, and Evan Tang in the white. 22 and a half to go in this heat, so 2.5 minutes already down. We've got 2 Japanese surfers taking on 2 Aussies. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Chris Binns. Binnsy, what are you making of day number 1 so far?
Not as much as Ty Richardson, who's surfing for his second time today already.
Crazy.
I'm guessing he didn't get his entries in on time because he's coming 21st on the Aussie Oceania rankings. And now he's surfing in the round of 20, and now then the round of 112, and there's
96 this afternoon.
Yeah. So and these rounds you don't really get a whole heap further into the draw because there's all these seeds that keep coming back in. The round of 96, there's 3 seeds already waiting, so we're just filling out the 4th slot in each of those heats. Then the round of 64, there's 2 more dudes waiting. And it's not until we get to the round of 32 that it's like people who've won stuff to be there.
But then on the women's side, the round of 32 is still seeded. So it's not till you get to the round of 16 that we start to see a really empty playing field. So lots of seeded surfers at these QS 6000s. They're obviously co-sanctioned between the Asia and Australia, getting my words wrong, Australia-Oceania region. So it's pretty cool to see the 2 regions come together, hence why we have so many seeded rounds. But looking at this one, Taro Matsuno, the highest seed in this heat, started off with a 317. Got Haruta Miya with a 283. Right now, though, Taro up and riding. Doesn't like the look of that one. So Taro, 15 years old, competed in Korea and Tahara and all of the QS 2000s over in Japan that we saw Kei Kobayashi take out all 3. And as far as the junior tour goes, has had a 7th and a 5th this year. Still looking for a major QS result, but he's 15 years old, so, time will come.
There you go. I'd love to know what other countries in surfing fall into the Oceania sort of collection.
Yeah.
Because the top 50 is 49 Aussies, plus Diego Cordero, who lives in Australia but surfs for Italy.
Yep.
But then if you look at, the internet, which is the place where we get all our answers from, Fiji, but French Polynesia, but Tahiti doesn't actually surf in Oceania, they surf
in Tahiti. They have their own region.
So who? It's just the Kiwis and us?
Yeah, I'd say the Kiwis and us.
And I guess maybe if some, Fiji?
No, I think Fiji surf in the Tahiti region as well. Oh, actually, I'm not, you know what? I'm actually not too sure, so let me do my research. I'll get back to you on that one, Binnsy. Wow, 2-turn combo here for Taro. Holds on for the finish. We've seen so many people come unstuck on that one. Couple of big looking sets rolling through out the back as well. So Ty Richardson, we got a score to lock in for him. Evan Tang, just a small score for Evan. And then Taro, his last 2-turner looked pretty impressive. Haruta, he's actually a pretty young surfer as well. We've got a lot of young guns right now. 15 years old. This is his 2nd QS of the year. The first ever QS 6000 that we're seeing him compete in. And competed over in Miyazaki this year. Got a 25th over there. But he's just almost like baby stepping into the QS, which is fair enough. 15 is still so young. These guys don't even have their driver's license yet. But talking about another young gun, we had a 16-year-old Sabura Yoniyama take out their last heat. He's down there with Daiwako.
2回目の今年は QS6 戦3回目ですかねになると思うんですが、海外の QS6 戦は2回目だったと思います。まずはどうでしたか？
なんか結構波も難しくて風も強くてちょっと決めたと思ったらこけちゃったりとかして、それでちょっと焦ってました。
その中でもしっかりと1位という、ポジションをキープしてましたけど、作戦的にはどういった作戦で臨んでたんですか？
まず作戦はレフトがいいと思ったので、レフトの真ん中のレフトを狙ってセットでとりあえず2本ぐらい決めたいと思って、で乗って起き上がってる時にもう1本来て、それで決めれたから良かったかなと思ってます。
He was trying to get a left and right and trying to get a couple turns in, but unfortunately he kept going down. But still, he gets a couple turns down, so he's super happy with the result so far. 今日もう一回この後サーフィンすると思いますが、時間はそこまでないと思います。どのように過ごして準備しますか？
とりあえず着替えて休憩して、で次の試合のためにコンディション整えてまたやります。
たくさんの方見てくれてます。メッセージお願いします。
いつもサポートしてくれてる方々や応援してくれてる方々ありがとうございます。次のラウンドも頑張ってラウンドアップしたいと思うので応援よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。Back to you guys in the booth.
Awesome. Thank you, Dai. Thank you, Subaru. It's really cool to see, how young these surfers are. They're coming out, competing, taking heat wins. That's always going to feel good for our young 16-year-old. We'll see him in the round of 96 later today. Right now, though, big scores rolling on through. 7.17 for a great looking left there for Taro Matsuno. We're going to get a replay here, Bidsy.
Yeah, so just went for a little wander on my break. That onshore is really picking up quite strongly from the north. It's gone more around to the northeast, and that's why these lefts have these smoother faces. They're running away. The wind's kind of more at the back of it, and the lefts are cleaner walls, plenty of push, and sheltered somewhat. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of the surfers choosing to run with the wind on their backhand or forehand and do turns like this, as we see Taro Matsuno looking to extend his lead, working his way down the line. The one thing with those lefts, though, they take you so far down the beach.
They do. You're miles down. Ty Richardson, he's looking right here. Starts off with a swoop. This is his second heat of the day. Gets another really strong rail carve in with a finish here for Ty Richo. So feels like those rights are almost like a bowl back towards you, where those lefts give you these big long lines where you can really start to draw out. So two really opposing almost angles with this swell coming in. That left not running away from you but giving you a longer face, where that right, it's shorter, it's sharper and bowls back towards you. Binsey, if you had to choose, what would you choose?
Well, I don't choose, I go right, which I did yesterday having a surf. I sat out there for a couple of hours just trying to sit, catching the wider, fatter right so that I wasn't getting in the way of anyone who's practicing and doing their best to get ready for today. And then right at the end I caught a left, and it was like a 10-turner that ran so far down the beach. I was like, what have I been doing for the last
am I sitting right?
But I literally had to scale the wall to get in.
You were in miles down.
Yeah. At one point I was evaluating whether I just paddled into the actual harbour.
Yeah, it's doable.
Yeah, well, there's another wave in there as well that I've never actually surfed. This is my 5th time here. Again, I think it's mainly left, hence my complete lack of interest. But yeah, had one lazy eye on potentially going and exploring it, because it might have been an easier route in rather than climbing up the tetrapod break wall. Here goes Taro Matsuno. This is the replay. So delayed his bottom turn and it worked out pretty nicely. Gets up into the lip, 2 strong turns, and that's all the wave is going to offer. But a 4.53 the result, and he's looking pretty top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, looking sharp right now for Taro Matsuno. Ty Richardson, pair of 5s, has him pretty comfortably in second right now. That last right that really started to bend back towards him. We saw those beautiful calves. It was a flat 5, so 5-point ride there, adding to his total. Haruta, our young gun, 15 years old, a 2.83 and a 1.83 is what has him right now. Gonna be chasing a big score, a 7.34, and then excellence for Evan Tang, an 8.9, taking off under the lip here for Haruta. Goes to his rail to start this one off. Body language looks frustrated. It's interesting, it's always the same for surfers around the world on all different levels. As soon as you get frustrated, the shoulders drop. You know, they go from being up and about to really low, and you can just tell that wave isn't going to do it, you know, and then you see the competitors on that next wave, they almost look extra lively based off that shoulder drop in the last one.
Yeah, and in this lineup, you can't afford to not be at full capacity energy-wise. There's so much paddling that needs to be done, but often you'll find if you're just kind of half-assing it, dilly-dallying, trying to get out the back, you're not going anywhere. You need to just put in those 10 big ones straight off the bat, punch through the first couple of duck dives and get yourself out the back. So if your shoulders drop and you sort of, you know, bit down on yourself when you're paddling back out, that's just going to escalate the situation.
And I feel like the judges also take real note, and, you know, you spoke about it over in Shargao. It's like an energy thing where we see, you know, you're selling the energy to the judges feeding off it. Right now, though, this is really high energy here from Taro. Cool style, might I add. Really nice. Just absolutely going from turn to turn all the way through on this left-hander here. Trying to get rid of that 4-5-3. But, yeah, we spoke about it on finals day over in Shargao, Binzi. It's almost like it's not a sell, but if you meet it with energy similar to what we saw Ben Lorenston do on that finals day, it's the judges feel and feed off that energy as well. So if you drop your shoulders, it almost feels like it has the reverse effect for the judges.
Oh, yeah, and it's not just the judges who feed off it, the crowd as well. We saw Ben doing that on the final day at Cloud9. The Aussies, or the whole Oceania region were just right behind him. And the judges hear that as well. Like, they hear the reaction from the crowd, and you can't help but think, all right, well, that must have been good. So, yeah, it's a beautiful cacophony of factors that go into that, but every little bit counts. And, yeah, the worst thing you can do is look like you're disinterested, because if you're not 100%, then why should anyone else care?
Yep, I agree, Binzi. Right now, though, we are just about 15 minutes gone in this heat, so 10 minutes 20 on the clock. Situation, it is really our first and second surfers holding it down right now. We've got a paddle out the back here. This looks like Evan Tang, our surfer in white, puts his body into that turn. Again for the second there, so a little under the lip for those two turns for Evan Tang. He's going to be chasing excellence if he wants to move through this heat. Flies the flag for Australia. This is his second ever QS event. Competed in this one last year, and prior to that had never done one before. So right now, though, replay is here for Taro. Starts with a big turn, then into a carve here, Binzi.
Yeah, and linking this one all the way through. He's kind of having to force it on those end sections, but that's all right. You see him heading a little bit south just to try and get as quickly as possible out past the breaking waves, because as soon as you turn, and if you're trying to get back to the peak, you are taking those sections head on. And yeah, there's just so much water moving around out there.
There is a lot of water moving, actually. Even when I surfed a couple of days ago, it was howling winds, but the swell was really similar, and it was actually quite hard to get out. Even when you paddle up and around, it was just as soon as you were out, the current was sucking you down the beach back towards those lefts there. And it makes it, like you learnt yesterday, it makes it hard to come in when we have the current like this. So a lot of our competitors trying to stay straight out the front of the judges' tower. This is Haruta. Downtime, a lot of it on that wave there. Doesn't get a turn in, so a bit of frustration starting to build for our Japanese competitor.
Yeah, and he's in a bit of an awkward position now too, because he didn't get out to the channel. And here's exactly what we were talking about. He's got a fair bit of duck diving in his future.
Then out the back here, Ty Richardson gearing up. Unfortunately, he's going to get out the back of that one. Obviously, Binzi, a lot of the competitors, especially in this heat, you know, Evan Tang 14, Haruta 15, Taro 15, so young. And we've seen a lot of really talented young surfers come through. Who do you reckon is the best 14, 15-year-old you've seen in your Binzi encyclopedia?
In this event? Or
just
in general?
In history.
Oh, wow, okay. Obviously saw a lot of Jack Robinson growing up, and he was always just on another level. 14-15, gee whiz. That's tough because you don't see a lot of Groms at that age unless you're doing the super local pro junior comps.
There's always that one or two, though, that kind of come out the ranks when they're really that young. Thinking of this generation now, obviously Tia Zabrowski, 14 years old.
100%. Seeing her in action in Ericeira last year when she made the final was just incredible. Going down. I remember seeing Loki Cullen surfing for the first time a couple of years ago. He's incredible. Sierra Kerr has been a long time coming. Jack back in the day. But he was part of that whole pack with Kanoe Igarashi and Leo Fioravanti. At every CT, they were the three little Quicksilver Groms who were all over the place surfing their brains out. Mikey Wright kind of joined that crew a little bit later as well, which was awesome.
Wow. Big second turn there for Ty Richardson. Went super vertical on it with the completion here. So it was chasing a 7.57. Obviously, those guys, we talk about Kanoa, Jack, Leo, Mikey. Do you think it paid off? Well, obviously, they're doing well, fantastic on the tour. But do you think having that almost experience and just being around those events is important for a young surfer trying to come through the ranks?
Oh, massively. You're just comfortable at that level. You're recognised in the lineup. People might not drop in on you when they might otherwise. There's no menace attached to it, but when a CT surfer is warming up before the day, their blinkers are on. They're just there to practice. As we see Ty Richardson lacing together a bunch more turns. So he's got a 5.17 and a 5. He's looking for a 7.57 to move into lead. So Taro Matsuno, a 7.17 and a 5.57 sitting in first. And somehow there's just over 5 minutes left in this heat.
Yeah, it's absolutely ploughed through Binzi. So 20 minutes to go. That last wave for Ty Richardson, 7.57. I loved those first two turns. First score indicating that it's going to come in well under. So it is going to be Taro still holding down the lead. It's going to be his best, though. A 5.93. Brought down that requirement a fair way. So now needs a 6.82 to take the lead for Ty Richardson. You'd be feeling tired right now if you're Ty. It's back-to-back heats, pretty much.
And he's looking like a third one in the next round as well. So it's going to be a big first day for the man from the Gold Coast. Another surfer of note, I'm not sure if you've seen any of his work, but Alessandro Dotti is an 8-year-old kid from Italy who lives in Bali, and he came out and won small fries this year, and he's unbelievable. The fact that he's in single digits and he can get tubed, he can do it all. It's you wonder where he's going to be in a few years' time.
No, that's intriguing. I actually haven't come across that name yet, so I'd really have to go on a stalk in my break, just go see exactly what we're talking about here. Are we thinking are we talking airs, rail,
Everything.
Oh, wow, okay, terrifying.
Yeah, it goes out at Padang. The one thing I don't like is he posts a lot from the right at Chengdu, whereas most people post the sandbar, which I'd much prefer. That's how they go about it. Leave the right for the old guys.
Yeah, I hear you.
Not the 8-year-olds who are getting barreled and doing airs and stuff.
Wow, 8 years old. Probably not be far until we see him in these QS events. And obviously there's that trajectory to the Challenger Series, or you can go that free surf route. There's so many different avenues in the surfing world now. Even we think about media avenues. Yeah, it's pretty cool to see how it's grown over the last couple of years and really started to just expand. 3 minutes to go in this one, though, so it's still Taro Matsuno taking it down at 7.17, that high mark for that big two-turn combination. Ty Richardson, he's chasing a 6.82. That last wave, a 5.93 for that really nice left-hander we saw. He's back out the back with third priority here. But our two surfers in third and fourth are chasing excellence right now. 8.27 for Haruta Mia and 9.47 for Evan Tang. I mean, it's almost, 2.5 minutes ago, you need a 9.47. That's going to be something crazy special. Here we go. Haruta.
Chasing 8.27. He's got a great wall. Wow, drifts the tail. Couldn't quite hang on to it. Not sure if that was intentional, but it had some serious drama about it. And spun the wheels over the back on that left. Unfortunately went down, so not going to be the excellent score he's chasing. Still 2 minutes remaining.
I love that big finner though, Binzi. I'm also a massive fan of that one. This is definitely his best wave so far. Had great energy and speed on it as well. Massive finner, lots of drift. Unfortunately, just super on his toes there. It's hard to make those sections. Live action here, Evan Tang. Fortunately, this isn't going to be the 9.47 he's chasing. Didn't get to that last section there and a little bit under on that first one. So he will definitely come back and compete here for another year. It seems to be his celebrity appearance on the QS.
I love it. 90 seconds to go. Speaking of prodigious young talent, these long, windy running lefts, I felt like we were seeing Eli Hanneman out there from about 12 doing massive backhand punts that no preteen had any right to be doing.
Yes.
And he's delivering on the hype. He's made the CT. He's dropped back to the challenges, but he's in striking distance of rejoining the CT this year. And we've seen it plenty of times before where someone has a bit of a learning experience the first time around and they come back fired up and better than ever, and they don't let that one slip again. So interesting to see if Eli can hang on.
He's currently second on the rankings. You'd have to think he's pretty safe for the championship too. He's had great results this year. Replay here though.
Yeah, it's beautiful surfing from Taro Matsuno. He is putting the field on notice. Only a young lad, but he is stacking points. 15 seconds to go, and he'll get a lot of confidence out of beating Ty Richardson no matter the round. And it's looking like we're going to see Taro and Ty through to the next round, unless Haruta Mia can do something with this left.
Yeah, no, it's not going to happen, unfortunately. So bang on the money there, Binzi. Taro with the highest wave score of the day so far is 7.17. He's moving on through with Ty Richardson. Stay tuned. More action coming up right after this short break.
This is Heat 4. Rafael Castro, Isaiah Norling, Kenzo Kato, and Fukui Hiroto are our surfers here in this heat. Alright, so I am Jada Legati and I'm in the booth with Chris Vince.
Howdy. So we got two Japanese, an Aussie and an American Brazilian Mentawai residing surfer in a green jersey. That's Rafael Castro. He's opened up with 1.67. This is Fukio Hiroto. And that's going to put him into the lead. Pretty tidy work there from the man in the white jersey.
Yep, so nice work there from our man in white. That was a good start. So Rafa Castro, originally Brazilian, but did spend a lot of his childhood upbringing in California. Right now on your screen, that is Rafa Castro. Beautiful backhand blast there from our man in green. He is looking in great form, and right behind him is Kenzo Kato. Gets a little stuck on that first turn, but kind of cleans up nicely. There was a lot of whitewash on that face, so he managed to control his board really nicely there. And we're going to throw it over to Dai Wako with the winner of the last heat.
7.17 という今日今のところハイスコアを出しましたが、まずはヒート振り返ってみてどうでしたか？
最初ちょっとゲット遅れちゃって、でなんか海入ってるとポジションも意外と分かんなくて、でもまあ本数乗ろうと思ってて、でそしたらたまたまこう溜まってきた波が来たので、それに乗れてうまく決めれた感じです。
大きな2発のターンだったと思うんですが、あの波乗った時にはもうこれはいい点数出るなっていうのは分かってたんですか？
まあこれでちゃんとターンできれば絶対スコアする波だなと思いました。
アメリカでのこの試合もたくさん出てると思いますが、やはりそういった海外での試合経験というのはこういう大きな海外の QS においてもいい影響ありますか？
そうですね、その海外の人と試合する練習のためにアメリカにも試合行ってたので、その点では結構外人の人と試合するのは慣れてると思うので、そこははいいいメリットだと思います。
So he's kind of had a hard time to find the right ones, but that one comes in right in front of him, and he got the 7-point ride, and he's very, very happy. It's kind of tricky out there, but still he managed to get couple good waves, and he's been actually spending a lot of time in the U.S. for competing, so he's kind of used to this like outside of Japan vibe, so he's very confident right now to surf against the surfers from Australia or like Indonesia, but he is now super happy with the result. それではたくさんの方がヒートの方を見てくれていると思うので、今日はこの後もあると思います。メッセージの方お願いします。
自分のサーフィンできて勝ち上がれたので、次もまた夕方頃になると思うんですけど、またもう1ヒートあるので応援よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。おめでとうございました。Back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Dai. That was a great interview. I love how we get that extra insight because Dai is able to translate everything for us from our Japanese surfers. But the last of Rafa Castro comes in at a 5.83, so kind of shoots him up in the lead. Kenzo Kato, a 2.83. This is the replay of the highest score of the heat right now. Two big backhand blasts. I love that tail drift he had on that second turn. Right behind him, Kenzo Kato. This comes in at a 2.83, so nothing too significant. You could see there's a lot of whitewash on the face. A lot happening, but he held his control really nicely. He's going to be hoping to get a little extra, though.
Yep, 20 minutes to go, so 5 minutes done. And special mention to the broadcast crew on this event because there are so many waves being ridden up and down the beach. They're looking straight into the sun. All the cameras are out in the elements. It's windy, it's sunny, it's hot, and they're doing a great job of capturing all the action really, really well and keeping us on top of it all. So, yeah, and it's only going to get better later on in the day as the sun gets a little bit higher. I think the wind has well and truly set in for the day, but this place isn't afraid of a medium strength onshore. As we see some of the stronger surfers come in who just love throwing up big punts. They'll be licking their lips. If you've seen Dane Henry's Instagram over the last couple of days, he's been going Looney Tunes out there.
Yep, and it's going to be exciting the deeper we get into the draw. But just sticking to the surfers in this heat right now. So Kenzo Kato, a little bit of back info. He started surfing at the WSL Juniors in 2022, and this is his first time here in Taiwan. Him and his two other brothers, Shohei and Kodai, do yearly surf camps in Japan with a lot of the junior surfers. So it's great to see them kind of giving their insight and everything they've learned on the road to the up and coming Japanese surfers. If you take a look at their Instagram, they're really, really young, from 8 to 10 years old. So it's incredible to see them do that. All three brothers are incredible skaters as well. And a bit of info from there, Dai told me that they all travel with their mom as well. So it's great to have that family feeling when they're on the road, and it's great to see, the family come together in contests. This right now, though, is Fukui Hiroto. Good start to that wave. Unfortunately, kind of just tapers off and becomes nothing, but he's going to be backing up that 4.33.
Yeah, so heading right, just straight into the teeth of the wind. It can be a double-edged sword. It can really make your turns look a lot bigger when that plume of spray goes thundering out the back, but it can also throw up all kind of kinks and deviations in the way a wave shapes up for you. So heading down the line, that first turn was really strong, tight, beautifully carved into the pocket. Second turn got a little bit wobbly, and then right about there as we go around the corner of the rock wall, and often you see there's kind of cross waves going through that. And yeah, it got the better of our man just then. So 17 minutes to go. Last wave for Hiroto was a 2.9. Rafael Castro, his last wave was a 5.83, and that puts him in the lead. So Rafa is a surf guide in the Mentawais?
Yep, that's exactly right. Rafa has been a surf guide at the Kandui Villas for the past 2 years, I would say, and he's really comfortable when those waves start to get really solid and there's big barrels, especially on the rides. I've seen him get some incredible rides out at Rifles and Bank Faults. He's done some incredible waves at Kandui as well, so his Arakawa surfboards are looking incredible under his feet. Right now, this is our man in green who we were just talking about. He's eyeing down the section. He takes to the air and unfortunately isn't able to ride out of that one, but he is such a well-rounded surfer. He takes to the air, big turns, and is great in the barrel as well. So Rafa Castro is a big threat.
Yeah, that was a 90%er. He was close to that one. Eyed it off from a mile away. The section obviously presented beautifully. There was only one thing he was going to do on that wave. Just couldn't quite stick the landing, as we see. This looks like Kenzo Kato, quickly in the net, quickly out. 15 minutes remaining.
Our man in white, unfortunately, also just goes down on that last turn. But yeah, as I was saying, Rafa's riding the Arakawas. He has a really close relationship to Eric Arakawa. I know that when he comes to Bali, they spend a lot of time together. They're in close contact for his boards and what he rides. Rafa spends a lot of time in Hawaii every season, so he's comfortable there too. A big shout out to his family watching. I'm sure they're watching at home because they're super tight, and I love to see them spending time together. All surfers, except the sister is starting, but I'm sure she'll be watching his heat too.
So where are the Castro family?
They're all based in Bali right now.
Oh, right, the whole family's
yeah.
moved. Okay.
So they moved from California to Bali a couple years back, and they're living in the Uluwatu area.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Still waiting on that last score, but it's just going to be a minor given he didn't make the air. So we are bang on low tide right now. So if you're looking at the beach and thinking it seems a little bit more exposed than usual. That's, it's a 0.4 low, so 1.6 high, so there's quite a bit of tidal variation throughout the day. And the next high, which again is 1.6, is 4 o'clock this afternoon, so strong chance we'll still be running at that point. So it's almost exactly a 12-hour cycle at the moment, just getting half an hour later every day with the lows.
Yeah, the great part about this wave is that it kind of works on all tides. It doesn't really matter if it's low or high or mid. It's a wave that functions really well, and it can kind of start at 3 feet and holds up to 6 feet swell. So it's a great spot to have a contest because you can run almost every single day, except for when maybe there's a typhoon.
Yeah. Oh, there's swell on tap. They, in the time I've been coming, we've rarely not run because it was too small. It's always been the conditions that dictate whether the contest crew give it the green light or not, and the conditions just being the wind and the weather more than the swell. It's just on tap for probably the best part of 6 months every year. So October through to April is kind of prime time here in Taiwan. We're on the southeastern corner, but there's waves up the whole of the east coast. And Taiwan plays a bigger part in the surf industry than a lot of people would think about, because there's a lot of manufacturing done here, and plenty of you guys out there watching have wetsuits and boards that have come from this place. So, it's a really rad country. It's so fun getting out here and getting to explore it and enjoy it. And yeah, it's funny, we've all been laughing because we're seeing more tourists this time around, and there's a part of us that's like, hey, this is our secret. What are you guys doing here with your big cameras, like, and walking around all over the place with your backpacks on? Like, you guys don't even look like you surf. What do you mean?
Well, that's the beauty of Taiwan, not only a surf destination, but a gorgeous destination to just tourist around and take your camera and go for hikes and see what else is around this beautiful spot. And speaking of it, that mountain range out the back is absolutely flawless. Here on your screen, Rafa Castro on his front hand, big second blast. Unfortunately, looking like he can't really stick many of his maneuvers.
See that on that wind, just grab his board and flip it over. He wouldn't surf too much in these conditions in the men's.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. Rafa is the type of surfer who is always going to be out there. Like, even on the worst day of the men's, he will either grab his longboard, grab his twin, and he'll be surfing any type of condition. And that's kind of part of the job of being a surf guide out there. You got to always go. Good wave there from Kento Kato, wanting to get rid of that 0.5, and it's looking like he's well on the way. Couple nice turns out there. It's looking pretty difficult with this wind, but this surfer is managing nicely with 10.5 left on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, the beauty of the Ments, at least, there's all sorts of islands and all sorts of waves facing all kinds of different directions. The howling onshore is a tough one. I saw a couple of the young West Aussies the other day, the Hardy sisters and Macklin Flynn and Maverick Wilson, and this is winter for us in WA. Except this is tropical, so it's fine. It's awesome. But there's so much push. Like, there'll be some comp leggies getting stretched to their full capacity over the next few days. Yeah, wouldn't be afraid of using a slightly thicker leash because there is so much water moving around. It's a pretty thick swell.
Yeah, you're right. There are some pretty solid waves coming through, and it's looking fun. A lot of waves ridden in every heat, and that's pretty much what you want. You want to create that opportunity for yourself as an athlete. You want to be able to, get those scores, and with 25 on the clock, with all these waves coming through, you're going to be coming out pretty tired from these heats. But yeah, as you said, Mentawais has the beauty that if it's onshore in one spot, you go to the other side of the island and it's offshore. So It's honestly the surfing paradise where every surfer wants to go. Beautiful ride here from Fukui Hiroto. Still waiting for that score to come through. He managed to kind of keep his board chattering under control with all this wind. Comes in at a 3.27. So loving that red railing that he has. He's currently in second spot. Rafa Castro with a solid lead. That 5.83 looking really good right now. No one has really been able to kind of compete with that just yet. 4.33 is the closest. So 8.5, plenty of time for all these surfers to kind of get underway and get things rolling.
Yeah, this is Rafael Castro's second heat of the day as well. And he's not showing too many signs of fatigue. He let the wave dictate that one. Didn't bother taking on the end section. It was a bit of a fool's errand. He would have been late to the party. Wouldn't have gained much. But yeah, the way things are shaping up, I'm looking forward to going and having a quick chat with him after this one.
He's such a lively character and full of energy, so I'm not surprised he's not tired. You're going to have a great chat with Rafa. This wave looking really a lot better than that 277, so I'm sure he's going to be extending his lead, which is kind of what you want to be doing at this point of the heat. You want to be creating that safety and building your house, because Kenzo and Fukui are incredible surfers, so no one is really safe at this point just yet. And with so much time left, we're gonna give a big thank you to the guiding organizations, the National Development Council, the Ministry of Sports, and the Tourism Administration, the MOTC, and the East Coast National Scenic Area Headquarters, as well as a thank you to the organizers of the Taitung County Government and the World Surf League. And a huge thank you to the sponsors, Finn, Billabong, Red Bull, Eva Air, Uni Air, Heineken, and Radiant Surf. Without each and every one of these people and company, we wouldn't be able to be here right now. So a massive, massive thank you to everyone.
I love some of the translations. A lot of talking about organisers, the way that we would maybe say officials. And did I hear at the opening ceremony with the athletes being called actors? Did you get called actors a couple of times? I quite like that.
We're just acting for everyone. This is all a show.
It's all a dance. Last wave for Rafael Castro was a 3.27. I beg your pardon, was a 3.63. So it does go into his top two and ever so slightly bumps up his lead. Fukui Hiroto's last wave was a 3.27 I mentioned. He goes into his top two. He's still looking for a 5.14 for first. He has priority. Kenzo Kato, he needs a 3.68 to get up second. And Azar Norling, is he out there? Because he's not caught a wave, and I'm assuming there's a reason for that.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Isai really showed up for this heat, unfortunately. So that's why there are 2 zeros next to his name. He's definitely not out there. You can see there's a lot more chop out the back as the wind increases. This right now, though, is Kenzo Kato. 3.68 is his requirement. Unfortunately, a quick up and out just pushes a little too hard when he gets to that lip. He'll have plenty of time to get back out there. Fukui Hiroto also fumbling a little bit there. It's looking like it's getting pretty hard with the wind. Maybe we're going to be seeing some adjustments in the equipment. Going to need maybe things with boards with a little more heavier glassing so the board just doesn't fly out. No more epoxies.
Yeah, I don't think there would have been many epoxies getting around to start with. I saw one guy who pretty religiously rides either carbon boards or hybrid carbon epoxies. He's Bronson Mady, and he was definitely on a PU yesterday. Yeah, I don't know if I've seen any. I've seen a few Spintex and whatnot kicking around the competitors' area, but I think for the most part, given the chop and chatter from these windy conditions, it's going to be fiberglass all the way. 4.26 to go. Yeah, I don't know whether what else you'd change? Like, would you maybe go a little bit shorter and wider so you've got less nose to get blown around the place? My boards turned up late the other day. I rode a mate's 6.2, which is way bigger than what I'd normally ride, and I wanted my slightly shorter, stubbier board because it was super windy, and I was like, this thing's all over the place, but largely pilot error. 4 minutes to go, and little movement on the scoreboard since our last updates. Rafael, does he get called Raf or Rafa? Or
Rafa. Or Rafinha. Did a trip with him actually long time ago now, more than 15 years ago, with Canal Off, a huge sports and surf TV series, I would say, in Brazil. But now that people watch Netflix and whatever and HBO, it's kind of died down a little bit. But they took us all to the Mentoi's, a big group of young Groms. I remember Kian Martin being on it, Samuel Pupo, Mateus Hurdy, my best friend Hayane Gucci, and that's where I met Rafa.
Were you pretending to be Brazilian, or?
No, I don't know how I got onto that scene, honestly. It was literally a whole boat of Brazilians and me. But it was a great time and, great memories. And that was the first time I met Rafa. He must have been at least 8 or 9 years old back then. So things have changed. Things have changed a lot.
How's your Portuguese?
My Portuguese is pretty good, actually. That's when I got onto that trip, I kind of was speaking more Portuñol, we say, which is a mixture of Portuguese and Spanish. But now I can kind of separate it a little bit more. And when I really don't know how to say a word in Portuguese, I just say it in Spanish with a Portuguese accent. And people understand me anyway.
So you've got Italian, English, Indonesian, Portuguese, Spanish, Porteño. What else?
That's it. That's as far as it goes. Portuñol is, actually, close to Galicia, that's an actual language. People speak Portuñol. So it's, I'll count it as into one of my languages.
Fair enough. 2 minutes remaining. And yeah, the wind is really starting to howl right now. Hence the very early start. It was a 6:30 call for a 7 a.m. kickoff. Which, for all our crew who have to do a 45-minute drive to get here, we were all getting up in the 5s.
Yep, it was an early call for everyone, but a gorgeous drive down. The sunrise was incredible, and a bit of live action now. This is Rafa Castro. Nice floater there. Bust the lip again on that second one. He's going to wrap this one finish, and that is definitely getting rid of that 363.
He is so far down the beach. He gave half a glance out the back as to, maybe I'll paddle back out, and then I think he realized, I am so far downtown right now. That was sick. Big backhand floater, plenty of stees, got the vertical connection. And then right about now, how's that little glance? And goes, forget about it.
He's done. I think he's in a pretty solid lead after that last one, but I don't want to speak too soon. Kenzo Kato taking a look at this one under priority. He's looking for a 368. Good first turn. Does it again. Takes all 3 fins out the back of the wave. Let's see if he gets a bit of a bonus section on this inside, and it's not looking like it.
A 368, so it's not a huge score. Wasn't huge surfing. The wave wasn't great, but he couldn't have done much more with it. So that one is for the judges to break down all of the replays and pick apart and see whether they think they can find a spot for him in second. Sitting in second right now, Fukui Hiroto. He's looking to defend his hold on that last advancing position. Rafael Castro is about to drop his best wave of the heat. There it is, a 6.5, extends his lead. Score coming in for Kenzo Kato, important number. He only needs a 368. Wasn't a big score. He didn't do much with it. And it's looking like he's going to fall just short. A 3.1. So we can confirm Rafael Castro and Fukui Hiroto are through to the next round. We're going to have a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Taiwan Open of Surfing right after this.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. This is Heat 5 of the round of 112. Right now on your screen, we have Haruto Maeshiro, we have Sho Matsubara, Sung Ling Hang, and Boyu Chen. I'm Jada Legati, and I want to welcome back in the booth with me, True Starling.
Hey, Giada. We're back, and I feel like we are just plowing through these heats. Heat number 5. Wow, out there for men's round of 112. Cannot believe it. We're going to get through 22 heats today. That's a lot of heats. And the waves still look really fun. Is it getting a little bit bigger, or have I just not been staring at the ocean?
No, it does look like it got a little bigger throughout the day, but it did also get really windy, as you can see on your screen. This is Sung Ling Han, his first ride. Good first highline here. He wants to get around this section, wraps it around there. We'll get straight back to this wave, so we get to watch it again.
Yes.
Here we have that highline I was talking about earlier. Gets around this section. Big open arm carve there. Goes straight to the drone. And here we have Sho Matsubara. Nice first section here. Gets a little bit of a cut back here. The wave kind of just tapers off, and nice strong finishing here. So good waves.
Yeah, they were great. We'll have a look at the front angle as well. We've just seeing everything from all different viewpoints. This is what the judges would be seeing, though. Straight on. You can see that wave kind of gets a little bit smaller and yeah, just kind of fades out a little bit for Sho. But he, you know, he's a pretty exciting surfer to watch for Sho Matsubara. 3.17 he already locks in. It's looking pretty windy.
Yeah, it's definitely looking windy. I've seen quite a few times in the last heat that if you just push it a little too hard at the top of the wave and don't give yourself and your board enough time to go down, it's easy to just have your board flown out over the back. So you have to have everything done a bit earlier, maybe with your timing through turns, because otherwise it's just easy to have that wind just take you out.
Okay, I feel like I kind of understand that, especially because, you know, there's so much going on and it kind of just comes in every different angle, and it seems, yeah, I totally agree. I guess maybe timing is like the of most importance with those turns. I mean, every time we come here to Taiwan, it's always windy. We come like right in the start of that typhoon season, which is why we get such good waves. But I think a lot of the returning surfers that have come here back here from last year, they already maybe slightly ahead in regards to their expertise of how to surf this wave, because they're going, we know that it's really windy, So we know that we need to attack it a little bit different from what we did in Cloud 9 or what we would do in, say, a QS over in Phillip Island or one in Tahara in Japan. It's just, all about adapting. And I think particularly here in Taiwan, it changes on a dime. And you need to be really aware of that and, where the best place to sit is and always watching. I mean, I've surfed heats out here where I go, that's going to be the spot to sit. And then it is like 100 meters down the beach and you go, what is happening? And you just got to adapt to it.
Yeah, that is so true. And speaking of adapting, this is Haruto Maeshiro taking a look at this left. Bit of a flat wave here. Maybe it'll give him a little more to work with on the inside, but he's keeping his speed, he's keeping his flow really nicely. Let's see what he does. Good way to kind of close this one off. He didn't do too much out the back, but it was a nice finishing. Maybe gonna back up that 0.53 nicely, but I don't think that's what he needs to be really, busting through this heat.
Yeah, I agree. I think he probably needs to be doing a little bit more, but Haruto, he's got the time.
All right, so with that, we're gonna head over to Chris Binns and Rafa Castro.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. Okay, let's see if I've got this right. A Brazilian-American who lives in the Mentawais surfing in the Asian region in a competition in Taiwan. How good surfing?
Oh, so good, man. Grateful my whole life around surfing, everyone I meet, so so thankful, yeah.
Run us through the conditions out there, because obviously there's a lot of water moving around, there's a lot of wind, but there's plenty of waves.
Yeah, a lot of opportunities and good waves, good sections to hit, and a lot of paddling, but the wind, helps you do chuck big turns, but also you get stuck inside. But it's fun, keeps you warm. Super windy, so the paddle is good, keeps you warm. And
if you're a competitor surfing in a 4-man heat, you'd rather have tons of opportunity than slightly better waves, but not as many of them.
Yeah, totally get the ball rolling. I like to start early too. Sorry, and a lot of opportunities. You don't really need to sit by anyone because there's a lot of waves, and people just having fun. I just like to go and free surf, and yeah.
We saw you conserving some energy on that last wave. You had to look out the back and went, no, I'm done. Surfing for a third time, that's got to be tough.
Yeah, man, I did a couple mistakes this heat and getting bad waves, which cost me a lot of energy. And so last wave, I was like, oh, this is probably my best wave of the heat. I'm just gonna go in. There's 2 minutes left, so yeah, just taking it easy. Next, I have another heat coming up, so just gonna rest, drink a lot of water.
You've got lots of friends and family all around the world. I'm sure you want to say hi in a few different languages. Knock yourself out.
Yeah, I'll say, obrigado, meu pai, minha mãe. They're watching me. Thank you. In Bali, my little brother, my sister, everyone, and all my friends here too. My new Taiwan friends here I made. Man, Taiwan's so cool. Good vibes all around. People super cool, super humble. So yeah, much love, everyone.
It's looking really good. Best of luck in the rest of the round.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Hope to see you soon next round.
All right, back to you guys in the box.
Oh, amazing. I love watching Rafa's post-heat interviews. He's, like I said, he's just so alive and happy and has so much energy. So he's a great person to be around.
Yeah, he seems like he's got this really cool, high-level energy about him, real positive vibes. I'm excited to see him in the next round. I mean, obviously blitzed that heat with a 12.33 heat total. That's the best we've seen so far today. So we'll take it. This is live action, though.
This right now on your screen is Haruto Maeshiro. If my eyes don't deceive me, that is a man in red. So let's hope he finishes this one nicely. He does, follows the lip line all the way through, and he had that little bit of a confidence, look down, I've completed it. Yeah. So he must be liking that one. He just has a
feeling himself.
Yeah, he was feeling it. It was that look down, I'm too cool to claim.
Did you guys see that? Because I felt it. These are the replays. So this is Bo Yu Chen, one of the younger competitors. He's pretty small, but he is not scared at all. Kicks out of that last one. Not much of an end section there for Bo Yu. And then right now, Haruto, this is the replay, of that last wave. Good first turn, just quick climbs up and over it. Gets a nice carve in. And then this is that end section there where we were like, yeah, he was kind of a no claim sort of vibe from Haruto. Really liked it. I mean, he's surfing really strong, but I feel like right now he's just making up the numbers. He's doing what he needs to do to get into that top 2 zone. And then hopefully once he's got that decent foundation, he'll start to open up.
Yeah, I mean, so early in the rounds, you gotta be kind of surfing at your 65%. You know, you don't want to be busting out the gates too strong.
Yeah.
So this right now, live action, Sho Matsubara found one paddling back out. Good second turn there. He's looking pretty solid on this smaller wave, but unfortunately wasn't able to really ride out of that last one. He is currently in first place. Needs to get rid of a 0.8, and I'm pretty sure he's well underway with that last one. What did you think?
I kind of liked it. I mean, wow, look how big this wall is. Oh my goodness, that was a really nice first turn. Gets the fins out, goes a little bit freaky with it. That probably won't score too high. That third turn, unfortunately, doesn't complete it there. But I love seeing rights. I'm a natural footer, so I'll always go right. And this one looked really fun. A little bowly kind of back at him. He got a couple of really strong turns. It was a smaller wave, so maybe it won't go into the top two. It's looking like it won't. I feel like if he finds himself on a wave for Sho that's a little bit bigger and he actually converts to get that finish, we'll see him break the threes that he's living in right now.
Yeah, I agree. And look at that. It's definitely looking like there's swell picking up. We weren't seeing these bigger sets come through earlier this morning. As you can see, obviously the wind has picked up a lot, so it's gonna get hard. It's gonna get hard out there. It's definitely not easy. And you were saying earlier that you'll always go right and I'll always go left.
I know.
So that's why we're never going to have any
Literally,
issues.
we'll
surfing.
split the peak.
I'm the type of person who will try go left at Nias. Like, I will look for the left.
Oh my goodness. No, literally. I do like going left, but I love a right. I will admit I do love a right. Mind you, the other day when we came out here for a free surf when it was crazy windy and I felt like I was actually going to get blown off the beach, not even joking. It was crazy. I found a little left runner and I was like, oh, it's nice to do a couple of backhand snaps. But then I was like, okay, I'm done.
It feels
I've
weird.
got my one backhand snap in.
That's it. I'm done for the year.
Yeah, literally. But it was honestly, Judd, it was so crazy. I was like getting blown off the beach. We'll come back to it though. This is live action.
All right, this right now, Tsung Ling Han on a good-looking wave, 2 good turns, nothing too crazy, which is actually okay because he doesn't have a backup score, so he's slowly building his house. He's getting his name back into this heat. He wants to get into that advancing position, and as we said earlier, he doesn't need to be surfing at 100%. You know, he needs to be surfing at that 65, 70. Here we have it, the replay. What do you think of this one?
Yeah, I thought it was a really tricky wave to surf. You can kind of see the lumps and bumps in it and the ridges. I thought he surfed it really well. So for that wave, it's obviously his best, comes in at a 267. I just feel like the wave height is where it's really limiting him. It feels like he needs to be on those bigger sets and capitalizing on those more critical moments. Obviously, it's so much easier to sit here and talk about it, but when you're looking at the scores, in my opinion, the judges tell you what they want to see. You know, they're saying, hey, yeah, that was good surfing, but we're going to cap it at a 3 because the wave was too small.
Yeah.
And that's where you just got to adjust and be like, okay, I'm going to be on a set like Haruto is right now.
Yep, so this is live action. A quick up and out. He didn't see any potential through that, even though that was a set. You know, sometimes you take a look down the line and you're like, you know, this is not going to be improving on my scoreline at all. So a quick up and out, and would rather get back out there and get priority. But you're right, you know, wave quality is a huge factor in the judging criteria, and it's important to get those decent waves. I mean, you can still get a good score on a small wave if you're doing something like spectacular.
Yeah.
But it has to be something out of this world.
Yeah, it really does. It needs to be like Dane Henry level crazy airs, backflips, and Bronson Mady, you know, and I think looking at that and seeing the talent that they have and what they bring to the table it's pretty insane because they're still so young. You know, Bronson obviously won the WSL World Juniors in La Union this year, and the 2 events that he's competed in the Philippines in 2025, he's won them both. That's pretty good odds, like for Bronson. And you know, this event has been going on since 2011. Last year we saw Caius King take it out. Keijiro Nishi got second. Bronson actually got third. Dakota Walters, he came in 4th for the men's, and you look at that and those 4 names, and it's pretty crazy stuff. I mean, I don't think Kais is here this year for this event, but we know Keijir is here. He is Daiwako's pick. Bronson Mady is your pick. Dakota Walters isn't here, but we do have Harley, his brother, here as well, who got a 3rd in Shargao. 2023, Dakota took it out. Jarvis Earl took it out in 2022. I mean, there's some big names, and then you go back to World Juniors. Prior to that, Mateus Hurdy, Mitch Parkinson won this event in 2017. Oni won in 2016 as well. It's pretty incredible, the names that this place, supports, and the waves it has on offer.
Yeah, and the titles it holds, World Junior titles is no small thing.
Yeah.
This is live action, though. Sung Ling Han, a good wave. I loved how he finished that one off. Personally, I think that could be one of the best waves of this heat right now. No one really getting past those 3s just yet. It is only Haruto with that 383. But I think this is going to definitely go up to that level.
Yeah.
Just waiting for that replay to come through. Here we have it. So what do you think, Chu?
I liked it. That turn right there, that is a real point of difference in this heat. It was strong. It was critical. Let's take a look at it from the paddle in. A little bit of a mishap there, but really great recovery. Boom. That was a critical part of the wave. He went vert. He got a clean finish. The judges are going to absolutely love it because it was exciting and it had risk. And I think that'll be the score.
Yeah, and that's all part of the judging criteria. That's all they've been looking out throughout this day. I won't say event, but it's only day 1.
Yeah.
And we were seeing on that second turn that he kind of, did it a little under the lip so he didn't get blown off by the wind, which is what we were saying earlier, that it's important with timing and positioning of the board. So really well done there from Sung Ling Han. It comes in at a 383. So, matches with Haruto's best score as well. He is in 3rd place, not yet an advancing position, but only needs to repeat that, and he's back in the game.
Yep, he's ready to go. 2.83, and then Bo Yu, the young competitor, he needs a 4.89. He's so young, he's so small, and he's absolutely going for it out there. It is so good to see. I mean, every year we come back to Taiwan, I'm thinking, wow, the talent of the local surfers here in this place is pretty incredible, and you just see them lift every year. It's so cool.
Yeah, I think the last time I came here was 2022, and I was surprised at how many young surfers there are here, and the next generation of surfers here is coming in really strong.
Yeah.
So it's exciting to see the future, and these contests coming to their home break is a great opportunity for all of them, because it just gives them a taste of what they have to kind of reach to be able to be one of the best, not only in Asia but around the world. So it's a great way to expose them to good surfing and kind of compare themselves and where they have to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And it gives a bit of inspiration too. I remember growing up in Narrabeen, and my sister and I were really lucky because at that point when we were growing up, Laura was still competing. Davey Cathals was at a point where he was looking like he was really good to qualify. Damien Hardman was there, and for Jesse and I growing up, it was like, wow, there's so much inspiration. Simon Anderson, like so many people that had such great history in the sport that was just still ripping. And we're like, wow, that's the level that we need to be at. So for these local kids here, they're like, yeah, this is amazing, and you can ask questions and figure out how to get better and watch people surf. And the beauty of having this live broadcast as well is they can go back and watch the heat or go back and watch some of their favorite surfers in this event and go, oh, how are they approaching this wave, or how do they do this turn that I really want to do? And you can replicate it. It's so sick.
Yeah, that's such a good point. You guys being from Australia and me growing up in Bali, we're exposed to so much more high-level surfing than maybe some of the surfers here in Taiwan, where you can only see it on the screen, where it's so different seeing it in person. I feel like when you're there in person and seeing it live, it's just a whole different type of energy and feel to it. So yeah, it's incredible. I'm sure that they're going to be taking away so much from this week here in Taiwan.
Absolutely. I mean, I look forward to this event every year.
Do you look forward to the event or the dumplings? Don't lie.
Maybe a little bit of both. Actually, last night I was really, really, really stoked with my veggie dumplings that I had. I was a little bit worried at the start, but they came through with the goods. It was great. Got 10. I tried to push for a little bit more, but didn't quite work out in my favour.
Got some technical issues.
Yeah, I had a couple of technical difficulties, but tonight, maybe some more dumplings.
Hell yeah. You can count me in on that plan.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to eat as many dumplings as I can before I leave.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be a walking dumpling before we get on the plane.
All right, with just under 5 minutes left in this heat, it is Sho Matsubara in the lead and with priority a 3.77 and a 3.17. Haruto Maeshiro 3.83 and a 2.83. You know, this is still anyone's heat because Sung Ling Han and Bo Yu Chen only need a 2.83 and a 4.89. So it's been a bit of a hard heat. No major scores just yet. No one really being able to bust out of that 3 range. But we still got plenty of time left. And with these multiple peak kind of shoreline that we have, it's easy for surfers to kind of get their own spot and kind of find their own wave and get those scores. It doesn't necessarily have to be where everyone's sitting.
Yeah, I agree. There's such a big space where you can go and paddle around. I remember last year we saw that many buzzer beaters. It was crazy. We were like, oh, yep, another buzzer beater. And it was just a moment where you could go, yeah, you can paddle up the beach or up the break a little bit and go, there's a little right through here or there's left a little bit further down, and you can kind of bank on there being an opportunity in the last 15 seconds no matter what. It's just about whether you're in the spot or not, if you've got that priority. And I think for Sung Ling Han right now, he's in such a good spot because he's away from everyone. He only needs a 2.83 and he's got the next best opportunity maybe coming towards him, and he gets it.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of these multiple peaks is the fact that you can create your own opportunity and kind of create your own luck and get yourself back into this heat, especially with one as low scoring as this one. You don't need a big wave to be able to pass. So it's anyone's heat just yet, just under 3 minutes left. But Sho Matsubara for now is looking pretty comfortable. I mean, well, not comfortable, but he has priority and he's in first. So he has a bit more control of the situation than maybe the other 3 surfers in this heat.
Yeah, he definitely does. It's really close. I mean, look, it's between first and third. There's 0.44 between them. So that's pretty crazy. I mean, it's Sung Ling Han could get a wave and go straight into the lead. You just never know. He's on par with the best wave of the heat so far of that 3.83. So it's kind of nerve-wracking moments. Maybe Bo Yu Chen will come out of the gates firing on his next wave and get a 4.89.
Exactly. He just needs one wave.
Yeah, let's see it. Let's see it happen. It's 2 minutes. We got time.
We've got plenty of time. And coming up next in Heat 6, we're going to be seeing Haruki Kinoshita in the red. We're going to see Shoma Nishimura in blue. We're going to have Ting Dong-ryu in white and Rito Nagata in the green. So I'm excited because there's a lot of new names for me in this draw. There's a lot of people I've never really seen surf yet, and a couple who haven't really come to Krui and Nias, which is where I usually hang about. So I'm excited.
Yeah, me
new
too.
faces, new names, new surfing styles that I haven't seen.
Yeah, it's always cool to see new people, I think, in events, and it's refreshing. As well, because you see a different approach. You can kind of bank on certain people going to the air or certain people going to their stock standard turns that they do, and yeah, it's exciting, but then you see someone new and you're like, whoa, where did this person come from?
Yeah,
so
it has that element of surprise.
Yeah.
You know, you can still get really surprised. So it's super, super exciting. And this right now is Bo Yu Chen. Good cut back from our young man. Takes the top, unfortunately gets stuck behind on that last one. 4.89 was his requirement. Unfortunately, I do not think that's going to be it with just under a minute left. He's looking in a tough position, but I'm sure he's going to be taking away so much from this heat.
Absolutely. Putting that aside, though, I absolutely loved that first carve that he did, and that straight into a bottom turn. I was like, this kid is surfing with the maturity of a 20-year-old, but it's just that he's on the smaller waves and maybe doesn't have the strength just yet. But the patience, he was on rail. It was really, really nice. I feel like he's maybe one of the rising stars of this, Taiwan area. He's having another go, but yeah, see the waves. They're pretty small. He's still young. He's still learning, which is exciting, but really loving his style.
Yeah, me too. You're right. He has a very mature style for his age, and it's looking like we're going to be counting this one down unless someone stands up in the next 5 seconds. It's looking like Sho Matsubara and Haruto Maeshiro will be going into the next round, maybe surfing later today. Not sure yet. But with that, we're going to cut this one out, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
And we are straight into heat number 6 of the men's round of 112. It's a little windy out there, there's a little bit going on, but the surfing is still exciting. We just saw Sho Matsubara take out that last heat with Haruto Maeshiro coming in second right now. Haruki Kinoshita is out there with Shoma Nishimura, Ting Dong Liu from Taiwan, and Rito Nagata is also from Japan. So 3 Japanese surfers in this heat. I'm True Styling, joined with Giada Legati. Talk me through the first couple minutes of this one, because we have our favourite human being, Dai Wako, out and about. He's going to have a chat with Sho pretty soon. But Giada, it's been a good first day so far.
Yep, it has. We've had plenty of waves, which is exactly what you want at a event, especially of this level. You want to be able to give these people the opportunities. You want to be able to get those waves and not feel like you just sat there for 25 minutes, which is like the worst feeling in the world in a heat. Just feeling like you didn't surf or showcase your surfing. So the fact that we have a lot of waves is, one less bad factor to that.
Absolutely. And yeah, to touch on that, like growing up competing a lot when I was a kid and competing here as well, when you have heats and there is waves but you still don't get to showcase your surfing, it's really frustrating. And you kind of walk away from events like this going, I wish I had I wish I gave myself the opportunity to surf like I know that I can. And for a lot of surfers that are bowing out early in these events, they're probably thinking that. But good news, we're more than likely going to be coming back next year. We've been coming here since 2011. We love coming to Taiwan. There's so much on offer, and I think it's just all about regrouping and getting yourself ready for the next one.
Yeah, that's right. And as we were mentioning a couple heats back, it's great to have these back-to-back events. So the mistakes you made in the previous one is going to be easily corrected, and you're going to remember it coming out to your next heat, and it's going to be fresh in your mind. So it's a good way to improve quickly, I think, and as well keeping your momentum and making sure that you stay in rhythm So I'm excited to see what all the surfers that were in Cloud 9 are going to bring here.
Yeah, me too. There's actually also been some surfers who are on the Challenger Series, thinking of Sumomo Sato, Charlie Stokes, Taj Stokes also got into the Portugal and Brazil Challenger Series events as well. But right before the Portugal CS was Japan Tahara Pro QS 6000. So there's been athletes that have been competing since then. So they've gone from Japan to Portugal to Brazil to Cloud 9, now to here, and then a lot of the Asian surfers are then going to Belair. So it's pretty crazy. That's 6 to 7 events on the road since, I don't even know when Japan was, September. It's pretty crazy how back-to-back these events are, but it gives such great opportunity for everyone to just fine-tune their surfing, fine-tune their heat strategies. This right here, Haruki, he's up and riding on his second wave, locked in a 1 already, real whippy style. Great 2-turn combination. And he just hangs onto it for a little bit extra, kicks out, and he doesn't like the look of the rest of that wave. Great 2-turn combination to start out behind him, Ting Dong Yu in the white. Nice opening calves to start. Unfortunately gets a little bit caught on that second turn, but plenty of time to go to regroup.
Yep, that's right. With 19 and a half, that is so much time. I know it doesn't sound like a lot for maybe someone who doesn't surf, but you can catch a lot of waves, especially on a day like today where there's just waves coming left, right, and center. So plenty of opportunity for these surfers.
Yeah, there's so much so much opportunity. There's so much space as well to find your own bank, find your own little quiet zone in the heats. Someone that did that is Sho Matsubara. He found a couple of good opportunities out in that last heat. He is going to have a chat with none other than the Wombat, Dai Wako.
それでは立て続けに1位通過でこちらに来てもらいましたが、引いてきて波が少し変わってきたと思います。波のコンディションを含めてヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
そうですね、ちょっと場所が全然分かんなくて、波も風で結構煽られちゃってて、うまく掴みきれなかったんですけど、勝ててよかったです。
上がってきてからいや2番だよ1番だよっていうこの話し合いがされてましたけど、やはり風の影響でスコアが聞こえづらい部分はあるんですか？
そうですね、全然聞こえなくて、とりあえず自分も決めてなかったんで、もう負けだと思ってたっす。
It's kind of tricky out there. The tide's going out, and he kind of lost in a heat, but still managed to get a couple of good ones. And it was kind of hard to hearing the scores, so he wasn't too sure he was, getting through or he got knocked. But he was happy with the result that he got through to the next round. それで今日多分もう1ヒートありますね。その時間までどう過ごしますか？
そうですね、とりあえず肉まん食います。
餃子食べました？
餃子まだ食ってないですね。肉まんしか食べてないです。
餃子と肉まんどっちが好きですか？
例は肉まんに変わりました。こっち来て。
で最後に、もう一度メッセージの方お願いします。
そうですね、今日多分もう一回あるんで、また勝てるように頑張ります。
次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you so much, Dai and Sho. Sho got through his round of 120 heat this morning. Second heat of the day, he's won. He's going to be back out there pretty soon in the round of 96, I would think. A bit later this afternoon. We have 2 more heats left after this of this round. And then we've got 10 heats to go for the day. Big day, but we're here for it.
Yeah, we're all for it. Lots of action. We want to be able to finish as many heats as possible. So a bit of action while we were watching that interview with Dai. So nice surfing here from Haruki Kinoshita. I think this last one came in at 317. You're right. Whippy fast style from our man in red. He's looking pretty sharp. I'm excited to see what else he can bring into this heat. You can see the wind just really blowing hard, starting to white cap all the way out the back. And with that, I'm going to welcome back Dai Wako into the booth with you.
Thank you so much, Giada. We are going to welcome Dai Wako into the booth. We've got 16 minutes to go in this heat. round of 112. Heat number 6, Haruki Kinoshita is out in front. Rito Nagata is sitting in second. Ting Dong Liu in third. Shoma Nishimura yet to take off. Heat number 7 is going to be a good one as well. Shotaro Wake, Iha Yosuke. Oh, Daiwako, please help a girl out.
Iha Yosuke. is
Yosuke.
coming up. Well, that is a great matchup actually.
Really?
Next seat we have a lot of young guns. Wake Taito is only 14 years old.
Yep.
And Iha Yosuke is 12 years old.
Whoa.
Who surfed in Stab High in Japan in bottle rockets.
Get
division.
out. No way.
So he is.
That is the cutest name for a division, Bottle Rocket. How adorable is that? That's probably not the best way to describe it, but I really think that's so cute. Wow. I want to be in the Bottle Rocket.
I know, yeah.
Nah, I'll be a ladybird.
Yeah.
One day, maybe not. You have to teach me, Dai.
Oh, wow, I don't have any skill set for air, so I gotta learn.
I reckon you do.
I'm more
for
like
sure.
classical,
Yeah.
traditional surfing fan. So.
I agree. You were charging it on Jesse's step up the other day, and this is our structure. This is what we get to come to work to every day. I mean, pretty cool.
Yeah.
Judges, we got the athlete area, and yeah, everyone has a pretty much straight on view of the waves, which is great because you can watch it and see where the best waves are, and you can look in and say, coaches, what do I need to do? Do I need to catch more waves? Do I need to move positions? It's pretty good.
It's pretty sick setup actually. You know, in our free area we have coffee, fruit, and bread for the breakfast.
Yeah.
It's great for athletes as well to have actual space to just chill and just relax under the shade. It's actually hot out there, you know, outside.
It is.
It's nice and cool in a booth.
Yeah.
But it's
It's almost
really
like
hot.
an iceberg in here,
Yeah.
actually.
Well, here is that is Taito Wake. It's getting ready with Subaru, and that's Yuma on his right hand side.
Sick. Here we go. Live action though. This is Haruki.
木下3本目のライディングです。現在 3.17 と 1.0 で第1のポジションです。そしてこちらが永谷と2本目のライディング、大きなフローターターンから前に出てきて、ここももう一度険しいところになってますが、少し深く行き過ぎたかこけてしまいました。That's a great back-to-back wave from two Japanese surfers, Rito Nagata from Amami Oshima, which is located in around about 3 hours away from here. It's one of the
By plane? Wow.
one of the beautiful island
Uh-huh.
in Kagoshima. It's called Amami Oshima.
Wow, lovely. I really, really love that.
And Haruki Kinoshita is 22 years old from Chiba. This is the last of Haruki. Little foamy wave and hard to surf, but still managed to put floaters. Unfortunately, goes on the second one. I really love the Ritos. This two-turn combo. Unfortunately, goes down on the second one again.
Yeah, that was really unlucky because he was setting himself up for a good wave. Oh, live action.
西村選手1本目のライディングになります。大きなフローターターン、そしてここが少しトリッキーになるところで肩がなくなっていきます。ここをしっかり最後までつなげられるとセクションが出てきて一発当てられるんですが、どうでしょう、この波はセクションが出てこなかったようです。So that's his first wave, Shoma Nishimura.
Wow.
10 minutes, almost 14 minutes in, and that was Shoma's first wave. Great first turn. Couple of turns after that. Unfortunately, well, let's take another look.
Yeah, waiting a fair while for this one, but he really made it work. That was a good first turn. Made this wave count. Gets that really beautiful opening or second arc there. This wave starts to fatten out. You can see he's just really working it towards the inside, staying close to the pocket, waiting for it to wall up again, which it will on the inside, but, well, actually, just kidding, it won't. Some of them do.
Right. It's a tricky.
Yeah.
One wave you think it's gonna wall up for you, but some they don't.
Yeah.
So it's kind of tricky. but you got to find those ones that actually give you opportunity and roll up through all the way to the inside.
Yeah.
That actually gives you the good scores. But first wave for Shoma comes in at a 3.43, which is the highest score so far in this heat.
Highest score so far. We'll take it, and so will Shoma. Do you know where Shoma is from?
Yes, Shona's from Fukuoka, and Shoma went to
Fukuoka.
PBC.
Oh, did he?
He's one of the guy who went to PBC.
No way.
And he's still 20, 21, around that age.
Wow.
No, yeah.
Around that.
Around
oh my
that
God,
age.
Cool.
And then he's a charger.
Really?
He is the charger.
Wow.
And on screen we have Rito Nagata up and riding. Nice combo on the smaller waves. That actually has a wall to work on. So that's a great combination from Rito.
Yeah, that was super cool. I really, really liked that. Great flow in between turns. I thought that, he was on point. That was really, really good stuff from Rito. Let's take another look at it. That great drone angle just showing the beauty of this place. Right. And look at this. That last turn was really solid. He got the fins out. He stayed on top of the lip. Loved that for Rito Nagata.
It was one of the smaller size waves, but still had the great ball to work on, and had actually the end section. So that was a great surfing.
Yeah.
And it'll be a great number for Rito Nagata, needing 2.68 to go into the first.
Yeah, I say he gets that. I mean, it's not a big score. It was the best wave I've seen this heat, and including the last heat as well. It's locking in like a pretty good number.
Right. 3 more to lock in. But on screen we have someone white, Jinzun Liu up and riding. Nice first turn. Little hang up, but still surfing all the way to the inside. So gets out here, needing 2.60 to go into second, but the last of Rito comes in at a 4.67. Highest score of that heat so far.
Yeah, 4.67. He'll take that and run straight into first place. He's got a 2.5 as a backup, so looking to better that. The next best wave is Shoma's 3.43, which I'm sure he wants to back up. He only needs a 1.74 to go to second, where we see Haruki in second place. Shoma having a strong paddle, the charger up and riding.
西村2本目のライディング、これは一発のライディングになりますが、大きなターンをしっかりとメイクしてきました。これはいいスコア期待できるんじゃないでしょうか。そしてその後ろでは木下が4本目のライディング、一発大きなターン、流れるようなターンを繰り返していき、しっかりとフィニッシュも決めてこれるか。前に出てきました。さあ、いいライディングが2本立て続けに出てきたので、この2ライドかなり重要な1本になりそうです。Wow, that was a great exchange between Shoma and Haruki. I loved Shoma's last wave, going for it and gets the big finish. It's a single maneuver, but still, judging are liking the big one maneuver.
Yeah, I agree. And look how fast Haruki is surfing right now. Wow. Surfing with so much speed. Almost runs over Shoma. That was kind of crazy. I didn't realize how close they were.
Wow. So last of Shoma comes in 5.10. That put him in straight into the lead. Still waiting for the last of red. So Rito now in big trouble.
Yeah. He's in trouble because he needs to get another good wave. I mean, he's not in too much trouble right now because he does have that first priority. So hopefully he finds an opportunity where he can just go to town, because he's going to have to do that. This last one of Haruki at 5.83.
Wow. Highest score of the heat so far, 5.83. Now Haruki Kinoshita is in the lead with 5.83 and 3.17. Shoma in second, 5.10 and 3.43. Rito has first priority. He needs 3.87. Jinzun Liu now needs 7.03. 6 minutes and 10 seconds to go. There's still heaps time left on the clock, so definitely we'll see another great exchange.
Oh, absolutely. I'm gearing up for it. I feel like we've got the opportunities for some back-to-back-to-back surfing. For Ting Dong Liu, he needs to climb a little bit higher in this ladder. He needs a 7.03. That's a decent score.
Has to be one of the highest score of the day, so that is a big score. But probably, he should just aiming for 3 and 4s first, and then trying to get 5s. There's still plenty of time left.
Yeah, 5.5 minutes. I mean, you can catch wave and paddle back out pretty quickly. So for Ting Dong Liu from Taiwan, he's got the time to catch 2 waves. Hopefully he can find a good one and then maybe find a mid-sized one on the paddle back out.
Right.
He had a surf out here the other day, Dai. Any thoughts and feelings about this wave?
Well, it's really fun wave, but sometimes it can get really fat and the shoulder just dies out. So you have to be on point at the wave selection.
Yeah.
That's what I was feeling. So I have to be on point or have to good on the wave selection. Yeah. Otherwise, just wave didn't give me opportunities to just hit the section.
Yeah, and that's exactly why you put me in combo out there.
All right, on screen, Rito Nagata up and riding. Nagata 3.87 必要。2ターンしっかりと入れてきました。このライディングが 3.87 をスコアすると2位のポジションに上がってきます。And now first priority with Shoma. Looks like Shoma up and riding. 西村、ここで 3.43 以上出したいです。一発目、綺麗なカービングターン。そして掘れてきたところへ縦へのアクションを入れました。インサイドまでつなげていけそうです。もう一発。そしてスープへのアタックも見せてきました。これは肩が伸びていきそうですが、ここでキックアウトです。3.43 以上、3.91 で1位のポジションに上がってきます。
This was some pretty good surfing. We got Rito here. That was a great opening turn. You could see how critical it was. Did well with that whitewash as well to ride out of that second turn. It's really, really tricky to do that. And I like this wave from Shoma. Beautiful opening carve. You can see how much wall he has ahead of him. Straight up and into it. Pretty quick on that second turn and gets a couple of bonus moments in there as well. A little bit of drift and he's got those cool arms. He's like just laxing through that last part. I really liked it, that last wave for Shoma. Yet to lock in. He needs a 3.8.
木下アップしてます。一発目少し上で止まってしまいましたが、綺麗にパワーゾーンに戻ってきました。2発目スプレーを上げます。そして3発目に入りました。ここで引っかかりこけてしまいます。3.17 以上出すとその差を広げていきます。The last wave for Rito Nagata comes in at 4.3. Now he's in second place with the first priority. Shoma Nishimura is in third. But take another look, the last of red.
Okay, we've got a heat on our hands right now. There's a lot going on. That was nice from Haruki.
That was really unfortunate. He was on the way to the good score to extend his lead.
Yeah, he really was. I mean, he needed to better a 3.17 to be pretty solid in first place. Let's look at what happened here. It looks like, he just went straight into dead water. You could see his board just catching. You can see how windy it is too, how tricky the conditions are out there and how well the surfers are doing considering how difficult it is. We've got all the different flags. We have so many different nations in this event. It's pretty incredible to see the international affair. But we've just seen a situation change, Dai. Shoma got a 4.7. He's gone straight up into the lead.
Wow, great ride from Shoma. But at the back, Rito Nagata is up and riding. Unfortunately, goes down, needing a score of 4.34 to go into the second with 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. Wow, so tense moment for green and white. Not too sure where the white is right now, but needing 7.50, which is a pretty decent score.
Yeah, it's just getting a little bit too far out of reach for Ting Dong Liu right now. With 1 minute to go, is there going to be a wave that offers him the opportunity of a 7.5? One of the local Taiwanese surfers. A great opportunity to be in this event. We were saying to Giada in the last heat, it's really cool to see the local surfers and how much they've improved each year.
Definitely, they improved a lot. They are doing so great in Asian Championships in August we had in India.
Yeah.
They were ripping.
Really?
They all
Were you
were
there?
ripping. I was there with actually Giada.
You
too.
got to go back to India?
Yes.
I'm so jealous.
That was great, and we had a good surf too.
Oh, I want to go back there so bad.
We had a Q3000 back in 2023.
Yeah, that was where
Yeah.
Jessie and I first met you.
Yes, exactly. That's where I first met you guys,
Yep.
and that was a great event again.
It was the
Yeah.
best evers. Oh, the food.
The curry.
Oh my
Every
god.
day.
Every day, like 4 servings
Yeah.
for lunch. It was so good. We're doing that with dumplings here in Taiwan.
Right.
There's 5 seconds to go in this heat, and it looks like it is Shoma Nishimura taking this one out. What a great battle between him, Haruki, and Rito. We'll say goodbye to Rito and Ting Dong Liu. Don't go anywhere. Heat number 7. It's going to be an exciting heat. The young guns taking each other on. We'll be right back and bring Jessie Starling in for the call.
Welcome back, everyone. This is day 1 of Taiwan Open of Surfing. We are into men's round of 112, heat 7. We have Shotaro Wake in red, Yosuke Iha in blue, Hyuan Hai in white, Wake Tairo in green. So we have 3 Japanese surfers up against 1 local surfer. I am Dai Waku in the booth with Jessie. Welcome back.
Thanks, Di. I'm excited to be back. It's got a bit windy out there. I just walked outside, I almost got blown away, but it's still super clean on the faces.
It's windy, but like you said, it's kind of clean on the faces, but on screen, quick in and out from Wake Taito. This is a very interesting heat. 2 young, really young guns from Japan up against 1 great surfer from Japan and 1 of the local surfer from Taiwan.
Yeah, so we've had so many young guns in this event this morning. Like, the amount of 15-year-olds is crazy. We've got Iha, he's 15. Then we have Wake Taito, 14. Huang Hai, he's 14. This is his first ever QS as well. And then Shotaro, 22 years old. So the one...
That's crazy.
He's not even a vet, but he's technically a vet compared to these guys. Like, they're so young competing here today.
This is one of the young gun, Hyuan Hai, up and riding on his right. It's a great first stand and gets the finish. So unfortunately goes down, but that was a great combination from Hyuan Hai from Taiwan. And you know, Yosuke, he was surfing in the Stab High in Japan.
Oh,
in
cool.
the Bottle Rocket division.
Yep.
He He got the wild card just before a day before the comp starts.
No way.
He just posted one of the backside sailfish full rotation reverse on Instagram, and then they gave him a wild card.
That is incredible.
We have Safa in red up and riding. Wow, quick in and out. That was Wake Shotaro from Japan. And we're gonna go to the True with the last hit winner.
Thank you so much, Dai. Yeah, Shoma. That was a crazy heat. There was a really great battle between you all. It was really exciting to watch.
Yeah, I was so tired of paddling, and I didn't know where to sit, and I was just like hoping like these two give me like all the like show me the spot so I could get waves.
Yeah, let's talk about who's in your corner and who you've got supporting you for this event.
Yeah, I came here with Taichi Hagita. He's from like same hometown as me, and then I've got a special guest for Daiki Tanaka for tell me everything. So I was kind of so nervous before the heat, but these two helped me a lot.
They got you covered. They lessened the nerves a little bit. I also want to talk about you big wave charging. You went to Nazare this year or last year. Fill me in on that and the experience that you had there.
It was maybe 2 years ago. Yes, I went there for like a traveling, and then I was not planning to surf Nazare. I was visiting for Super Tubos for surfing, but like all the beaches was closed. Then Nazare was only one spot I could surf, so that's why I surfed there.
That's pretty amazing. I mean, it's a scary wave to surf, so to go out there and do that is amazing. I know that you have a lot of people at home that you might want to say hi to. Is there anything you'd like to say?
唐津の皆さん、とりあえず一発勝ちました。まあ唐津のみならずいろんな各地で応援してくれている皆様、まあ次も面白いヒートをするのでお楽しみにしてください。よろしくお願いします。
Thank you so much. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you so much, True. And Shoma, he is the charger. How can you surf at Nazare and you're not planning to surf there? You're there for Super Troopers and you just happen to surf at Nazare.
It's wild to me because
it's wild.
Nazare is when you go and look at it and it's just like crazy.
Yes.
The setup is crazy and how much swell it has to get in there it's actually terrifying. So the fact that he surfed it is incredible. I'm not one for it. Personally, I'm okay.
And on screen we have Team Indonesia. Big shout out Cloud9 champion Bronson Mady. It's on screen.
Yeah, you got Teddy there, Varun as well. So a couple of surfers coming down to support their fellow compatriots. But right now, I feel like a lot of people potentially hiding from the wind. They'll come down closer to the heat, and then we'll see a lot more surfers really start to rear their heads this afternoon when we roll into that round of 96. We only have 2 more heats, and then we're 2 rounds down.
Right, this is a heat 7, and we're gonna go to heat 7 and finish that heat 7, and then we're going to round of 96.
Yeah.
Top seeded, second seeded surfers will show up in that
How
round.
good?
How good is that? That's amazing. You know, get to see the second surfer surfing in day 1.
Yeah,
That's
it's
crazy.
Unheard of. We never ever see that happen. You know, think about Shagao. We didn't see the women top-seeded surfers till surf about 4 or 5 days in. We'll probably see them in the next couple of days. The women's draw is a little bit smaller on this side, but looking forward to seeing all of our competitors really take on Jinzun Harbor and Taitung. But yeah, it's been cool this morning. I mean, obviously, you could even talking to Shoma there, it's tiring. There's a lot of water moving out there. But you can tell that it's still really fun when the waves come through.
When the wave come through and when you are on the right wave, it gives you a lot of walls to walk on. You can do multiple turns actually. You can do 3 or 4 turns. But to get the good score, probably you only need 2 big turns.
Yeah, definitely.
In the right section, in a critical section of the wave. So you don't really need 3 or 4 turns. You kind of need 2 big turns to get 5 and 6s.
So just to circle back to this stab height conversation with Iha, Is he from Shinzunami?
He's from Chiba.
He's from Chiba.
Well, originally from Shonan, that's where I grew up. But on screen we have Iha, Yosuke up and riding. Great combination, Tuzan combo. I still can't believe he's still that young.
He's so young.
His surfing is so mature. Well, he's originally from Shonan. His dad used to be surfing at Shonan a lot, and he's from Shonan. And now I think he moved to Chiba.
Okay, cool.
And he is also a great skater.
Oh wow.
That's why he got good air skill.
Yeah, I mean, there is like a direct correlation between the two, and yeah, I'm intrigued. I'd love to see Iha go to the air right now, though. Shotaro.
わけ2本目のライディングになります。スープへの2発のアタックを見せてきました。しっかりと前へ出てこの波はコンプリートしてきました。Great combination from Shotaro Wake. Still young, 22 years old. Great surfing, and he's another charger. He spent a lot of time in Hawaii. He charged backdoor a lot, but he's got a skill to score a good point in the QS as well. Great combo.
Yeah, great combos. Currently just scraping down in the 70th on the ranking, so he's looking to get a big result here. Hasn't really had... he actually hasn't got out of this round in any of the 6,000s he's competed in this year, so he definitely wants to take the win, start to roll on through. There's a lot about confidence in these earlier rounds, and I feel like a heat win, it does a lot when you go into your next round, especially when your next round is that same day. You know, he's going to be competing again this afternoon, and just building that confidence in the relationship. These conditions, they're set in for the rest of the day, so he's going to have a bit of an edge on his competitors already having experienced it if he gets through this heat.
Definitely a big advantage to get through a couple of heats before going to the main round. And then the last wave for Shotaro comes in at a 3.50. That put him into the lead, so he is building confidence slowly. And yeah.
And then what about Wake Taito? Feel like he's a young gun as well, but he's got a really cool style too.
He's a strong competitor. He is probably not too sure, but he's making a lot of finals in the under 16 division in Japan. So he is really competitive server and a really smart surfer as well. On screen we have Wake Taito up and riding. Yeah, he's just a smart and strong competitor. Probably a couple turns down at the back as well. So that was definitely great surfing from Taito Wake.
And really smart there as well to get that right. He's put himself back near that deep water. You can see the ocean taking him back to that current. He's going to be able to get out and around and out the back a lot quicker than if he was to go left. Obviously the lefts have really great opportunities on them, but you paddle for a really long time after going left. Definitely. Where he's in a great position now to get himself back out the back and add to that scoreline, because that looked like a nice end to that wave there for Wake.
Definitely was a great surfing, and like you said, it's a smart decision to go to the right. And actually I really like the right here. I love going left. Yeah. I enjoyed right here too. And a couple scores locked in for green. Well, 3.07 for the last of greens. So that put him straight into the lead. Now Wake is in the lead. Shotaro is in second. 1.84 will put him into the lead again. But Iha Yosuke with first priority in third place, needing 1.41 to go into second. Huang Hai now needs 2.47. So not much difference between all the surfers actually.
Yeah, super low scoring heat so far. I feel like we haven't really seen anyone break out of this really get out of the 10 points for a while. We saw it happen in the second heat of the day and then in the earlier heats of this round, but it's been a minute since we've seen someone get out of this 10-point range.
Probably, on screen you can't really tell, but the tide is going out so quickly. So probably the condition has changed a lot compared to this morning. So adjusting this condition is very, very important probably for all surfers, because I talked to a few Japanese competitors. It changes a lot. They said it changes a lot compared to this morning, so you need to adjust while you're surfing in the heat.
Yeah, we've got a straight east swell, so we've got about 9 seconds. So the period dropping ever so slightly, and then a northeast wind. So it is a little bit of havoc with the northeast wind. It allows us to have some clean faces. It just is really depending on where you go. But I actually feel like it's swirling a little bit because both the lefts and the rights are still staying relatively clean. The biggest issue that they would have is probably, like, it's not the surf at all because it looks really fun even though it's windy. It's just hearing the beach announcer. So these guys are going to really have to back their judgment and their skills in this heat.
イハアップしています。これが3本目のライディングになりますが、しっかりと2ターンカービングターンを重ねていきインサイドまでつなげていきます。しかしこの後波が立ってこなかったかキックアウトします。現在3位のポジション 1.41 をスコアすると2位のポジションへと進んでいきます。残り時間10分と50秒。
And you can see Huang Hai being pretty quiet in this heat. He's back out the back now. He had an established priority for a while, but he's out there again now, and he's up and riding here, Dai.
Huang Hai up and riding. This is a good looking wave. Nice first turn. Nice check turn. And just waiting for the section to stand up and gets the finish. It's a great combination from our local surfer Huang Hai, needing 2.47. Which is a small score, and he did a 2-turn combo on that wave. So.
Yeah, great looking combo. He sat and he took a while to get himself out the back to regain priority. You can tell when you go left, you end up miles down the beach, or not even beach, the rock wall. Right now, though, live action.
わけこのライディングで 0.73 以上スコアしたいところです。 1.84 でトップに躍り出ます。どうでしょう、ワンターンしっかりと入れてきました。残り時間が9分45秒です。 Well, interesting exchange between Shotaro and Huan. Definitely last of Huan will be his best score so far, needing a small score to go into the second. And currently Shotaro is in second place, and that's great. He had a great wave. The last of blue comes in at a 3.10. That puts him into the lead. We are still waiting for the last of white and red.
Yeah, it's really close right now between all of these competitors. I feel like the thing that's going to separate one of these surfers apart right now is obviously we've seen a couple of great combos, but those one big maneuvers in those really critical sections, the judge have been absolutely loving. So if one of these guys can get themselves on a slightly bigger wave, have that big steep section towards them, the judges reward them really nicely. Thinking back to our earliest heat, our very first heat of the event so far, we saw almost a 5 for one turn.
Definitely from Kota. He got one big hack, and then he got 4.83, nearly 5 point, and then yeah, definitely one turn will do a great job. And then last of red comes in at a 3.73. That put him into the lead. So now Iha Yosuke is in second place, needing 4.13 to challenge himself into this first position. And Wake now needs 2.87. Huang Hai, he locked in a 3.40, but he is in the fourth place, but needing small score, 2.53.
Yeah, it's close right now, Dai. I mean, this is
close.
This is a matchup, though. This is a back and forth battle between all of these surfers.
Right.
Every single surfer has a score in that 3-point range. And so it really is just going to be who can get this kind of money moment that we're chasing in this heat right now. It feels like Huang Hai, it almost felt like the heat was slipping away from him, and then he got that really great left. Put him straight back in the heat. 7 minutes 40, it's really anyone's game.
Shotaro Wake is up and riding. Wake この4本目のライディングはクイックに一発入れた後すぐにキックアウトしました。Quick in and out for Shotaro Wake, trying to better the 3.50 to extending his lead, but last wave comes in at a 2.27. It's not going to his top 2 scores. It's a priority with Iha and second priority with Wake Taito.
Do you feel like if you're Shotaro, you know, you're a bit older than the rest of your competitors, you almost feel like you're expected to win?
Well, definitely. I'll be super nervous because I am the oldest, so I have to win. I'll put a lot of pressure on myself.
Oh, absolutely. You know, when you have these young guns coming through, you're thinking to yourself, I've got to win this.
Yeah.
I'm the oldest, I'm the most experienced. It adds way more pressure, but he's taking the lead right now.
わけ5本目のライディングになります。一発目は大きなターンを入れて、ここはカービングターンでスペルを上げてきました。そして少し引っかかりながらも3本目のターンきれいに入れてきた。このライディングしっかりとコンビネーションを決めてきました。A great combination from Shotaro Wake. He's looking for a wave to better 3.50.
Yeah, I feel like this is a really nice wave here from Shotaro. So great opening turn, a lot of spray out the back. Look how he stomps on the tail there though to make sure he wipes off a little bit of speed coming through these next two turns, and then got a really nice bonus section through the end here. Bit of a 2-for-1 there for Shotaro. So 5 turns. Loved that first and third turn definitely the most, but I was going to say it's got to be the high mark of the heat, and the score's in, and
Wow.
it is.
Just like you said, it's a 4.50 highest score of the heat so far. He is extending his lead. I would say he's sitting in the lead comfortably now. But on screen we have Wake up and riding. Quick in and out. Unfortunately, he went up a little too high for the section.
Yeah, it's hard with this wind, especially on those lefts, because you want to be nice and vertical at the top of the lip.
Right.
It's what we're trained to do, you know, it's just default. But when there's this wind ripping up the face, it makes it really hard just to get your board back down. And when you're someone who's maybe not as big of stature, like 3 of our 4 surfers in this heat, because they're so young, it's super easy to be blown off the back of the wave. So unfortunately, Wake just getting blown off the back there, but he seems like the type of surfer who readjusts really quickly.
Definitely, you know, he knew that straight away he needs to go vertical to get a good scores. That's exactly what he did. He did some mistakes on the last wave, but still, like you said, he will be adjusting all the mistakes, and he's looking for a small score, so definitely he'll be back. But on screen we have Iha Yosuke up and riding on this one. Iha このライディングでいいターンをしたら、いいターンだったんですが引っかかってしまいました。Great turn, unfortunately goes down.
That was the wave. That was the line he drew, the speed he had, the section. Everything was there. That was really smart surfing there from Iha, but just went down. You can see he really buried that rail. Time for Wake to answer back.
さあ、Wake 3番のポジションにいます。2.87 が必要です。大きな2ターンをしっかり入れてきました。Wow, that was a great 2-turn combo from Wake Taito, needing 2.87. That was exactly what you were talking about. He adjusted so well.
Yes, so well. You know, he unfortunately came off the back of that last one, but then this wave, you could see it really bowled back towards him. He allowed him to open up a lot more through, especially that top half of his body there. So Wake Taito, 2.87. It was 2 nice turns here, but here's the defense.
さあこの波で 2.83 以上出したかったんですが、少しレールが引っかかってしまいました。Again, probably the same mistakes as the last wave for Iha Yosuke. It was a great turn, but on screen we have Hyuan up and riding, but quickly in and out. So 3 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. So a lot of waves have been ridden, and we're still waiting for the last. Well, actually, we have the last green. It was 4.33.
Yeah, and there you go. Judges absolutely loving that last one. So 4.33 sees him into second. Iha now needs a 4.31. What's Iha like on the defense and these high pressure end of heats?
Right, definitely he was on the way to get the requirement on
Twice.
The last twice.
Yeah.
He had a chance, so all he needs is just to adjust and just take a breath, maybe just adjust little mistakes, and he'll get the 4.31.
Oh, absolutely. He was drawing really beautiful lines on his bottom turn, on his backhand. It felt like he was on his way to something pretty special on both of those waves. Right now, though, heat leader.
Wake この波でその差を広げてくるか。これは大きなフローターターン一発になりました。残り時間が2分10秒です。Just one big floater, but just showcasing his skill.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it is you have to do in these early rounds. Here we go. Here's the answer back.
Important wave from Iha Yosuke. さあ、イハ選手、この波で 4.31 が必要。大きなターン、そしてフィニッシュも決めました。Great combination. The first turn, lot of sprays coming off the lip, and then straight into the end section, and he rides out of it. Super clean.
That's almost my favorite wave of the heat.
Oh, 100%.
I loved those two turns. He had a really steep end section, and we know that there's a lot of water coming from both sides on that end section. He got out in front. Talk about learning from your mistakes. This is exactly what he needed to do. Let's catch up with this last one for Shotaro, though. Really nice backside floater there. Just the one turn that had a really dramatic airdrop out of it. So you can see he's really just drawing his lines to the hardest section. But this is the way we want to break down. Really nice first turn here. Heaps of spray out the back. A lot of foam on the face. Went up into the lip even too late. And still got himself out in front of it there. Oh, wow. It's a great score.
5.83. That put him straight into the lead with 1 minute on the clock. So that was a great surfing. He just scored highest points.
Yeah, he's absolutely killed it. Answered back exactly when he needed to as well. And what a way to do it in style. He's fallen on two great opportunities before that. I feel like he said, probably was saying to himself, if I don't make this, you know, this is on me. It's not on anyone else. And he just absolutely went for it. And that's exactly how you answer back with 1 minute to go in a heat.
30 seconds, an important way for Hyun. Unfortunately, he goes down, needing 4.83, which is not that big score yet. So Shotaro Wake is up and riding. Nice vertical off the top, throwing a bucket of spray. But the wave didn't really give him opportunity after that. But 5 seconds to go in this heat. Oh, important wave for Wake Taito. Wake この波で 3.91 が必要です。一発目縦のアプローチ、ここで前に出てこれるか。ここはしっかりつなげます。インサイド縦のアプローチ決めてきました。Wow, what a answer back from Wake Taito, needing 3.91.
Oh no, the young guns might get the vet in this heat. That was pretty nice surfing there.
See, wow, that was a great finish from Wake.
I mean, had a little bit of downtime at the start. I mean, he got nice and vertical. This carve, look how beautifully he held his line. Really drew out that carve there, but this is where the big points will be. This end finishing turn, great snap in the pocket. Big yes to the judges. I love this exchange here from Wake Taito. Feel like this is probably going to be the 391, and if it's not, maybe just because of this midsection here, but goes up into it, vertical at the end there, gets a bit of a drift and claims it back to the judges. I love the attitude on the Grom here. This is sick.
But like you said, the last end section, that was pretty much all. That was what you need. So we are still waiting for the last of Wake Taito, needing 3.91.
I think it's a 391.
Yeah, I'm gonna say yes. Judges are taking a while to just, settle.
If it is the score, it is kind of heartbreak for Shotaro because he was leading that entire heat until 2.5 minutes to go.
And then Iha Yosuke got a wave, and then now Wake Taito just needing a score 3.91. We are still waiting for the last of green. It's gonna be a close. That was exciting heat actually.
Oh, I loved that. I really loved just even, not that it was like Grom energy, but it almost was. Everyone was catching a million waves, trying to add to their scoreline, and it was a fight. It was a fight for these top two positions here. We're going to wait and see if Wake Taito got the score. We're feeling like he did, and he didn't.
3.63, so not enough. Looks like Iha and Shotaro Wake will advance to the next round. Unfortunately, we'll say goodbye to Iha and Hyun Hai. So we'll be right back after the break with the heat number 8.
Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We are having a big day one here, last heat of the round of 112, and then we're 2 rounds done and we move on through to the second highest seeded round, the round of 96. Right now though, big heat in the water. It's Ao Oguri from Japan in the white. We have Jaden Wilcoxon representing Indonesia in the blue, Chen Shang Yang from Taiwan in the white, and Noah Arkfeld, the Filipino. He's going to be out there in the green. I'm Jessie Starling, and I have the pleasure of commentating this heat with Chris Binns.
Yo! I just blew an eardrum. I don't know where Di had his headphones set to, but that was outrageous. But anyway, we're back.
We are back.
Might need to check Di's hearing if that's where he's got his levels at.
And we've got 22 minutes in this heat to go. We've got Jaden Wilcoxon, his older brother, taking out Krui this year. He'd be looking to do the same. Hasn't really had a big result on the QE this year, but I just love that family and how talented they are. They've just got a really cool story, a really cool family unit as well. And I just think it means the world to have siblings on the road and to be doing this with your family. It's pretty cool, Binzy.
Oh, the Kandui kids, like, what a place to grow up and learn to surf. Waves all over the joint in the playground. Like, literally, they're growing up in the playgrounds. Like, if you're a kid and you want to surf and there's the most wave-rich region in the world called the playgrounds, really sure it gets much better than that.
I don't think so. And it's warm, it's tropical. You can eat mee goreng. It doesn't really get any better than this. 21 and a half to go in this one, so no big scores left yet, but we have had a dramatic end to that last heat. Iha is down there with Daiwako.
ヒート制しましたが、まずヒートを振り返ってみてどうですか？
いや、ちょっと初めズボってで全然乗れなかったんですけど、全然決めれなかったんですけど、最後1本決めれてよかったです。
2本立て続けにいい波こけてしまったように見えたんです。その後よくこう戻ってきたなという印象です。あのあたりどういうメンタルで臨んでたんですか？
いや、もう絶対決めると思ってもう行きました。
ああいう逆境というか、ああいうシチュエーション結構好きな方ですか？
いや、まあ逆転できるとかっこいいじゃないですか。だからちょっと嬉しかったですね。
スタブハイでもかなり名前を挙げたかなと思うんですが、そのあたりのそこから自信というかそういうものはかなり積み上げてきた感じはありますか？
はい、そうですね。スタブハイで結構緊張したんで、もう全然緊張しない感じですね。
I thought he was really nervous in the last couple of minutes, but he wasn't. He had all the nerves in the stab high, so he was good with it, and he knew he's gonna get the requirement, and he loved to getting out of that kind of situation, and he super happy with the result. これが海外の QS は初めてだと思うんですが、どうですか海外の QS は？
いや、ちょっと英語とかあんま分かんないんですけど、波もいいしめっちゃ勉強になります。
たくさんの方、見てくれてると思います。最後にメッセージお願いします。
次も頑張ります。
次も頑張ってください。楽しみにしてます。Right, back to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Dai. Thank you, Iha. That was a really exciting heat, that one. And right now, this is our just a bit of frustration on that second section there. We saw a really nice couple of turns lock in as a 3-6-7 for the last of Noah Arkfeld. But yeah, I mean, when you're battling with small scores like we were in that last heat, and everyone was just dropping threes at the last minute. It was super, super duper close between all of our surfers, but yeah, it was Iha taking it out and Shotaro Wake moving on through. A couple of replays here for you, Binzy.
Yep, so this is Noah Arkfeld from the Philippines coming off his hometown event at Cloud9 last week. And, that's going to be a decent number. It's a 3-6-7. Pair that with his opening 2-point ride, that'll move him into the lead. And this is Aoi Aguri, who couldn't really string much together on that wave. 2.43 the result. There's Bronson Matey, reigning world junior champion, won the last event at Cloud9, so he is undefeated in the Philippines this year and has picked up the 2 biggest trophies of his career along the way. So he is a force right now, delivering on the promise that everyone in Indonesia and further afield has seen coming for a very long, long time.
It feels like the championship tour is definitely right on path for Bronson. Just even the way he's challenging on the Challenger Series, and just like his air. I don't know. I really do see it in the close future. Right now, though, Ayao, he's up and riding. 2 really nice backhand hooks here. Goes down on the third there. We were talking about it with Di in that last heat, Binzi. With this wind, you've got to be careful not to go too high on the face here on the lefts.
Yeah, absolutely. Funny hearing you say it feels like the Challenger Series, the CT is on the, where Bronson's going to end up. That's a trap you've got to be really wary of. We saw Matthias Hurdy win a World Junior title here in 2018, and everyone then was like, yep, CT, here we go. And he's on the precipice this year, finally.
It's taken him a while.
2026. Yeah. Amuro Suzuki, she won a World Junior here in 2019 and just hasn't quite got there. So, yeah.
Yeah, I more like it based on his Challenger Series performances this year. I mean, I feel like he's learning on the fly as well on that big international scale. He's had a lot of last-minute almosts, or he'll lock in a big 9 and then not get it back up, but he feels like he's grown a lot as a competitor this year, and I like what I'm seeing from him. But I totally agree that it is a full trap. There's a lot of people who haven't quite got there, but we'd love to see Bronson, Matthias, Amuro, all of them on that CT. These guys chasing it too. A couple of replays here.
Yeah, not the finish that Oyaguri would have liked. And then this was Noah Arkfeld, the 21-year-old Filipino.
Yeah, so Noah's kind of scouted as to be the next big thing coming out of the Philippines. He's extremely talented, has a great air game. That's the next big thing on your screen. He just walked out of it. Will Hayden Smith, the reason that we can come to these events. So much work has been put in by the team and just WSL, obviously Kathy, everyone in her staff. We're really lucky actually to just have this really incredible support network here. Sam Norwood, he does an incredible job on the broadcasts. And Binzi, obviously you too, mate.
Will Hayden Smith at the opening ceremony yesterday, the velvet fog, the voice was just so smooth and said all the right things to all the right people, threw a few gags in, did the little fingery love heart thing that's big in these parts of the world, and played it beautifully. And one of the reasons that the WSL and this event have grown year on year alongside Kathy and her crew, who do heroes work on the ground here in Taiwan to pull this event together.
You see a couple of our competitors getting ready for that round of 96. So we've got Varun Tanjung. He's going to take on Raiha Onu, Sane Fujimoto, and this guy, Austin Fuller. Bit of a dark horse, as we're going to say in this one. Got his round of 112 heat. He's going to come up against a pretty stacked field. And so looking forward, he was over there in Korea, competing over there. Now he's here in Taiwan. Right now, though, this feels like a good wall ahead of Ayao. Unfortunately, a little bit too far behind. Got some nice work done to kick this one off. Small scores so far, so no surfers really getting anywhere in this heat. Just stuck in that 3-point range right now, Binzi.
Yeah. And this one's wide open. Noah is staying very busy. He's caught 4 waves. The rest of the competitors have caught 3 between them. Jaden with Coxon yet to set feet in Max. Jaden Wilcoxon, he said he hasn't had a big result yet on the QS this year. He's 13.
I know.
Unbelievable.
I know. It feels like they've been around for years, though. He's like 13. They're just so talented. And as a family, you just watch them surf and you go, how? How is it? But then you think about where they've come from and just how much they all push each other. So there's heaps of young guns right now. We've had 15-year-olds, 14-year-olds, 13-year-olds competing all morning this morning. So it's pretty cool to see just the talent that's coming through these younger ranks, especially out of Asia. It feels like there's a lot of really good young Asian surfers coming through.
I was going to say, is he all-day Jaden as well? Because His dad, of course, Ray Wilcoxon, the legendary All Day Ray, founder of Kandui Villas. And then Dylan's picked it up with his Instagram and just checking in. Yep, it is All Day Jaden.
Yeah, keep the theme going. Noah Arkfeld here. Starts off with a roundhouse, chasing a little bit more power through this inside section. Got a weird kind of wave running back towards him. Struggled to find some speed there. He's got to be careful though that it's no time to settle. You know, I feel like in these heats, especially these early rounds, you really have to capitalise on everything that's coming your way.
Yeah, I don't know why he pulled out before that section. Obviously didn't have a whole heap of speed, but could have just got there, tagged it, added another half a point. You never know if that's going to come in handy later on in the heat. We're halfway through, exactly 12 and a half minutes gone.
All Day Jaden, All Day Dylan, All Day Ray. Yeah, Kandui, it's one of the most incredible parts of the world, and yeah, I haven't actually been able to get myself there to surf it yet, but I would absolutely love to. And pretty cool to see that Dylan, obviously still so young, took out a massive QS 6000, so you can just see the talent running through the family. Right now, Jaden, no waves as of yet, so we're 13 minutes down in this heat. Been sitting waiting for a while now. Vince, do you reckon the sit and wait strategy is the way to go today?
No, absolutely not. There are so many waves out there, and they're kind of fluky, as in you think you're paddling into a bomb and it might back off, or you think you're paddling into not much and it actually stands up and runs. So yeah, don't think there's much point being selective, because you can just roam around. There's so much water moving around, you can't drop anchor because you're just drifting the whole time. And I think just stay in motion and see what opportunities present themselves. 11 and a half minutes to run.
Yeah, so pretty interesting to see a couple of different strategies so far here this morning. Obviously, like we mentioned, Jaden, 13 years old. Ao, he's 18 years old. Surfed in all the QS 6000s this year except for Tahara. Hasn't had a big result either, so we've got a couple of dark horses in this one. He's up and riding here, our Japanese surfer. Nice vertical whip, but unfortunately just the one. And then Cheng Sen Yang, 14 years old. This is the first time he's ever competed in a QS event. It's pretty cool to see a lot of these Taiwanese surfers, a couple of new names rolling through the draws. So we see Cheng, unfortunately, only just with a 0.7 at this point, but still some time. Needs to dig deep, find a little bit more, but it's not a massive ask as of yet. Really, first place is a pair of threes. So a pair of threes would get you the win at this point.
Yeah, not ideal. I'm just looking through the draw. Doesn't look like we've got Rory McDonald joining us this year, so we've, maybe there is a little bit of a sort of changing of the guard here in Taiwan, because Rory has competed for years and years at this event, both in shortboarding and on a longboard. And this year he might have bowed out and is allowing some of the younger surfers to come through.
Yeah, when do you reckon it's time to change the line? When do you give it up as one of those surfers?
Oh, I mean, well, it's double.
Not so much give it up, but pay it, pass it on, pass the baton.
Well, it depends on what the structure is with the local trials to get into the event. If you feel like you're costing somebody else a chance, and they might do more with it, or it's better for their progression and development as a young up-and-coming surfer. It's really up to the individual. I mean, there's nothing to say that maybe Rory doesn't have something else on at this time of year that he couldn't get out of, and that we might not see him. We might see him back again next year. But just interesting name not to see in the draw this year.
Yeah, thinking, there's just so many young surfers in this event. It's honestly been the theme of the morning. 15-year-olds, 14-year-olds. So, yeah, it's interesting to see, a lot of these more established surfers like Rory not competing this year. So, yeah, just potentially paying it forward, passing it on at this point in time, seeing what this next generation can do. 8 minutes 40 to go, though. So, really sleepy heat, this one right now. The high mark currently, a 3.67. So it's a good indicator that there hasn't been too much going on. so far. We've had some great single moments, but haven't had that real beautiful put together wave yet. So Jaden Wilcoxon, he got his campaign underway. It was a 2-point ride. He's chasing a 4.2 now, so it's a long time to wait for a 2-point ride, Binzi.
Exactly. So you asked if we think it's worth the wait. Probably not. We got a 2 15 minutes ago.
Exactly, I totally agree. And those rocks down there, that's where Binzi was scaling the wall yesterday.
Yeah, super low tide right now though. There's a lot of beach. You could walk all the way back up along the shoreline. Here goes Aoyaguri having a look at this one. He's got a long open face stretching out in front. I love it here. It goes around the corner into the bay and it sort of bends back at you. And then you come over this ridge and you get a couple more sections. The longboarders love it through here as well because they can do all kinds of cross-stepping and fancy footwork. But that's going to be a decent wave for the man in red.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a tidy performance on this one here.
Look how shallow it is.
AL, but yeah, look at this low tide right now. And you know what? It's actually really smart to get one of those rights because it puts you back wide. Here we go, Noah. Takes to the air. Full rotation there for Noah Arkfeld. Exactly what we were waiting for, Binzi. Now, Jaden, he's trying to get himself back into this heat. That's a nice first turn. Quick whip for that second one. Straight back to the power source. Did well to navigate through this inside. And then a finner to finish. So these are the best 3 waves we've seen go back to back. Obviously, that one from Noah, though, that's a big standout.
Great exchange there from all 3 surfers. So Chen Shang Yang will be taking notes, you'd imagine, with 6.5 minutes to go. Let's have a look at these replays. So this is Aoyaguri opening up his shoulders. White watery wall out in front of him to deal with, but big fans of spray. And even that little check turn through a bucket, and it just kept running and allowing him just to add fraction by fraction every little last point and half point. This is Noah Arkfeld. That's one of the best manoeuvres we've seen today. Into that wind, it's a double-edged sword. It stuck the board to his feet, but you have to time it perfectly or else it's going to whip the board straight away from you. And then this was Jaden Wilcoxon, the 13-year-old from Kandui in the Mentawais. Difficult wave, but he got a great read on it and really maximised every opportunity. He's 3 smart turns, got the finish. And then out the back, this was Chen Sheng Yang having a look at a left. And, well, Jessie, what did you make of all of that?
Yeah, absolutely loved Noah's. I totally agree with you, Binzi. It's a double-edged sword. Having that wind, it does stick your board like glue, but that timing, it's going to be impeccable. And it was for Noah, 5.5. So he's going to increase his lead even more at this point. And I hope this starts to spark up that round of 96. We want to keep seeing people take to the sky here. Ayao, he got himself his best wave, so it was a 4.07. So he's holding down that second place. And then Jaden of 2.83. Needed a 4.61. Chang Shen Yang looking here. Nice section. That's a great looking turn.
Oh, that was huge.
Went down, unfortunately, there. It's hard on those lefts. There's so much coming back towards you there, but he had it all.
Oh, and I love that he went for it. It would have been so easy just to cut that turn short, play it safe, know that you're going to ride out of it, and you've got 1 or 2 points. Going for it like he just did then, if he'd ridden out of that, that was going to be a really decent number.
Oh, absolutely. That felt like it was on its way. That we've seen scores be rewarded for turns just like that. Noah now looking left, so straight back out the back, but didn't get that big opening moment, so he knows he's going to need more to drop that 3.67. Maybe could have got one big hit in that section, though.
Yeah, that was an interesting call taking off on that one. He had the white watery bobsled take off. Not really sure what the thinking was because you're usually trying to reposition yourself north, so you wouldn't be catching the left to get yourself in a better position. Yeah, that was an interesting one from Noah Arkfeld. But 4 minutes remaining, he's in the lead. Entertaining heat. This is great.
Yeah, it's starting to really ramp up in these last 6 minutes. We had a bit of a sleepy start to this one, but they're finding their feet now. I feel like it just takes a moment out there because it's easy to get lost at sea this morning with the conditions that we have.
Yeah, and even if you did free surf this morning, It was offshore and pretty beautiful, and now this onshore has come ripping in. And yeah, it's really mixing things up a lot, but there are plenty of waves, lots of opportunities. 7 waves for Noah, 5 for Aoi, 3 for Chen Cheng Yang, and this is Jaden Wilcoxon's third.
Yeah, he's looking for a big section and gets one, floats it. He might get one more to work with. Unfortunately, it goes down there for Jaden Wilcoxon. Now, Chen Cheng Yang, he's chasing it. We know he's got big turns in his arsenal. He's just waiting patiently. There's that first snap there. He's trying to find more green face down the line, but he's just caught behind. It's always the worst feeling when you're just a beat behind the section there. Unfortunately for Chen Cheng Yang.
You get used to it.
You'll get used to it. I find it so frustrating.
2.5 minutes. So this is Jaden Wilcoxon. He's on the hunt for a 4.61. Threw it up. And again, not holding back. Love that. And this is Chen Cheng Yang on the wave behind. A couple of one strongish turn. Sticks with it. He is way down at the harbour mouth right now.
So 2 minutes to go. Noah Arkfeld with the lead and priorities up and riding here. Trying to drop a 3.67. Would love to see him take to the air one more time. Feels like that's what we've got coming. Loads up for the air reverse with the completion here for Noah Arkfeld. This is that, this is exactly what we want to see in these conditions. And the judges, they're going to love this risky surfing here from Noah Arkfeld.
All right, this is nice carve to get things going. Super flat wave, but he's sticking with it because he knows it might just bowl down the end. Gets his section, throws it up tail high. Nicely done.
Yeah, so Noah looking to drop that 3.67. Feels like he's probably going to do that on that wave here. 1 minute 20 to go. So Jaden chasing a 4.61. Chang looking for a 5.37. Just over a minute to go. Scores are in 4.23. Really hope this is just revving up that round of 96 to take to the air, Binzi. I would love nothing more.
Yeah, so a 4.23. Would love to have seen that go just over the 4.5 to give Noah the double-figure total. I think there's a little bit of confidence that comes with that. Here goes Ao Agori, sticking with a long runner, hoping that it stands up. He hasn't had a section yet. Now he's still just half-turning his way down the line. And,
cruise control.
Yeah, there was not much going on there.
No, he was just absolutely just cruising on that wave. 30 seconds to go. That's not going to better his score. So Jaden got that priority, tells us that he's out the back, chasing a 4.61. We've seen last-minute buzzer beaters already today. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw one again. 20 seconds here. So AR, he's going to wrap up this heat. We're going to look at a pretty stacked heat number 1 in that round of 96 in just about 7 seconds time. But right now, Noah Arkfeld, he's had that point of difference, and it's going to see him through to the round of 96. We're going to see him compete again today. We're going to see some people compete for the 3rd time today, because that is the end of the round of 112. We're going to go to a quick ad break and come back with a big round of 96 right after this.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. This is currently Heat 1 of the round of 96. On your screen right now, surfing is Sein Fujimoto. Not the greatest way to start a heat, but, you know, putting your feet to the wax is always great. And right behind him, we have Austin Fuller, unfortunately coming unstuck on that last turn. We have some waves already ridden from Varun Tanjung as well. So exciting times ahead. I'm Jada Ligati, and I want to welcome back into, well, you were already in the booth, Chris Binns.
Howdy, yep. Varun with a score to come. Rao Onu yet to open his account. And Austin Fuller, not with a whole lot to his name. Here goes the opening wave from Varun on his backhand. Board's looking great underfoot. Had to work hard to get around the end section. Doesn't quite get there as we see the Coast Guard cruising past in the background. This is Sein Fujimoto in white. And, nothing too spectacular about any of these opening waves. Austin Fuller, the American, having a serious swing at that end section and goes down.
All right, and with that, I'm going to throw it down to Jesse and the winner of the last heat, Noah Arkfield.
Yeah, thanks, Giada. Noah, it looks tricky, but those airs, I mean, so clean. Binzi and I were talking, with this wind, it's going to stick the board to your feet, but you got to have that perfect timing, and you definitely did out there. Must have felt good to finally just let your surf into the talking, even in tricky conditions.
Oh, yeah, I felt so good. Like, first surf this morning, I was looking and I just felt like so happy because the wind is perfect for air, so couldn't wait to like try some in my heat.
How do you go going from perfect cloud nine? Obviously, Jinzun Harbor, it's a really fun wave, but it's quite windy today, so you've got to have to kind of adjust your line. Obviously, you have perfect cloud nine as your backyard. How are you preparing for waves like this?
I don't know. I just like just surf straight away, and especially me and Marama, didn't have much practice because we just arrived last night, so it was just like had a quick free surf this morning and that's it. So that's all my practice.
Give us an insight in what it's exactly like out there, though, because it still looks really fun. Actually, I know it's windy, but the waves, the walls, they still look pretty clean once you're on them.
Yeah, the waves are kind of everywhere, and it's just like strong offshore winds, but really good for airs and some turns. So stoked.
And we know you're loved back in the Philippines. Feel free to say hi to anyone back there.
Shout out to my family and friends who are watching now, and thank you for all your support. Salamat Karajaw.
Awesome. Thank you, Noah. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Jesse and Noah. That was a great performance in the last heat. And he's right. Really tough conditions out there. It's really windy, and it's not easy to kind of find those great waves or sections. But, you know, this wind is great for airs, like he said. So a couple replays. This right now is Varun Tanjung on his second ride. So good floater here to start things off and just snaps this one shut. That JS looking extremely good under his feet. So Varun with a pretty solid lead for now. The only one with a two-wave scores, really.
Yep, he won't want to hang on to his 367. The last wave will probably go and be his best, but I'm not sure he'll want to hang on to that one either. Here's Sein Fujimoto. We're still, I'm guessing we're still waiting on this score to come. He caught a small wave for a minor in between this and that. Got the finish, nicely done. He is a million miles from the takeoff area and has a ton of paddling in front of him before he rejoins the field. Here goes Austin Fuller on his backhand up into the left. That was a nice turn. Drives his blackboard through a second section and unfortunately goes down. Austin surfing in like kind of leggings of some sort. Have you come across any lice or anything like that in the water? I know sometimes that kind of stuff can flare up.
Yeah, I guess so. I know, I'm not sure out here in Taiwan. I haven't really heard of many lice and jellyfish, but Couple replays coming through. This was the last of Sein Fujimoto, the wave that kept on giving. He gave so many turns here. Bit of a sleepy section there, but he managed to find that one section of the wave that gave him a little more to work with here. Took it all the way down to the inside, managed to nicely finish this one off. Almost fumbled there in the end. I'm not sure if the judges are going to deem that complete, but really nice ride there from Sein. That came in at a 3.83, so the last of Varun Tanjung, a 4-point ride. Couple more replays. I'm sure this is the last of Austin Fuller on his backhand, finding a nice ride here. You're right, this is a good first turn. I'm loving the spray every time he connects that board to the lip of the wave. That second one, unfortunately, coming unstuck. But yeah, a little bit of background on Sage Fujimoto. I was talking to Dai, and he's from the west coast of Japan originally, but now resides in Chiba, which Dai mentions is probably like the Gold Coast of Japan, where most of the surfers live and hang out and spend their time, since it's probably the area of Japan with the most consistent waves. He went to PBC in Australia and recently graduated from university. We're going to have to ask him what he studied because we weren't too sure, but a very successful human, not only surfer.
Yeah, clearly. PBC's bit of production line for champions on the Gold Coast. Dai obviously went there himself, and everyone from Mick Fanning, Joel Parkins, Dean Morrison, down to guys like Mitch Cruz and Jack Freestone have all come through the PBC system. Phil McNamara, for a long time, runs the surfing program, and Phil then went on to coach Mick to a couple of world titles. So, yeah, there's not many greater high schools in the surfing sphere on planet Earth. When you break it down, scores are in for Varun Tanjung. His last wave was his best, a 4. So he's got a 4 and a 3.67. He's in the lead. Shane Fujimoto. Is it Shane or Sane?
It is Sein, sorry, yeah. It's sounding more like Sein, but we'll double check with Dai or himself later on. Another very successful surfer is Varun Tanjung, son of Rizal and almost brother of Bronson, not by blood, but by life. They're always traveling together. They live together in Bali, and it's incredible to watch him in this heat. He has some of the best. I've said this so many times, but I'm just so impressed every session I have with Varun that his wave selection is impeccable. Speaking of the man in red, there we have good first blast off the top. He's eyeing down this last section, shuts it down. I was loving that. I think he's getting rid of that 3.67.
Yeah, it was well surfed. He the eyes could have lit up. He really could have gone for something huge on that end section and probably struggled to put it down. But as it was, just sealed the deal, got the job done. Here goes Austin Fuller, working his way down the line. Bit of flare, and then as he came down, the wave just bucked him underfoot, and he's out of there. Raya Onu sat and waited with priority for the first 10 minutes of the heat, paddled, lost priority, didn't catch the wave. Here's the replay of Varun's last wave. Up into the lip, that was nice. Skating across some flat water and collected the closeout cleanly and is out of there. Number to come in, it is a 5. It's the best wave of the heat. So Varun has a 5 and a 4. That's a 9-point total. Sein Fujimoto has a 3.83, needs a 5.17 for first. Austin Fuller has a 2.33. He needs a 3.01 for second. And Reha Onu yet to open his account.
Yeah, strange from Reha. He's one of those surfers that we've seen around the QS for a really long time. And this is him taking off at the 14.5-minute mark.
Oh.
Beautiful first turn. Loving that second one. Unfortunately, that whitewash. Oh, I spoke too soon. He managed to stick with it and kind of ride out of it. But yeah, that was his first ride. For someone who has had so much experience in the QS, it was strange for him to kind of sit there for so long with so many opportunities happening around him.
Yeah, the one wave he decided to pull the trigger on, he couldn't get into, but that's going to be a decent number for Reha. I loved that surfing. Really low center of gravity, just punched that end section. Really sure-footed. Let's Let's have a look at the replay right now. So big carve and got the bonus, and I felt like he was always a chance coming out of that one. And did he do enough to convince the judges? A 4.33, they're saying that, yeah, he easily rode out of that. So he is well and truly back in the mix. Not quite enough to get up to second, but a 1 point ride would do that for him as we get very close to the halfway mark of this heat.
Yeah, Raiha, as I was saying earlier, I've seen him around the Korean NIAS contest. I think almost every single year he's one of those surfers that is pretty consistent out there. This on your screen though, Austin Fuller, some live action, gets around the section. Unfortunately, this wave just kind of shutting down on him. Not really finding his rhythm just yet. We're about to reach the we just passed the 13-minute mark, sorry. So still plenty of time, especially with all these waves and so much happening out there. It's easy to still get back into this heat. No one has anything too major just yet. Varan with a 5 and a 4. Pretty comfortable lead for now. Raiha Onu got himself back into this heat. He just needs a 1 to get himself into that advancing position. And with all the contests and experience he has in the past, I'm sure his nerves are still under control. He recently did a trip here to Taiwan on a free surf, I'm pretty sure. And he spent some time filming and chasing waves around this coastline. I know he spends a lot of time in Bali and Indonesia, especially on the East Coast. He's one of those surfers that likes to go to Kramas and kind of hunt down waves over there. And he is still really young, but has a lot to give and has given a lot to the sport.
Yeah, I remember for years you'd see Varun Bronson and maybe Ben Benson when they were all sponsored by Hurley, and Hurley had all their Groms in bright fluoro t-shirts, and you'd see like this fluorescent pack of Smarties walking down the beach, and you're like, might be time to pack it up, head in, and Uncle Ivan Tanjung would be there to film them all, and the Groms would come out and just be all over the shop and catching every little lump and bump that rose up, and just you could see them improving in front of your eyes. It was really cool to watch.
Yeah, the one good thing though, when you'd see them rock up, you know you're in the good spot.
Oh yeah.
Because they are unmistakably always at the best spots all over the island. So when you see the Tanjungs rock up, you're like, all right, I made a good call. This is probably the best waves on the island.
It's a bit the same with Rio Wider as well. He is a guy, you'll see him surf Karamis in the morning, then all of a sudden he's at a gym in Seminyak or Canggu, and then he's surfing Legian beaches, and then all of a sudden he's up to Bukit for the late Arvo trade wind session out at Ulus. And just like, man, that's what it takes.
Yeah.
And the rewards are obvious. Great wave there for Raiha Onu. That's going to be his second score and should move him into second with 10 minutes remaining. Looking forward to the replay of that one.
Yeah, so he's definitely going into second after that ride. Caught up quickly, but he's back in the game. This is that replay. Loving that first turn. Wraps it around here to stay on the power of the wave. That third one with a lot of spray coming out the back. He finished this one pretty nicely, so this is going to get him straight back into second. And putting a bit of pressure now on Varun. He was pretty comfortable before, but with just under 10 minutes left, it's still anyone's game. But yeah, back to what we were saying about Rio, it just shows the amount of dedication and time you need to be able to get to the level he was. I've watched Rio since we were practically like 8 years old, and he is constantly in the water. He spends all his time surfing or training to be the best. I remember videos of him waking up at 4 a.m. to go for a run, and then surfs Ulus, comes back down, surfs Legian in the afternoon, then goes to the gym again. So the dedication that he has put to the sport is really remarkable, and it kind of shows what it takes to be able to be at the level that he is.
Yeah, and it's inspirational to see the Indonesians, and they're just such a happy team on the road. They travel together, they encourage each other, they feed off each other's energy, and they are a force to be reckoned with. There's a real, you look at the Asian series rankings, and there's a real rivalry between the Japanese and the Indonesians, that's for sure. Here goes Varun, absolutely swallowed up on the takeoff. And he is out of there.
Yeah, someone who comes to mind just now when we're speaking of being inspired by Rio is Made Joy, actually. Unfortunately, he broke his foot, so he wasn't able to compete in the last 2 events, but he's someone who is super inspired by Rio, and I've seen the dedication he's put in the last couple of years to the sport. He's had some great results in Nias and Krui as well. And yeah, just showing how much motivation and all it takes is that one person to make it, to bring a whole generation of surfers together to kind of follow his footsteps.
So looking at Austin Fuller, get the impression he's from Southern California and hasn't competed for a while, but he's done 3 events this year, and in the past he's done the QS in 2019 and 2020 as well. So it's cool that events like this can bring people in from all kinds of different regions, whether they're garnering points or not. If you walk outside along the boardwalk, they have the flags representing all the different nations that are competing, and I'd say there's probably like, what do you reckon, a dozen different countries represented this week?
Yeah, I would say so. I think Asia has some of the best wave quality in contest specifically out of all the regions, so it's not uncommon to see people from other regions come here and compete here. We see it a lot in Krui and Nias, I'm sure in Siargao as well. The waves are just so good that everyone wants to be able to surf with just 2 other people out or 3 other people out. So it's great to see how international these events can get, and I think it pushes the level of surfing throughout the competitors, so you kind of see what's happening everywhere else around the world. And right now, live action, this is Varun, nice first turn, unfortunately goes down on that second one, wasn't able to get there on time. He starting to see a little bit hints of maybe nerves as we were reaching the last part. He probably heard Raiha Onu now, went straight back into the game. His last wave of 4.27, but I love him that first turn of Varun. He took that whole first part of his surfboard completely out of the lip.
Yeah, he just had that little bobble as he drove out of the bottom up into that second section, and it kind of delayed his arrival at the lip. And he goes down. So 9 minutes remaining. Yeah, the Asian region, obviously in Indonesia there are lots of expats, so there's a whole heap of different flags that come from surfers like yourself who've grown up in Indonesia but have parents from elsewhere in the world. And we've seen, Kian Martin, who's half Swedish, half Brazilian. He's qualified through the Asian region before. He's taking a little time out from competing at the moment just to go surf and concentrate on all he's up to. We see Rafael Costa, who's flying the American flag but lives in Indonesia and obviously wants to surf in the Asian region. Years ago, Kira Pinkerton won a World Junior title here at Taitung, and then we saw her surfing at Krui a couple of years ago purely because she just wanted to surf the amazing waves with not many people out. So she couldn't garner points at that event, but she got plenty of experience in insane left-handers as she steamrolled her way through the field. Here's Shane Fujimoto going down. He's chasing a 4.77. It's doable, but not with that wave. 4 minutes 15 to run.
Yeah, looking like we've had an increase in swell size. What do you think?
I think we've had an increase in wind. It's been pretty pumping all day. It does look like there's a little spike coming later on this afternoon. Crazy that it's only 12:30. We've been running since 7. We have to. There's a big typhoon out in the Pacific. And I was saying to Jesse earlier, with the hot water in this zone right now, you know, from the Philippines below us up to Japan in the north, the typhoons just move around. Their tracks are constantly changing, and this one was going to hit the north of the Philippines, and it was going to pretty much bullseye Siargao. Now it's looking like it might go straight between here and the Philippines, which will bring all kinds of wild weather, and that's going to sort of be the last 2 days of this window. So we can't bank on being able to run on those 2 days, so we just need to put the foot down and get going. As we see Austin Fuller, he'll get interference for this. He's third priority. Varun is first. That was going to be Austin's best wave as well, but that's going to be an interference. I'm not really sure. There's obviously a big priority board on the beach that the surfers are well aware of and that they tune into. So that's a bit of a, well, it's not a bit of, that's just a mistake from Austin Fuller. And that's going to cost him, as it's a priority interference, that's going to cost him a wave.
Yeah, that is. And
he just didn't look.
Yeah, it just seems like he just didn't see him at all. I'm not sure. You know, they were pretty close by too, so it happens sometimes. It's mistakes that kind of occur. That was a beautiful turn from Saint Fujimoto. So a couple scores still to come through. Obviously, Varun's is not going to be much. I'm sure Austin's going to get an interference. Now it is Raiha Onu in second place, but only looking for a 4.68 to get back into first. He will be hoping to stay close to Saint now, who is looking for that 4.77 to get himself back into this heat with just under 2 minutes left. I'm sure all these boys are pretty nervous because it's anyone's heat still.
Yeah, waiting for that interference to be signaled. You see Varun looked straight in, a little bit nervous, like he would have assumed that he was all clear, but you just never know. You get those moments of nerves where you're like, well, I thought I saw the board, but did I? But yeah, with 1 minute 10 to go, we'll expect to see Austin Fuller. There it is. So he loses his second score. He can still advance. He just needs an 8.6.
That's it's pretty tough. Let's say it's not going to be an easy ask, especially with conditions like this and with 50 seconds remaining on the clock. It has to be the best score, not only of this round, but all day. Here we have blue now, Raiha Onu, 4.68, a beautiful turn there, just drops off the top of the wave, finishes it off nicely. Raiha Onu looking to take first. Right behind him, Saint Fujimoto unfortunately goes down there. So a kind of a flurry of waves here to finish off this heat. 20 seconds left. Will Raiha get the score he's looking for? It's going to be a pretty interesting finishing here. Unfortunately there, Austin Fuller with that priority interference, and 8.60 is his requirement.
And he's got 2 seconds to do it, so it's not going to happen. Varun Tanjong gets the win. He is through to the round of 64. He'll be joined by Raiha Onu, who surfed a pretty tidy heat. Conditions are tough right now, but never mind. We've got a ton of heats to run, and they are pretty entertaining because there is swell for days, and we're making the most of it. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Taiwan Open of Surfing right after this quick break.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. This is the round of 96, Heat 2. We are planning to go all the way up to Heat 10. In the water right now is Monojo Yahagi, a name we've seen quite a bit around this region. We have Takumi Nakamura, another name that has been around for a long time, Maverick Wilson, and Kuta Soizaki. I'm Jada Legati, and I want to welcome back in the booth with me, True Starling.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey. Yeah, we're back. This is going to be a pretty big heat. I mean, Monojo and Takumi, pretty big hitters. Maverick Wilson from WA. He's a junior and he's still, absolutely making heats in these events. I'm pretty sure he did pretty well here last year as well in Taiwan, actually. And then Kuta Suezaki from Japan. He got through that. His first heat in the morning in the round of 112. And oh my goodness, Monojo Yahagi. He's going big straight away, wearing the famous hat that he usually always wears in heats. Pretty iconic for Monojo.
Yep, and that was a beautiful start there. A 4.33, looking sharp, looking quick, looking stable in the landing. So he's going to be feeling pretty comfortable. We saw Varun win his last heat with a 4 and a 5. So this is a good score.
Yeah, this is going to be great. He's back up and running again. I love how busy he's being right now. You know, we've seen heats where people have been waiting for a while to catch waves, and it's, not really done them any favors. So for Monojo to stay busy, keep the momentum rolling through, I'm really loving this approach.
Yep, you're right. And with these types of conditions, it's easy to do that. It's easy to just catch a lot of waves and keep busy. This right now, Takumi Nakamura, one of my favorite surfers on this QS, looking really sharp. He has been doing the QS for a really long time. There we have Takumi just finishing it off. And with that, we're going to throw over to Binzi with the winner of the last heat.
Thanks a lot, Giada. Normally it's like 2 or 3 days into the comp before the competitors are taller than me, but here we are. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was definitely really tough. I mean, back home we never get waves like this windy, but it was a great challenge for sure, and just stoked to get the first heat out of the way. That's always the most nervous one, so it felt good.
You've been surfing a lot over the last few days. There are plenty of waves. It must be nice just to get a bit of rhythm going.
Yeah, for sure. Like in the free surf, there's a lot of opportunity as well, a lot of waves. Like in Philippines, it was tough because the free surf was hard to get waves, but here I can just surf more and just stay busy. So that was my plan, to go out there, just stay busy and just create chances.
Not too many epoxies being ridden with this kind of wind, but your boards looked really good underfoot.
Yeah, the JS, we've been working on the boards. Recently just changed fins as well. It's future fins, feeling really good. So yeah, equipment feels good. Definitely too windy for the epoxy, but yeah, the PUs feel good too.
Nice. We saw a little moment of panic. You clearly had priority when you got dropped in on, but there's always that moment where you double check the board, right?
Yeah, that was scary because I didn't know if I saw the board wrong or not, so I had to double check and look. But yeah, it's just part of surfing competition, so it's good.
You'd be used to it surfing back home in Bali too. Who's your crew you're traveling with this week?
Yeah, just with Bronson, Teddy, my uncle Ivan filming us, so it's been good. We've been in Siargao with the whole gang. One of the boys took it out, Bronson, so definitely inspiring and motivating to push hard again, keep going.
It's looking really good so far. Any words to friends and family back home?
Yeah, big shout out, mom and dad back home, little brother Sinar. Thank you to the Indo crew for supporting all the time. And yeah, let's keep going.
Team Indonesia, keep rolling. Back to you guys in the box.
Amazing. I love watching the boys get their interviews. Means they're passing heats, winning stuff.
Yeah.
And coming off that win, Bronson must be feeling really confident. The boys as well. I'm sure they're all feeling like Varun said, inspired and showing like they can do it. It's possible.
It was really cool actually during that final. I got to chat to. We'll come back to that. Kuta.
Oh yeah, so this is Kuta Soizaki. Wow, solid last turn on that. It was looking like it was a bit of a slower wave, but then he finished it off really nicely. I was pretty surprised.
Yeah, that was really well surfed. He's got that great, I love that backdrop knee style, but what I was actually saying before, what what I was about to say before. I got the chance to talk to Varun during Bronson's final against Ben, and I was talking to Varun, Pajar, Dara, Weston was there, and it was super cool. Like, we were having a chat, and Varun, I was, mainly talking to him and getting his insights, and, he's saying, yeah, it's really inspiring, Bronson and also Rio as well. Rio being the one that's really led that path for championship tour qualification. It's inspiring because you're traveling with your friends, and I always think back to that kind of North Shelley kind of zone when Molly Picklum qualified. I know that a lot of the crew in North Shelley were like, wait a minute. If she can do that, we can do that. And then the next year, Joel Vaughan ended up qualifying. And I feel like it's a really similar situation for the Indonesian surfers to have someone that you travel so closely with to lead that charge. And with Bronson doing that, it'd be so incredible for everyone else to see that and be inspired by it, but also want to, better that too.
100%. I mean, if you think about it, these are people that you grew up with, that you know better than, I don't know, your parents sometimes.
Yeah.
And you live through experiences with these people, and then you see them do exactly what you've been talking about your whole life with that person. You're like, yeah, you're right, I can do this too. If they did it, I can do it 100%. So it's different when you're seeing someone from another region or someone you only hear about, someone you don't know.
Yeah.
But when it's your friends and family starting to do it, then you're like, all right, you start to it lights a match.
Yeah, it really does. It's so cool. I mean, I find it really cool to see how quickly you go from one friend in the friend group qualifying or doing something incredible to all of the friends stepping up and doing that.
Yeah.
It's so awesome to see. I mean, when Joel qualified last year, Oscar Berry, one of his best mates, is in a really great position to potentially qualify for the CT this year, and Oscar won the Cloud9 event last year. He came here as well. He celebrated his birthday yesterday over in Oz, and I know that it's one of those events one of those kind of things where you go from just one thing to another, and everything just starts working and flowing, and feels like it's flowing and working well for Bronson right now, and clearly Varun too. It's so cool.
In that flow state.
Yeah. Love the flow state. Let's see more of it. Monojo, he's in that flow state right now. He's got a 4.33. Takumi, though, 4.5. He was probably one of the coolest, most stylish surfers that we saw in Cloud9. He's just kind of cool.
Takumi, yeah, you're right. That's the word for Takumi.
He's really
He's
cool.
Core.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, 15 and a half minutes to go. Yeah, he's a really awesome human. He's got great style, really in fashion, but then also in surfing. So yeah, Takumi, he's got plenty of opportunity in the next 15 minutes to keep going with that vibe.
Yeah, so as we were saying earlier, Takumi is one of those surfers that has been around for ages. You think of the QS and you think of people like Takumi, and he's just one of those people that are so positive and happy, and every time you see them, they're just with this great vibe. So they're incredible to travel with, and I think his friend Raiha Onu just passed his last heat, so they're probably out there just watching each other, and they're a really tight group of friends. And Takumi did have a break for a couple of years. He stopped competing.
Yep.
But I think this year out of memory, either last year or this year came back. So it's great to have him back around.
And we're going to touch on it. Takumi is your pick of, okay, we'll come back to it. Maverick Wilson is out in this heat, who's best friends with Dane Henry. That was Adam Dufner, the coach. That was a lovely turn for Mav. But Takumi is your pick of the event, Giada.
I'm Bronson.
No, you're Bronson.
Jesse.
Who chose Takumi? Jesse. Oh, okay. Don't even worry. I'll have to ask Jesse tomorrow. Dano, how's it going? He's there with Adam Dufner supporting Mav. Dane got to the quarterfinals in the Shogao event. He did an incredible job. Bronson Mady taking him down, who then went on to win.
All right, so this is a replay of the last of White, Maverick, surfer from Western Australia, loving that second turn. That was beautifully done. He needs to get rid of 093. He's well on the way, and I'm pretty sure we'll go straight to second, maybe even take the lead with that last one. Conditions are getting really tough out there. It's not easy. The wind is howling. You can just see how much that boat is rocking out the back. So these boys are doing a great job. There is Jade Magnen, our surfer from France. Beautiful smiling lady. Another one that has moved her region to the Asian one. Sorry, to the Australian one, and is doing all the QSs around this part of the world now.
Wow. So she's living in Oz?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So Jade is living in Oz right now, and she has changed her region from Europe to here because she's like, the waves are just better.
Yeah, fair enough. I back that.
And
I
yeah,
like it.
for someone who I can personally say I've been to the European region and
Yeah.
I've done it for years, the waves are way better here.
Yeah.
Whoa, Europe is a mission. It's a mission.
Wow. Yeah, they don't call it the dream tour for no reason. This one, it's literally the dream coming to these beautiful places. Oh, Takumi, that was lovely.
Loving this wave from Takumi. That first turn was massive. Love the fan of spray that just came out the back, showing exactly why he's been around for a long time.
Yeah.
He's been a Challenger Series surfer in the past. He knows what he has to do to win heats. So he's a threat.
He is a full threat. And off the back of that first turn, I mean, let's take another look at this. I love this turn. Bang. Throwing so much spray and water, really stylish, low off the bottom. He's got great connection with his turns, and this wave out here, really good flow. Fits in 2 for 1 in that last moment as well. And Minojo Yahagi, he started off strong, but we just saw a 5.33 lock in for Maverick Wilson. We got a pretty decent score, I'd say, to come in for Takumi as well. Giada, we were talking about dumplings in the last heat.
Oh yeah.
And I was thinking when I left, what's your favorite dumpling flavor?
I'm very traditional. I like pork dumplings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Love that.
I'm just a pork dumpling gal.
Yeah.
I'm very simple when it comes to my dumplings. But yeah, those are probably my favorite.
Yeah,
I'm not going to lie though. Yesterday the fried dumplings we had, they were, I think, chicken if I'm not wrong. But
Yeah.
they were insane. So,
Really?
That's probably one of my two top 5 dumpling spots that we went to.
Yeah, it was really good. We're going to have to test out another one tonight. Yeah, it was quite nice. I backed it. I thought it was good. Here we go. Baxter Hurt on screen coming up in this next heat. Nick James and Duke Kelleher coaching Baxter for this event as well, or supporting him, I guess. 10.5 minutes. Takumi locks in a 6.17. That is the best wave score of the event so far. Day 1. It's only just started.
I know.
I feel like I'm going a little bit loopy today.
It reminds me of Korean Nias. Doesn't it remind you of Korean Nias?
Yeah, it really does.
Where the days just blend into one.
I know. I'm like, we've been here for like 3 days already, I swear.
I know
we actually have.
I know the contest site, like, there's no tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Just from one day of
Yeah,
being.
yeah, exactly. No, all the nooks and crannies. Wow, yeah. I mean, you just got to prepare for big days.
Yeah.
And it's good because it means that there's a lot of surfing and we're going to see, you know, a lot of drama and entertainment and all of that. And I really like Taiwan because it has that variety in the sense of the waves. It's got the lefts, it's got the rights, it's got potential air sections. But yeah, it feels like we've been here for a moment. Today's feels like long. But we got about 8 heats left of the day today.
It's only 1 p.m.
Wow. Nearly dumpling time. Let's go.
I'm so excited. Best part of the day. Not good. Surfing.
Yeah.
There we have it. Contest site. Everyone getting ready, warming up, supporting each other. It's a great event here in Taiwan. And the best part about it, you know, most of these athletes all stay here in Jinzun Harbor, whereas we're staying in the city. So it's actually great because it feels like a bit more sense of community. People come and watch each other surf, and they're all really close by. So I like the scene. It's nice.
I like it too. It's everyone's around, everyone's supporting each other. It's real kind of homey vibe. I feel like in there as well, once someone gets the music playing, there'll be a couple little dancers around. Teddy, when Teddy's in there, that's when you want to be in there with the camera, sussing it out. This is Harry O'Brien on screen from Lennox Head. He had a great couple of heats over in Cloud9. It's one of his first proper years on the QS. He's been travelling a fair bit with Harley Walters, who is sitting right next to him on screen there. Harles got into the semi-finals of Shagao. No, yeah, he did. Semis in Shagao, actually. That was pretty crazy. Bronson took him out. And it was his best result of the year so far. He knows he can do it, so it was pretty special to see him do that, and I know Harry's probably trying to pick up where he left off.
That's a huge result, actually. QS 6000 in semi-final is really, really well done, especially being taken out by the champ. You know, if there's anyone you're going to want to be taken out by, it's the one who wins the contest. So that's a great result for Harley, and I'm excited to see him surf out here. I've seen that he's really good in the air, so I feel like these conditions will match his surfing.
Yeah, went to the Stab High in Sydney and got into the final there, which was pretty amazing. Someone who's also good in the air, John Mark DeKong, he's coming up in the next heat too. But Harry, he's got this, a really great rail game. He's also really good in the air, but he's got these really exciting power turns on lock. I love watching him surf. And there's a lot of power to this wave. There's a lot of water around there. I feel like he'll be right at home at Lennox Beachy. And Takumi, we're going to back up a 4. Oh my gosh!
Unfortunately, isn't able to ride out of that. We all got pretty excited in here for a second. That was going to be an incredible backup for that 617. But he's still in a pretty solid lead. Maverick Wilson now, a 5.35, his requirement to get into first. Otherwise, he's just trying to back off Monojo and Quota from getting his advancing position.
Yeah, he needs 5.35 is not a big score, but it seems like a tricky one to get. A bit of a shake of the hands there for Marama and Baxter. Marama is the king of Cloud9, unfortunately getting knocked out in the round of 64 or round of 32. The wave just didn't appear for Marama, and that was kind of weird.
That's what I actually had a quick chat with him earlier. I was like, Marama, weird, I didn't see you in finals day. Like that, you're usually a name that's constantly there. And he was like, yeah, I know, but that's just surfing. I'm like, you're totally right. Sometimes he's
so level-headed.
Yeah, he's so calm and easygoing. Well, calm. He has a lot of energy to him, but
humble.
Yeah, he's humble. He's humble. That's the right word. Yeah. All right, just past the 6-minute mark of this heat. Not too much happening in the backhand, huh?
Yeah, it's going a little bit slower, which is not so bad. I feel like for Maverick, he can be a little bit more selective now with his waves. He's got that first priority. He only needs to better a 3.97, which right now is not a big ask for him. And it will put pressure on Monojo, who needs a 4.98. And Kuta, who needs a 6.47, Kuta's already surfed a heat today, and it would be taking a lot out of you to be going back-to-back heats or even surfing 3 heats today already. It's a massive day, and just day 1, you don't even get a break. It's like day 1, day 2, you're back on again. Get ready.
Yeah, that's right, and especially with this close period, you can tell the paddle back out is super tiring. You have to constantly be duck diving so many waves. And there we have our current heat leader, Takumi Nakamura. A quick up and out, trying to get rid of a 4.50, but it's looking like he's in a pretty comfortable lead right now.
Yeah, he is. 4.5 minutes to go. And he's cruising out in front with a 6.17, one of the best scores that I've seen in the day so far. Mav has a 5.33, just over 4 minutes to go. Holding that first priority. I mean, Monojo tried to get a score. He locked in a 2.57. He needs a 4.98 still. That's us. Hey.
That is us on your screen right now. This is Riza's handycam. He's following everyone around the contest area. This is Jada and True.
Hey. Yep.
The voices you've been hearing. Yeah.
I know. There is faces here. We're not AI, we promise.
Unlike Ryan's drone video.
Yeah.
All AI.
It's a bit windy for the drone out there, though. We can't lose it.
Yeah. Oh, there we have it now. Takumi, back on your screen. This is our man in blue. Just trying to get rid of that 4-5 and, slightly struggling. It's not easy out there.
No, you're right. It is not easy out there, but it's just part of the game. I feel like sometimes when it's like this and you need a score, you almost have to try and manufacture something and just go, all right, I'm just going to try and get 2 turns and make it work on whatever wave I get next. And I think for even Mav, that's a really great option for him to be getting a 3.97. If he does 2 semi-decent turns, he could really push to better that and make it harder for Manojo and Kuta.
Yeah, as what we were saying earlier, it's creating opportunity and creating that luck for yourself and giving yourself that chance to kind of stay in the game and keep your dream alive of winning those points to be able to qualify for that Challenger Series position, which is what everyone here is really chasing at the end of the day. I mean, everyone says I'm taking it heat by heat, day by day, but at the end, the goal is a qualification to the Challenger.
Yeah. And that's, it's so crazy because it's such a challenge to get to the Challenger Series. But then once you're there, to either stay on the Challenger Series or to qualify for the CT is another level above that. And you have to consistently keep bringing your best to every single event. And I always find it really interesting when you see the surfers who are on the Challenger Series come back to the QS. It feels like they're a level above everyone else. They have a little bit more maturity in their surfing, more power, I guess. And that's what the CS brings out, is you have to put your best foot forward every time.
Yep, that's right. I do feel like going against the best makes you, improve so much because it's not just from your region, but we're talking international. Like we're talking about the best in South America, in North America, the best in Europe. So the level just gets brought up so much more. This is a bit of live action now. He is looking for a 647 to get back into this heat and get that second position from Maverick. Going to be a bit of a tough one. He's definitely going to be improving his score. That's going to be one of his best waves yet. What do you think?
Yeah, it'll be one of his best, or if not his best for sure. That was a cool first turn. It was something different, a bit of variety here as well. I don't think it's a 6.47 that he's looking for, though, unfortunately. I feel like it's going to come short. It's looking like it will. 3.43. So he only needs a 5.87 now. He's given himself the opportunity to do it in one wave. Mav, though, looking to better a 3.97. Goes up and over that first turn, and that wave dies out pretty quickly with 30 seconds to go.
Yep, so crucial moment here for all 4 surfers. I do feel like Takumi is probably the most comfortable right now out of them all. But Manojo now with priority. With the last 20 seconds left in this heat, he's going to be really scrapping to get that score. Will he get on this? Oh, unfortunately he doesn't. And I don't know if there's anything out the back for him. 5 seconds. Will he get that last chance to get one more wave? And I'm not sure. This is going to be super tough. All right, good first blast here. Wraps it around here again. Will he get a finishing of 4.98? He's going to have to do something on the inside. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit of a dodgy one here.
Yeah, I don't even think it was before the hooter.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either.
Wow.
Yeah, so looking by our screen, it's not looking like that was before the hooter. So with that, we're going to go on a quick break, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
We are back and straight into live action. Harry O'Brien absolutely belting it. Misses out on the finish, but he got a fair bit of work done out the back. He's already opened up with a 4.5. We also see John Mark DeKong out there. Backs to hurt. And Subaru Yoneyama, True Styling, joined in the booth with Giada Lagati for the first little bit of this heat, and then she's going to tag team out. But Giada, that last heat was pretty crazy. Takumi just put on an absolute show.
Yeah, that's right. And that was probably the best score I've seen in a while. With the condition change, it's been hard to get those bigger scores up. I just see like a lot of bump and lump on the wave, so it's not easy out there, but he was able to find that 6. Practically all from that first turn, I would say, of that wave.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of Takumi, we're going to roll straight over to him. He is down there with Daiwako.
まず一発目見事1位通過でしたがどうでしたか。
そうですね、結構風が強くてポジショニングがむずいんですけど、まあ、でも狙ってた右のレフト乗れたんでなんとか良かったですね。
スタートから4点台と好調な滑り出しで6点はまさに中村選手といったようなパワフルなサーフィンでしたね。
そうですね、結構、波があるのでいいターンできるかなと思って試合に挑んだんですけど、その中でも1本乗れてって感じで、いいスタート切れたかなって感じです。
今日はこれでもうサーフィン終わりだと思いますけど、この後はどう過ごして明日に備えますか。
そうですね、まだ一緒に来てる友達が試合があるので、それちょっと見てまた明日に備えて早く、食べて寝て明日に備えたいと思います。
次野中秀馬選手出てくると思うんですけど、コーチングもしてるんですか。
いや、コーチングはしてないんですけど、ちっちゃい秀馬っていう子連れて今年、この QS 回って、そうですね、自分もその中で気合入るので、フィリピンはちょっと最後にねいいライディングできなかったので、ちょっとこの、最後のここでちょっとかましたいなと思います。
He's so focused on this event. He didn't have a great result in the Xiaogao and other QS 6000, so he definitely wants to get a good result here. And his plan was to get a left, and that's exactly what he did. And he got the 6, and he's very happy with the result. で最後に皆さんにメッセージお願いします。
そうですね、最後まで気合い入れて頑張るので、また明日もよろしくお願いします。ありがとう。
ありがとうございました。Back to you guys.
ありがとう Takumi and Wombat, also known as Daiwako. I think I'm just going to call him Wombat from now on.
Make it a thing.
Yeah. His Instagram name is Wombat02 or 08 or something like that.
Why is his name Wombat?
I think it's because he's like my spirit animal's a wombat. And Noah Fuzi, who was at the Cloud9 event, actually put it perfectly. He was like, you actually are a bit of a wombat because you're super chill, but then when you need to be assertive, you just go. And you're like ready to rumble.
All right. And speaking of Wombat, I'm about to do a bit of a tap out moment here with him as I welcome our co-commentator, Daiwako.
Well, 17 and a half minutes to go. We have scores that have locked in. 4.77 for that last wave of Harry O'Brien. He also has a 4.5 out in front. John Mark Takong, a 5.5 and a 0.93. He's in second. And Daiwako, welcome back to the booth. How's it going?
I'm back.
You're back.
Great morning and then, great afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Straight into the action. This is last of Harry O'Brien. Whoa. Great two-turn comp. Oh, actually, gets to third. Wow. He gets a fourth.
Yeah.
Wow, that was great combination.
I know. That was a 4.77. And he's ripping.
He is. And then, we have John McTagon, Marama, in a round of 96.
Yeah. What
big
is happening?
Heat.
I know. This is a huge heat. Backs to hurt. He's one of the, not so much as junior, but he's definitely still kind of new to the QS. From the Northern Beaches. It's Subaru up and riding.
Beautiful bottom turn.
Wow.
It gets the vertical off the top. That was a great one-turn maneuver from Subaru.
That was kind of a crazy section as well. That wave was super whitewashy. That was tricky. Really, really tricky to hit. So I liked it. I really, really liked it.
さあこちらが米山の2本目のライディング。深いボトムターンから綺麗にオフザトップ スプレーをしっかり飛ばしてきました。Another beautiful bottom turn. That was really, really compressed and deep in bottom. Straight vertical off the top. Great.
That is Diego Cordero on screen. He's been down here pretty much all day, just watching the ocean, watching the waves and the surfing. Pretty sure he's traveling with Raichi Inoue.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Who, fun fact, Dai, actually goes to the same university as me.
Oh, which is Southern Cross?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Wow.
I know. So I met him at a university nationals event. And we were in a tag team together.
Really?
Yeah, it was so random. And I lost in the second round of the shortboard, but I made it. Oh my goodness.
That was John Mark to go Marama. Takes it to the sky and right out of it. So that, I'm pretty sure that was the first air reverse we've seen this morning. I mean, day number 1.
Absolutely. That was the 5.5. This is back to hurt. A couple of nice backhand wraps. And then Marama up and riding again. What sparks has he got right now? That was a good first turn. Drives through the second one. Looks like it's going to wall up for a third, and he gets there for it. So Marama starting off strong. Oh, back-to-back action. Harry O'Brien as well. He's found a whitewashy wave, but he's getting a fair bit of work done on it too. So he'll back up his 4.77. Maybe get rid of the 4.5 if he did something pretty special out the back. There's a lot of surfing going on, Dai.
Wow, there's a lot of surfing, great surfing, and then this is the first wave. Lots of Marama. That's beautiful first time, throwing a lot of sprays. And there's a little bit of downtime here, but still managed to connect all the way to the inside and gets this finishing turn. So great 2-turn combo. At the back, Harry O'Brien. Like you said, this is a really hard wave to surf, but definitely managed really well to put 2 turns in. So great exchange from Marama and Harry O'Brien. Definitely Marama is looking for a great result in this event.
Yeah, for sure. Getting knocked out pretty early in his hometown event. That is Keanu Parrish on screen. The local lad from Taiwan. I think he's from Jinzun Harbor as well. He's going to come up against Kyan Falvey, Yuji Nishi, and Shuma Nonaka.
It's a good matchup again.
That is going to be exciting. Lots of surfing. We're waiting on these scores for Marama and Harry O'Brien to lock through. Just preparing, getting himself ready. Camera's on him. He's following and sticking to him. The locals.
Right. Did you have any preheat routine when you were competing?
Yes, I did.
You did?
This is really weird. Well, it's not weird, but I would listen to 2 songs.
Oh, okay.
Only 2. The first song I'd listen to once, and then the second one I'd listen to twice, back to back.
Well, so that's how you prep for.
Yeah, that was my prep,
heat.
and then I would do a couple of stretches, and then once my songs were finished,
you kick in.
I was like, let's go.
You're ready.
We're out there. Yeah.
Wow.
And I feel like when I had my preheat routine on point, it was like, cool. All right, I'm in the zone. Like, let's go. I'm ready. And Harry O'Brien had a really cool preheat routine as well. Just taking a moment for himself. He is waiting on a score to come through too now. That last score of Marama, 5.83 for that left. But yeah, I wouldn't do anything too special. It was just the music. I would listen, and it was super chill music.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if I listened to rock or anything like that, if it hyped me up too much, I'd get too nervous. So I'd have to, I don't know if you've heard of Paolo Nutini. No.
Actually, no, I never heard of it.
Well, I would listen to him and 2 of his songs in particular, and then I would be like, okay, cool, I'm good. I'm super chill. And then as soon as I was out there, I was like, I'm going to get the inside. And when I did that, I was like, cool, tick. Got the inside, started off strong. Nothing can faze me now.
Sick.
Didn't always work out, but...
Right, yeah.
More
it's-
often than not, it didn't. But
It's great to have one.
Yeah.
You know, before your heat. But
Absolutely. Oh.
Is Subaru Yoneyama. It's a
oh,
big
hold on to it.
turn and hold on to it. He likes it. It was a great turn. One maneuver, but still a big one turn. And then last one maneuver comes in out of 3.73. So definitely it'll be close to that point. But got a feeling that this round you kind of need 2 turns to get through the heat.
Yeah.
Because this is a second seeded round. You need to have some kind of structure to get a good scores. But on screen we have Yuji Nishi with his coach Tepe Tajima. He's a legendary professional surfer.
Wow.
He wasn't in Xiaogao, but probably he came here for many surfers. Actually, he coaches a lot of people.
Amazing. Does he coach Keiji as well?
Probably he will.
Wow.
And he's one of the great legend, great surfer from Japan, from Chiba.
Amazing. I love this. From Chiba. And still lives in Chiba now?
Still lives in Chiba. Yes.
Cool. Okay.
He kind of lived in Hawaii for a couple of years.
Oh, wow.
And did some surfing and fitness business over there. But I think he's back in Japan now, full-time surfing coach.
Okay, cool. Have you been to Hawaii?
Yeah, many times actually.
Really?
I've been to Hawaii for more than 10 times. Pretty much since I was 12.
Wow.
I used to be going there every winter. Spend quite a long time, for like 3 months in
No
Hawaii.
way. Charging?
Nah.
No.
I mean, nah.
I reckon
wanted
you're being humble.
Yeah, like no, like I wanted to church, but it was super hard. And yeah, it's Hawaii is just a special place that you have to practice every winter, or like you have to be prepared to get into these huge waves. It's always scares me. And
Really?
yeah.
I've never been. I know. Jessie's been. She went once. But yeah.
It's a special place, and
I've heard.
It's not just beautiful island and has the best waves.
Yeah.
Just the vibe and energy over there is just special to you. And then,
that's amazing.
I'm liking it so much.
Yeah. I have heard that this place reminds people a lot of Hawaii.
Yes. Oh, the coastline and the mountain on your left hand when you come from the city.
Yeah.
Definitely it reminds me of Hawaii. Never been to Tahiti, but someone mentioned it reminds.
Yeah, I think like a
Tahiti.
mix of Tahiti and Hawaii. Yeah, which is really cool. That's Baxter Hurt though. He is looking for a score. He needs a 5.1 to go up into second place. Harry O'Brien sitting in second. Marama, he's looking for a pretty decent result. He's starting off well so far in this heat. He's got that 5.83 and a 5.5. There's 7.5 minutes to go. It was really unusual to not see Marama in finals day of the Cloud9 event. We'll come back to that though, because this is that last wave of Baxter.
Nice check-in turn there, just trying to be in the right position. And the second turn, had the more power in it. And at the back we had actually Harry O'Brien up and riding. Unfortunately, he went down. Currently sitting in the second, needing a big score, 6.56 to go into the first. So Marama is sitting in the lead pretty comfortably.
Yeah, really comfortably. It's two pretty great scores. We didn't see him in finals day shug out. It was weird.
I know. He had a great surfing in round one, round of 96.
Yeah.
And yeah, unfortunately knocked in round of 32.
Yeah. Round of 64, round of 32, which is crazy. So early in the event, but great first blast for Baxter Hurt. He's got a lot of energy right now. Kind of caught a rail on that second turn, but recovering here. Needs to go big to finish this one off. He'll try and get there. He's looking for a 5.1, needs to complete it. So we got some scores to come through. What are your first thoughts, Di?
Well, it's gonna be close, but I don't feel like it was a 5-1-0. There was a little bit of downtime, but the first turn was just really nice. You know,
Yeah.
he went just vertical off the top, and from here, just wave didn't really offer too much wall for him. So there's a downtime here, but he gets finish here, and I'm not too sure if it's a completion or not. Oh well, it's a completion, I guess. But yeah, it's gonna be close to the requirement.
I think so, yeah. 5.1. It'll come off the back of that first turn, really. With 5.5 to go. Priority is with Marama, and he's pretty deadly. He can get any score on basically just one turn. Harry O'Brien, he's looking to defend second. It's his last score of Baxter that's going to be of consequence. Subaru, he's kind of been a little bit quiet towards the back part of this heat.
He's kind of lost in the heat, actually. He hasn't got any good waves yet. But the last wave for Baxter comes in at 4.23, so not enough to go into the second, still needing 5.04.
Wow, so lowers the requirement just a little bit for Baxter. He now needs a 5.04. There's 4.5 minutes. So Harry O'Brien, he'll be breathing a sigh of relief right now. He's going, yep, okay, cool.
Right.
I'm still in second. It's all good. But needing to better the 4.5.
I kind of wonder if he hears the announcement now in the ocean because it's the wind. Someone said it's kind of hard to hear the announcement right now, so probably I'm not too sure if he can hear the announcement and he knows that he's still in second place.
Yeah, it would be really tough, and it's always hard when you're surfing a heat and you can't really hear what's going on, and you're going, okay, I just have to score myself,
right?
Basically, and go, do I think I have 2 4s? Yeah. Do I think that's enough to get me through a heat? Maybe, maybe not. You know, and it's really scary to figure that out. I feel like a few athletes would have people in the athlete area or on that, you know, in the structure being like signals for if you're first, second, or third. A lot of coaches do have that.
Right. You know, this kind of condition is like where it's good to have coach in your corner that tells you what's going on in the heat and where to sit actually.
Absolutely. And a lot of athletes are traveling with coaches now, especially on the QS.
Yeah.
I feel like it's more and more we're seeing more coaches. And this was a beautiful opening carve for Baxter Hurt. Gets a second good turn in there as well. This ride is bowling up for him. So 3-turn combo, 5.04. And a really good looking wall to start off on that wave. So let's see. I mean, let's take a look at the replay, Dai.
Wow, great wave selection from Baxter. Nice opening carve to start with. Good layback. Get the third turn in. So it's a good combination from Baxter, needing 5.04. Wow, I'm not too sure. It's gonna be another close one.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really close for Baxter. 5.04. Great first turn there for Subaru. Gets a second carve in. He's also looking for a number. 5.54 is what he needs. He gets a completion. Wow, what a tight back end of this heat. Scores for Baxter still to come through. And now, oh my goodness, Di, there's anything can change.
Well, definitely. Let's take another look at this one. 米山、この波で 5.54 が必要です。一発目縦に行きました。そして最後のセクションも力強くレイバックターンをしてきました。That's a great surfing. But lots of white comes in at 4.27. Not enough. Wow. Takes it to the sky. Is that a completion?
Is it?
It's close.
In my head, no, just joking. Okay, 4.27 for Lhasa Baxter, not enough. He's now looking for a 5. This is Harry O'Brien looking to better 4.5. Nice 2-turn combo, a little flat, and he feels it as well, so he gets out. This last one.
Wow.
Wow, that could have been pretty crazy. Just needs to bend the knees just for half a second longer and he would have made that. That was insane. Scores to come through for Subaru as well. 5.54 is what he needs. This is crazy. 45 seconds to go.
Well, tense moment for pretty much all the surfers. John McTagon is sitting in the lead comfortably, I would say. So definitely it's battling for second place right now. Baxter wants to get one more wave to challenge himself into the second, but we are still waiting for the last of green. Well, last of green comes in at a 3.77, so it's not enough.
Wow. Situation remains the same. Marama out in front. Harry O'Brien in second. Baxter Hurt has 10 seconds just over and first priority, needing a 5. Will he get up in time? Harry O'Brien, he's up right now, looking to better a 4. 5. Whoa. Gets a big, strong end turn. Doesn't find the completion though. And it looks like maybe Baxter Hurt didn't get the opportunity to find another wave in the last few moments of that heat. Oh, he did. Just joking. There is a score to lock in for last of white. So could it be the 5 that Baxter Hurt is looking for? Indications are it's not. So it is Marama, John Mark Dukong moving through to the next round along with Harry O'Brien. We have heat number 4 coming right up. Kyan Falvey and Yuji Nishi will be out there with Keanu Parrish and Shuma Nonaka. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We are back. This is day 1 of Taiwan Open of Surfing. We are now into men's round of 96, heat number 4. With Kyan Felvey in red, Yuji Nishi in blue, Keanu Paris in white, Shuma Nonaka in green. I am Daiwako in the booth with Jesse. Welcome back. On screen we have Kyan Felvey up and riding. Nice first turn to start with. Well, this wave looks... Oh, it looks good. But unfortunately, he goes down.
He goes down there for Kyan Falvey. He was such a standout over in Siargao over the last 2 years. So we'd definitely love to see him back up another result here. But Yuji Nishi already with a score.
Wow, he already locked in 5.33. That is a healthy number to start his campaign in this heat number 4 of men's round of 96.
Yeah, we haven't really seen anyone start with a 5.
Not really. You know, it's kind of tricky out there trying to, you know, it's kind of tricky to get the 2 big turns in. So probably, well, this is a replay of last of Yuji Nishi. Yuji 1本目のライディング、大きなカービングターン、そしてインサイドの波が立ってきたところで大きな縦のターンをもう一度入れました。Great combination, two-turn combo from Yuji. Well, this is another way for Kyan Felvey. Just quick one turn and kicks out on the way to back out at the peak.
There's nothing quite like clicking with a turn on your backhand, and that's exactly what Yuji did on this wave. Let's catch up with Kyan. Beautiful opening carve. Just so much poise and power here for Kyan Falvey. 2 carving turns, so a different approach, but there was still a lot of power in those turns there. You can see a lot of water being thrown off the back, so I like that wave there for Kyan.
Definitely. The wave, well, on screen we have Safin wide going really big. Unfortunately, couldn't quite ride out of it. But at the back we have Yuji Nishi up and riding. Nishi, 2本目のライディングになります。スープフローターターンから抜けてきて、そこから縦のアクション。ここはスプレーを飛ばしてきますが、前に出てこれません。Great, transition from Yuji Nishi floater to the vertical off the top. Unfortunately, broke the rail and goes down.
Yeah, Yuji looking really sharp when he's on his feet, though. I mean, that was a really nice connection. Big vertical backhand hook there. So just getting a little bit caught up the top. We spoke about this in the last heat, but with one of that we worked together with one of the Groms. They went super high up on the face and the wind blew them off the back, but just showing that it's doing it to all of our competitors today, so you got to be careful where you're placing your turns.
Right, and then I think we have True with the last heat winner, John Mark to go on.
The condition right now is so hard, it's so windy, but the wind is like perfect for doing air. But it will be nice also. It's just a little bit gentle wind. It will be great, but no complaint. I made it through. I got like 1 good air from the start, and then I was like, get a 5 or something, and I was like, whoa. I got surprised. I was like, okay, just get 1 good one and wait for the good one on the left. So I find a really nice clean face wave on the left, and then I was just pretty calm. I didn't really rush it. So I was like, it feels really good at carb, and then just get like 3 turns. So I got like a 5.8, and I feel like so confident. I was like, okay, I got some good score. Try to relax, wait for the sets. If the sets came, it's good, so you can improve more score. But the set, their sets came, but it's like pretty much closing out. So yeah, and still, I'm so stoked to make it to the next round. Yeah, so excited.
There's a lot going on here in Taiwan. We've got, as you said, there's a lot of wind out there. There's a lot of movement in the ocean. Was there any specific point where you were like, this is where the best place to sit? Or did you just adapt and just kind of move with the lineup?
Well, during my free surf this morning, I always look into the tower and like try a different spot. I was like, okay, this side, it's good. More on the left, it's good when it's high tide. And here on the right side, when you're facing in the waves, on the right, it's better when it's when it's low. So I was like, okay, it's low tide now. So I was like, okay, sit down more on the right side. So yeah, and it worked. So yes, I'm so happy. Yeah, and I'm so happy also to be here, to be back here in Taiwan, and my friend Jeff and all the crew, Julia, Copper parents. They've been really helpful also for us, and like all the crew here. And they've been so nice. I don't know why. I'm so grateful to be here. The food is really good. Yeah, so I'm so happy.
Back in Taiwan, and we have another event straight after this in Belair. Will we see you make face there?
Oh yes. After here, I'm gonna go straight. I'm gonna go straight to Belair. Like I'm supposed to be like flying my flight yesterday, but I have to change it because like going here in Taiwan, I have to change it because I see there's a typhoon came in the Philippines, like literally facing in Siargao. So I have to change early, like 2 days early. So yeah, and I really hope, I'm so glad that everyone is safe, just like a couple of trees broken. So I'm so happy that, the community there, it's helping each other. So yeah, shout out to all the people that watching this one, and shout out to the Siargao communities, to all my sponsors, to my families, friends, my daughter, my girlfriend. So yep, thank you all, and I hope I'm gonna go all the way up. Hopefully, my goal here in the comp, get a round of 16 or quarterfinal. Quarterfinal will be great.
Let's see it, Marama. Well, sending lots of love and big safe vibes to the community in Siargao. We'll let you get ready for the next heat tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you. See you guys.
Back to you.
Thank you so much, True and Marama. Great interview.
Drew's little yay! Oh, that was so good.
Nice to hear everyone's safe back in Siargao with the typhoon.
Yeah, I'm so stoked that everyone is safe there. Obviously, it's just kind of part of what happens in this part of the world. You know, there's typhoons that occur really regularly, and I feel like, you know, they would all have their protocol, but it's still scary, you know, when you see something like that. So for those guys who are used to it, even then, like, I'm so stoked they're all safe. We obviously love all of our friends and family back in Siargao, and we can't wait to be back there next year.
I know. I can't not wait go back to Siargao for the next year's QS 6000, hopefully.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows what next year's going to bring?
Can't be a CS. And
Everyone's a piece of the action, even the opening ceremony. They were
Right.
saying we want to make this event bigger and better next year. So,
wow.
Fight for it. No, I'm kidding. No, it's cool. It's really exciting to see how involved Asia is in surfing.
Right.
Like, the surf world community has just rapidly grown. I mean, we've even seen the introduction of India into the surfing world in the last couple of years. They just hosted the Asia Surfing Games, and they hosted a QS a couple of years ago. You know, the sky's the limit for Asia and the surfing community it's beginning to create.
Definitely a lot of countries in Asia, they investing a lot of money into surfing.
Yeah.
Right after the Tokyo Olympics.
Yep.
And that's, you know, good for Asian surfing industry as well, because one country, you know, invests a lot of money into surfing, then another country and another country, so they're gonna follow all the path. Then definitely Japan has to invest more money into surfing, and hopefully it'll affect good to Japanese surfing industry as well. But definitely overall, Asian surfing is growing so much.
Massively too. Like, I would go as far to say maybe the quickest in the world. You know, this, like, Asia, as far, because you have your staples in the surf industry. You know, we think of Australia, Hawaii, America, you know, Europe. They're all really established surf communities, and we always go back to these parts of the world, whether it's the Challenger Series, the Championship Tour. There's been big QS events held there, but it's starting. We're seeing these new leaflets start to grow. You know, I refer to India again. You would have never thought 10 years ago we were going to have a QS 5000 in India.
Right.
So it's really cool to see just how quickly it's growing. Obviously, Japan's very established in the surf community. Indonesia is as well. But yeah, we're getting all of these new places. We've been here for 15 years now in Taiwan, and the Philippines is now the home of the World Juniors. That's insane.
That's insane.
It's amazing. It's really cool to be a part of. Anyway, I'll quit rambling.
Back to the action. So 14 minutes on the clock in this heat, number 4. We have Yuji Nishi in the lead with 5.33 and 1.50. Kyan Felvey in the second with 3.83 and 2.00. Shuma Nonaka has single wave of 3.23. The requirement is 2.61. And Keanu Parrish in 4th place, needing 5.10 to go into second. There's heaps time left on the clock.
So much time. It's really cool to see all the different strategies we're getting as well today. A lot of people going for that turn, you know, keep catching waves, the turn and burn type of theory rather than that sit and wait. And there's so many waves coming through today. But taking a look, you know, at this heat, currently ranked 25, Kyan Falvey, like we mentioned, had an incredible run the last 2 years over in Siargao. Took out the first Pro Junior on the Australian side this year over in Phillip Island. So he's still a junior, which is pretty cool.
Wow.
And Yuji Nishi, that family is exceptionally talented.
And every single surfer has different character in surfing. So that's the good part, actually.
Yes.
That's an interesting part. Yuji has more like air game as well. And, you know, his big brother, Keijiro, is more like powerful, traditional surfing style.
Is Keijiro older?
Older than Yuji.
Oh, wow.
I need to double check. I need to double check with that.
Wow.
But that was Yuji Nishi. I've been riding huge end section turn. And there's another big brother.
There's
actually.
another one. There's three of them.
Shuji Nishi.
They're all exceptionally talented. That was a brilliant wave from Yuji Kyan here. Big floater. I thought he was going to pop out of the whitewash there, but unfortunately disappeared. you can see Yuji, there's a different energy about him this event. This wave is exceptional right here for Yuji. Just carves, just draws a really solid line, holds it all the way through. Steep section.
Wow.
And just unleashes, folds that section in half and comes out with so much speed. And then Kyan, this would have been a good score for a single turn. And then you can see now watching this replay, got exploded and fell over his toe side rail. So Kyan absolutely going for it as well, but hasn't got that big score locked in at this point.
Right. So probably Yuji is the only person who got a 5.33, the big score in this heat so far. But I got a feeling that there's gonna be another good score for Yuji. Yuji is focusing super well in this event. Probably that's because he is with his coach Teppei from Japan. So I think it's a great time to have a coach in his corner.
Yeah, it's definitely important to have, especially when you come to places like this. We talk about it a lot with some of the Challenger Series competitors as well when they're on that stage. Sometimes it's hard to figure it out the first year round, and things that you don't even think about, like where am I going to eat? Where am I staying? How far away is it from where I'm staying? Where am I going to rent my motorbikes from? Where am I renting a car from? How do I get there? All these questions, we just get to sit and watch this beautiful surfing unfold, but there's so many unanswered questions. But when you come back for your second time round, maybe someone like Yuji, who is definitely a lot more experienced, someone like Kyan, who's been here in the past, all those questions are answered, and you kind of have a bit more of a routine, which allows you to focus on the heat so much more. And Yuji, he looks really comfortable here.
Right.
So saying to me, he's competed here for many years in the past, and now he can just let his surfing do the talking.
Right, that's so true. Those little things builds up and gives you a little pressures and stress, and you're not able to focusing on the heat properly. So that's definitely it. And on screen we have Keanu Parrish up and riding, our local surfer. Nice first turn laid back, and it gets a second turn in. So definitely this is going to be the best wave so far. Ballast of Blue comes in at a 6.00 now, sitting in the first comfortably.
And then we have our young gun right now is out there with first priority, Shuma Nonaka, 13 years old. And his first year just branching out, going international on the QS.
Right.
At 13 years old. That is just crazy to me.
And then, he's traveling with Takumi Nakamura and Monoji Hagi, so which is another great way to traveling.
Saw Takumi with the heat win.
Yep.
Looking good for my pick right now. That first heat win there, I was like, yes, Takumi.
Now into the next. Shuma, up and riding. 野中シューマ2本目のライディングになります。 2.61 で逆転ですが、ここは少しバランスを崩しました。A quick in and out from Shuma Nonaka. That was his actually second wave. 8 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. So he's waited that wave quite a long time.
So does Shuji still compete?
Yes.
He does.
He does. He did couple of QS 2000 in Japan.
Cool.
I don't think he travels outside of Japan anymore.
To compete.
Not to compete. But he lives in Miyazaki now. He surfs pretty much every day.
Miyazaki is like one of the places I really want to go to in Japan.
Oh, you definitely should.
Beautiful.
Beautiful coastline, and there's a lot of different type of waves there, and it's good food.
Perfect.
It's close to the airport, so it's just perfect.
2 wins back to back.
Wow.
Yuji currently winning this heat with a 11.33. So that's actually a pretty solid combo tee. If you can get a 6 today, just with the conditions and what we're looking at, it's kind of like getting an 8.
Definitely, it's getting 6 feels definitely it's 8. It's kind of tricky out there. You have to have 1 or 2 solid turns to get 6. So definitely, it's hard to get 6. But he's got a 6 and 5.33, so he is doing great in this heat so far. On screen, we have Kyan Felvey up and riding. Nice first turn. I love that layback. Unfortunately, wave just didn't offer too much. Needing a 7.50 for challenging the first place. but trying to beat the 2.00.
Yeah, you can see he's really fighting for it as well. He's been up and riding a lot in this heat. He definitely hasn't been holding back. Kyan from the Northern Rivers in New South Wales, he's actually my neighbour. So he lives around the corner from me. He's from Cabarita, proudly represents Cabarita board riders.
Wow.
Yes, great looking turn from Schumann there, Dai.
That was a huge single maneuver from Schumann Onaka. So needing only 2.61, and I gotta say, probably he's done the job.
Yeah, he looked really good on that one, except Kyan just betted on that last one. So it was a 3.83, so Schumann now chasing a 304. Does it change your opinion there, Dai, now being a 304?
Well, let's take another look. Beautiful vertical off the top with controlled. So, wow, that was a great surfing from Schumann.
Yeah, beautiful single maneuver there. You can tell he's just got a really cool style. He doesn't surf like he's 13.
Nah, he's surfing like adult.
Yeah, he surfs a lot older than 13. And that's such a power play for him. Oh, there you go.
3.47. So now Schumann Onaka is in second place. Kyan now needs 2.87, which is really small score for Kyan.
Yeah, it's not a massive score at all. And he'd be kicking himself if he doesn't find that score in 5.5 minutes. Still plenty of time right now. And it's funny, Kyan, he's a very chill person. I don't think he would be fazed by this situation at all.
You know, I had a PE class with his dad.
Yes! Yeah, he taught at PBC. Yeah.
And then he had a surfing excellence class as well.
Yeah,
so I spent a lot of time with his dad.
Yeah, his dad's a legend.
Mr. Falvey.
He's such a Mr. Falvey. Well, Mrs. Falvey, she's a yoga teacher as well. Yeah, Kyan's got a little sister too. So really cool family. Just a really nice family. Cool to be around, actually. So, yeah, Mr. Falvey was my best friend's teacher as well. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure he still teaches at PBC.
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he still teaches there.
It's a pretty cool school with the surf program that they have going on there, and I feel like it's started to branch out worldwide, just surf programs in school.
Definitely.
A lot of kids doing homeschool nowadays, especially back on the East Coast. A lot of 13-year-olds, similar to Schumann's age, all doing homeschool.
I don't really, I never heard of people from Australia doing homeschooling.
It's like a new craze.
New thing, right?
Yeah, heaps of people are doing it, and to like go and chase surfing. It's pretty cool. Like,
it's pretty cool.
If that's what, if you can focus without a teacher there, all the power to you. I personally can't. Like
me neither. I need a teacher.
Someone there. Yeah,
definitely.
I liked school, but True did homeschool
nice.
for year 11 and 12, which is pretty cool. So it's this new thing going on. You're seeing, and that's why I think we're seeing so many athletes come through younger and younger.
Oh, right.
Think about Tia Zabrowski. You're not going to have time to go to school. You're on the tour.
Right.
You know?
Definitely, you need a homeschool.
Yeah, you're going to need to homeschool. And schooling and education is so important, And so I feel like we're seeing a lot more people do it on the road and making the most of it. They've got a career in surfing whilst achieving education. So it really is a best of both worlds, that one.
Definitely best way to have things like that, homeschooling, then you have time to surf. But on screen we have Kanoa Paris needing 4.93. Nice first turn. It's kind of hard wave to surf on, but managed to put one good turn. That was a Kian Parish from a local surfer.
Yeah, from right here in Taiwan. You can really see this wind here, Dai. It is absolutely ripping through right now. But this is the conditions that we're pretty much set in for the week. So we're going to be looking at similar conditions right now. Kyan having a paddle here, Dai.
Wow, this is an important wave, needing 2.87. It's a nice first carve to start with. So hoping this wave will stand up for him, but unfortunately it didn't. So needing 2.87, is this going to be his requirement with the first turn?
I'm not sure. I really don't know. I really want to say yes because I really like Kyan. He's a good friend of mine, so I really want to say yes. My initial reaction is no. Well, it was two really nice carves, but it was a smaller wave. Maybe looks like he was safety surfing a little bit as well to try and surf to the score. And so I think he's going to need another wave.
Well, yeah, I'm feeling the same way, but let's take another look. The first turn, beautiful, but like you said, it wasn't as steep as the other rise. So probably, wow, it's gonna be close. The last wave comes in at 2.53, so it's not enough.
Yeah, so he's still chasing that 2.87. He has a bit of luck on his side right now. It doesn't look like there's heaving sets rolling through at this point, so he's going to get back out the back, because if those sets were coming through, there's no chance that you're going to get back out the back. You're going to have to swing on a mid-size one. So you can see the girls right now, Sky and Ruby True, our two Olympian skateboarders on screen.
Oh, that's amazing. We have 2 Olympians.
2 Olympians.
Not 3 Olympians.
I think we have
4.
We have a lot.
A lot.
Yeah, because Safi
Right.
is in the draw. She's an Olympian. We also have Shino. She's an Olympian.
And then Rio Inaba.
Rio Inaba. Those 2, 5. That's 5.
Wow.
Pretty cool.
Pretty cool to have 5 Olympians in this event. But 1 minute on the clock. Kyan Fairview needs 2.87. Kian Parrish needs 4.93. Kyan up and riding.
Yes.
1 big turn, but big turn is rewarded so many times, so probably it'll be enough for him.
It almost felt like the camera was panning. It was like, where is this guy? And he's up and riding. We got a glimpse of this wave, so big section, vertical hit in the pocket there. It was a quick whip. It didn't have that big exclamation mark to it, but it had risk. It was a set wave. It was well within the time frame. I prefer that to the 2.53.
Definitely, I think it'll be better than the 2.53. Still waiting for the last Kyan Fairview, needing 2.83 with the 10 seconds on the clock. But I think he's going to go for it again.
Yeah, he'll probably swing on another wave on
Right.
the inside here. He's going to have a look and be up before the buzzer here, Dai.
Wow, he is up and riding, but I don't think it'll... Little air in the end. But I think we're still waiting for the last of, Kyan Fairview. That's going to be a crucial wave for Kyan. So unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Kian Parrish. Important moment for Shuma and Kyan.
So he's got 2 scores to lock in. He's got that big backside hook in the pocket right at the end, big vertical stab, and then a little chop hop as well. It's actually a pretty cool little ollie, cool little skatey there. So
definitely one of the cool moments.
He'd definitely be looking to... He didn't leave anything in the tank. Like, he was actually surfing really well. Unfortunately, he just fell on that one really big floater on that ride. I feel like we'll probably see him into second. I have been wrong multiple times today, though, Di. So if I'm wrong, I'll own it. But I think based on those last 2 waves, you'd have to think it's a 2.87.
Right. I really like the previous waves. His attack. It was vertical. It was critical section of the wave, and that was a controlled surfing. So he checked out all the boxes. So probably it'll be a 2.87. But we are not judges, so we are still waiting for the last 2 waves for Kyan Fairview.
And it's such a small score. I mean, we're breaking down 2s. It's not the world that he wants to be living in. So I feel like you can see even then like a little bit of frustration for Kyan, because he wants to be winning these heats with ease, has the talent to be doing it as well. But Yuji just looks so on point. Scores are in though, Dai.
2.90, so it's enough to move into second. He looks very happy, but looks like it's Yuji and Kyan will go to the next round, and we're gonna be coming back from the break with a lot of actions in the round of 96 men's heat number 5.
rolling through to the round of 96. Heat number 5, it's Yuma Nagasawa in the red. This guy, Diego Cordero, out there in the blue, finishing off a very nice two-turner there. Yuya Iwase in the white and Taro Matsuno in the green. Straight into back-to-back waves here. Yuma looking strong on his feet here. He's choosing to go left, taking that one all the way through with that beautiful classy style we've all known to love and adore. Jesse Starling joined in the booth with Binzi. Binzi, it's been a day.
It sure has, and we've got a long way to go yet. It's only just turned 2 o'clock as we see Yuya Iwase, so Yuya and Yuma going at it along with Diego Cordero and Taro Matsuno.
Yeah, so we got three Japanese surfers, one Italian who spends most of his time on the Gold Coast back in Australia. So we see him surfing out D-Bar a lot of the time. Had a pretty solid result over there. Made a solid amount of rounds in Siargao for Diego. So he's looking to do the same over here in Taiwan. Couple of replays here, Bins. Take it away, my friend.
Yep, this is Diego. He's coming in off a good result at Cloud9 last week, just dropping backhand hammers. And then backing him up, this was Yuga Nagasawa, surfing so fast the camera crew are struggling to keep up with him as he flies down the line on this vanilla milkshake of a wave. He is out of there. And this is... Did he catch the second wave? No, this is the last one. This is the replayed. And whipping this one. Plenty of froth out on the face behind him, Taro Matsuno.
Oh.
That would have been huge. Instead, it's going to come in as a 1. This was Yuya Iwase. God, it is hard work out there right now, but we don't have a choice. We have a lot of contests to get through. I was just trying to do the maths. We run 28 heats to get rid of the first 24 surfers.
It's crazy, isn't it?
That's big. But that way it ensures that a decent chunk of the local surfing community get a go. The seeding's also important because we want to reward the highest seeds. They come all this way. Don't want them bounced out early and not able to sort of keep their scores alive.
Yeah, it's kind of what we got to work with. We obviously have a bit of a typhoon lingering later in the weekend. We right now ultimately probably couldn't run past Sunday based on just conditions, so we're actually maximising the best conditions. Someone who made light work of the conditions out there, though, Yuji Nishi with a very convincing win, is over there with Dai Wako.
素晴らしい2本のライディングで1位通過をしました。ヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
そうです。初めの1本目の5点が結構自分的にリズムつかめたかなと思って結構正面あたりから乗ったんですけど風がかなり強くて初めは良くないかなと思ったんですけどフィニッシュしっかり入ったので良かったです。
そしてそこからのリズムに乗ってからの6点というところなんですが、やはりもうあの場所で待ってあの波に乗るっていうのが見えてるのかなっていうふうにこうライブを見てる感じで、思ったんですけど、もう狙ってた波だったんですか、あの6点は。
そうです。結構風が強くてライトだと板が煽られちゃったりしてなかなか進まないんで、もうレフト狙いで今回は決めてしっかりそれ通りはまったんで良かったです。
しっかりやれた感じですか、自分の作戦通りに。
そうですね、シャルガオでしっかりって言われたんで
His original plan was to just get it left, and that's exactly what he did. He got a great first wave, and then he was in the rhythm, and he got the 6, and he's super happy with the result, making through to the next round. たくさんの方が見ています。そしてこの後もたくさんの人が待っていますが、この後のどんな風に準備をしたり、どんな風にヒートに向けてこう自分を立て直していくのか、そのあたりを含めてメッセージの方お願いします。
今日はヒートはまずないので、ゆっくりして明日に備えて、明日2回もしかしたらあるかもしれないので、体力しっかり回復させて、明日も全力で行くので皆さん応援よろしくお願いします。
明日も大きな一日、ビッグデーになると思うのでしっかり休めて、明日も頑張ってください。
ありがとうございます。
Back to you guys in the booth.
Awesome. Thank you, Dai. Thank you, Yuji. So stuck to the plan. Got the job done. Job well done there. Yuji Nishi got himself a 6 and a 5.33. Diana was saying getting a 6 out there today, it really is like getting an 8. You know, it's hard work. You earn your 6s out there today. And Yuji just absolutely manhandled it, to be honest. He just put the rail in and just pushed hard all the way through. So, yeah, it was really cool to see Yuji just unlock, to be honest.
He looks like a new Yuji Nishi.
He does, yeah.
I remember when he first surfed here in World Juniors, he's a big cuddly teddy bear, and now he looks like ripped.
Yeah, shredded.
He's ripped and ripping.
Ripped and ripping. He's
Still
got
funny.
Still funny.
And I'm not sure Yuji speaks too much English, but I've interviewed him plenty of times and we've both just laughed the whole way through. I've been laughing in English, he's been laughing in Japanese. We've had a great time.
I love that.
And he's still just laughing there. At least this time he and Dai are laughing together.
I feel like that's the point of it all.
He just gives out that vibe.
I love people like that.
Good on you, Yuji Nishi.
Yeah, I'm
Legend.
with you there, Binzi. I am. I'm looking forward to seeing if someone else can handle it like Yuji did. He really just put his foot down in that heat. This one, so far, that high mark, it's a 4.33 from Yuya. Diego, his first wave was a 3.83 there, Binzi. It's you just had your break. You know, give us the feel of what it's like outside.
Windy. It's yeah, it's one of those things you walk past someone and you both just look at each other and kind of raise your eyebrows and go, woof, bit on. But everyone's buzzing. You know, the surfers, they're just happy there's waves. You don't want to be surfing slow, tiny, barely breaking beaches. There's plenty of opportunity. It's really hard work. You feel sorry for the guys who will be surfing for a third time today.
Yeah, Ty Richardson.
Next
heat.
Rafael
Castero.
Close. Costa. And yeah, there's a couple more as well. But yeah, they're going to be tired little teddy bears later on today.
Yeah, they'll definitely earn their dumplings tonight when they go and have some dinner. Right now, though, these guys are looking, 3 of them, to surf their first heat today. Diego, this is his second time we're seeing him in action. Funnily enough, Binzi, Yuma Nagasawa, he's competed in 9 QS events this year. In all of the 6,000s, he had a 17th. He's had that dreaded 17th, so he really wants to start making it through these deeper draws here. Taro Matsuno, 15 years old, competed in Korea and Tahara, so this is just another big 6,000 for him. 1 point ride to start us off here. We're seeing so many of these young surfers in these draws today. And these QS 2000s over in Japan, they really do breed these beautiful competitors. But once you put them in this big international field, you almost have to lift more.
Absolutely. And that's the benefit of these co-sanctioned QS events is it exposes you to different surfers who bring different game plans and approaches. You know, for years, these kind of events have split up. If they were smaller beaches, you'd instantly favour the Japanese surfers. If they were bigger reefs, you know, the ones we have in Indonesia, you start looking at the Indonesians and the Aussies to kind of step up. But now we're seeing the Aussies start to lift their game in the beach breaks, and we're seeing the Japanese starting to match it in the reef. So that's the point and the benefit of these co-sanctioned events is that you feed off what your competitors are doing and you learn from them. The best way to get better is to surf with people who are better than you.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, Diego.
This will be the first time he's gone left in quite a while.
From the Goldie. 3 really big turns there from Diego. We've got Yuya out the back surfing super fast. Great looking end turn. He liked that one.
Yeah, a little bit of afterbang on that one.
Could definitely tell with that body language there. He was like, yep, that one felt good.
Feeling it.
So Yuya and Diego getting 2 really nice waves right now. And sometimes there's nothing like going left, Binzi. There isn't. And you spend a lot of time going right on the Gold Coast. So I feel like Diego being a goofy footer, he'd be craving these lefts right now.
Oh, yeah, and coming from Cloud9 as well.
Yes.
Surfed a lot of heats there and just went right for 10 days. My first left out here the other day, I was trying to remember the last time I went left. And
Did you go back in time, find out when you last went left?
I can't quite. Not sure.
Really? Wow.
Maybe Bali before the last time I was home, so end of September.
Oh, okay. That's not too far.
Mid-September.
Yep. I reckon I went a solid 6, maybe 8 weeks this year without going left at one point. I went from Belito, where I just went right, to J-Bay, where I only went right, to then I went home and it was a swell, so I just went right.
Perfect.
Then I was off again.
Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, it was good fun.
Ah, J-Bay.
Yeah, great part of the world. My goodness.
Best event on tour.
Yeah, it's really good.
How many have you been to now?
CTs?
Yeah.
I've worked 2. I've been to 3. No, 5. Sorry, I've been to 5. I went to all the Aussie ones, and then J-Bay. Wait, maybe I've only been to 4. Yeah, 4. Sorry.
You've been to Hawaii?
Oh, no, 5. I went to Pipe as well, yeah. I forgot. Wow, that was this year.
Portugal?
No, didn't go to Portugal. Went to the Challenger Series in Portugal.
Yeah.
I was supposed to go to Tahiti just as support crew, but I was really tired after J-Bay, so I stayed home.
Fair.
Yeah, that was a big stint through South Africa, but what a cool part of the world. I actually was saying it yesterday, and I feel like it's a really cool thing for the surfers to think about as well. Like, all the people you meet along the way, who would have thought that learning to surf would have led to all of this?
Yeah, absolutely.
How cool is that? I was just talking about this yesterday. I was like, who would have thought that learning to surf would have led to meeting all these incredible people and seeing all these amazing places around the world?
That's absolutely correct. I mean, we've got photographer Beatrice Ryder is with us here in Taiwan. This is her first QS.
Yes.
Nice of her to come and mix it with the commoners.
Yeah.
And we're like, hey, welcome to the real dream tour. Like,
literally, it's
keep
so
this
good.
one on the down low.
It's so much fun, these Asia co-sanctioned events, and the places we go in the world are so beautiful. Everything that this guy has to look forward to. Taro, one of the youngest surfers competing here today, he's going to get a nice inside section. Oh, goes up!
Make it! Oh, that first turn was huge, and if he could have sealed the deal on the ender, that would have been a number.
Yeah, it would have been a serious number as well. We've got that last one for Yuya that he really liked. We've got the stand tall effect. 5, 6, 7. Binzi, you liked this wave here.
Yeah, have a look at this first turn. It was kind of slopey, but he got so much drift out of the tail. Had some work to do, and then he lined it up. It was bowling, bending back, and he went swack. And unfortunately lost his craft, but that would have been rad if he could have ridden out of it. Nonetheless, it's his best wave, a 2.5. So with just over 10 minutes to go, Yuya Iwasi has a 5, 6, 7 and a 4, 3, 3. That's a 10 flat to be in the lead. Diego Cordero, a 5.07 for his last wave. He's chasing a 4.94 for first. Yuma Nagasawa needs a 4.68 to get up to second. And Taro Matsuno needs a 6.4 for second. Priority is with Yuma, then Yuya, then Diego, and fourth priority will no doubt go to Taro very shortly.
It's got to be one of the most contestable waves in all conditions. Although there is howling wind out there, there is still really nice open faces. You know, we just saw an attempt at a 3-turner. You know, Jinzun Harbor has to be, one of the most contestable places in the world as far as all these different conditions go. So it's pretty cool to see that even today, you know, we've got crazy wild winds going on, but the competitors, they're not complaining. They're actually excited to be out there. Just be like Yuji, go left.
Oh, absolutely. You know, there's no shortage of opportunity, and that's the key. You can never come in saying that you didn't get a go. Already with 9 minutes to go, there's been, 2, 4, 7... 10 waves ridden by our 4 competitors. So everyone's having a crack.
Right now, though, just past this 9-minute mark. So we got that high mark from Yuya, that 5, 6, 7. He absolutely loved that wave. Loved the flare that we got for him. Obviously, Ben Lorenston over in Shargao really set the tone for that body flare, that language back to the judges. Do you reckon we're going to start a trend? Just maybe see that start to come into play a little bit more here in Taiwan?
I don't think you can just fake it. You have to be feeling it. to pull that kind of energy out. Like, Ben went out of body on that final day.
He did, actually.
I think I said it at the time, like, I've seen Ben around plenty of these events and always just thought he was a pretty mellow dude. Had no idea he had that inside him. And he was feeding off his own energy, just channeling it, keeping it going. In between heats, he was trying really hard to kind of quieten everything down again. And then as soon as he started dropping hammers on his backhand, it just came out. He couldn't help it. And it was really exciting. It was great to see. But I don't think on a day like today where you're chipping away, fours into the wind, you're going to be able to muster that stuff up. And if you force it, you're going to look like a bit of a weirdo.
Do you think there's a crash out after those? That much energy being poured out of you in a heat, and there was 3 heats that day there for Benny Lanston.
Yeah, but his adrenaline was spiking as well because he'd made the quarters at Nias, had been his best result, so he'd already betted that, and he just wanted to see how far he could go.
So cool.
Yeah, he really gave Bronson a good run for his money in the final, and it was all fantastic spirit. Ben was one of the first to congratulate Bronson. I saw that he's been pretty gracious in his direction on social media all week. It was that kind of event where the waves were good enough that it was just all about your surfing. It wasn't about tactics or playing cat and mouse with your opponent. And when it's pure surfing, you can handle a loss if the other guys put on a bit of a show.
Yeah, definitely.
Would there be a come down? Absolutely. I think Ben would have enjoyed himself in the aftermath, and that would have kept him rolling. But I can imagine he slept pretty soundly from Siargao to
you'd be pretty tired after
Taiwan.
that. There we go. This is Taro Matsuno here. Nice second turn. Goes down. I get so invested in these waves, and then when they just have that last minute fall, it's almost heartbreaking. You're like, no. He's had 2 waves now with completions. He'd probably be sitting up there in that second place.
Yeah, he'll know that as well. You just have to finish your waves. Like that's a non-negotiable. You take all of the pressure off the judges to get the call right as soon as you fall. So if you're going to give yourself the best chance, you got to make everything. 5.5 minutes to go. We can see swell lines just stacked up, white caps all over the place. It's pretty outrageous out there, but it's still pretty surfable. I'm sure when the last heat is done for the day, there'll still be plenty of competitors that head straight back out there because there's so many waves to be ridden. There was 100 odd people out before the first siren sounded this morning, and I said it earlier, I think it had a bit of a D-bar feel to it.
Yeah.
It was just short period swell, wave after wave after wave.
Yes.
People going off all over the place.
That's a really good comparison, Binzi. I like that one a lot. D-bar wave, this guy knows really well. Got 3 turns in there for Diego. So he's going to be trying to drop this 3.83. He's a bit of that power surfer, so it felt like he started to find his gear then on that wave. You can see right now, though, there's the guy we're just talking about, Ben Lorenzen. He is to the left of your screen. Tasha Stokes, G. Lorenzen, Charlie Stokes. So 2 families travel together now. It's pretty cool to see.
Hey, there we go. The Sunshine Coast connection. The Stokeses and the Lorenzens pretty tight.
Very. Yep. Taj and Gia, they've been together for 4-something years now. They've been together for a really long time. And so now they just travel as one big family. Replay here, Binzi.
Diego Cordero not holding back, cracking away at this one. Wave gets a little bit slow and sleepy and slopey on him down the bottom, and he is out of there. Anything over a 3.83 will extend the difference between himself in second and Yuma and Taro in third and fourth. Here's another replay. This is Yuma's last wave, so we're waiting on this score to come in as well. A little bit of drift out of the tail. Pretty flat wall to work with here. That was a nice carve through, plenty of water. 2 turns, he's out of there. So interesting to see how they compare those last two waves. Diego's had two strong, powerful kind of carves. Yuma's had a little bit more flair, a bit more flow, but maybe not quite as impactful. So where will the judges go on this one?
Yuya still with that big 5, 6, 7 right now. Taro looking to answer back. High lines this first section. A lot of water and bump to deal with, but that's a beautiful first carve. He's surfing so strong. Unfortunately, he just hasn't been able to tie the bow on any of his waves at this point. You can see he's getting that desperate part in this heat where he's looking for a big score. We've got 2 minutes 40 to go. You can see Yuya trying to ask for the question right now. It would be pretty hard to hear out there with the wind at this point. Love this single carve here, Binzi.
Yeah, he took his time getting there, but did it pretty nicely, and then we saw that big rib come through the face. Maybe he would have liked to have got a turn in before he had that little speed run, because it did take some time before he got to open up the shoulders. Scores are in. Yuya, last wave, a 5, 6, 7. He's in the lead. Diego Cordero, last wave was a 3, 9. Slightly improves his situation. Yuma, his last wave was a 3, 7, 7. And this is Yuya again on the hunt. 2 minutes remaining, working his way down the line. And unfortunately goes down.
So looking to better his score there, trying to force the issue at this point. 1 minute 40 to go. So it's kind of action time right now for Yuma and Taro. Diego just holding on right now with this first priority and a second place. So he's close to getting through to that top seeded round, the round of 64, potentially seeing those surfers in action tomorrow. Look at him. He's hanging to him super close, trying to get all up in his head. Needs a 4, 7, 5 right now for Yuma, trying to figure out exactly what he needs. Just over a minute to go. Caught out of position for some of our competitors here, so...
Yeah, not the time for a big wash-through clean-up set to bulldoze the lineup. If you're Yuya and Diego, you don't mind, but Yuma and Taro would love to get another crack at it. Here's the last wave of the man in white. And just a 2.73 doesn't factor in. 45 seconds remaining.
Look at them. They're just scrambling, the two of them. They're literally hassling it out with this 30 seconds to go. 35 on the clock, actually. So see if Yuma can sell Diego on one and find himself a wave afterwards. He's got to kind of get to it now. You can see Diego trying to get on his inside so that he can really force the issue, show and flex this first priority here. The ocean, after that one big set, looking like it might be a little bit quiet at this point. There's going to be one opportunity here. Diego's going to be careful at this point. That feels like he's going to have to go. Pulls the trigger on this one. There's not going to be enough time for Yuma to get a wave. So a bit of a sigh of relief here for Diego. He's going to be rolling on through to the round of 64 alongside Yuya Iwase. Binzi, it's been a pleasure as always to call another heat with you. Too little too late, unfortunately, here for Yuma. Stay tuned.
No.
We've got a big heat coming up for heat number 6. See you soon.
How? Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh. Wind's gone offies. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go.
Richardson. We've got an incredible heat in our hands. I'm Jada Legati, and I want to welcome back in the booth Chris Binns.
Yeah, don't welcome me back. Welcome this guy back, Ty Richardson. This is his third heat for the day. That is huge. It is a really powerful ocean out there today. There's water moving around all over the place. I did an interview with Ty after his second heat for the day. He was saying he's pretty shattered. So he's going to be digging very, very deep. You know, it's the sort of thing you expect to maybe be doing that on finals day. You know, you're advancing through quarters, semis, and a final. Every now and then we see it on the CT where there's the round before the quarters, but of course on the CT you have a jet ski. It's pretty handy.
It makes a huge difference.
Well, plus it's man-on-man heats, so you're not necessarily scratching and fighting and staying as busy as you are in a four-person heat where you're just trying to stay active. So Ty Richardson and that man on screen, Rafael Castro, he is about to surf his third heat for the day. So marathon efforts just for these two surfers to try and make it to the second day of competition.
Honestly, Rafa has so much energy in general. I don't think this is bothering him at all. He's probably just stoked that he gets to surf again. I'm sure this is probably going to be his fourth or fifth surf of the day. I wouldn't be surprised you already surfed twice in the morning before the contest even started.
So opening score for Ty Richardson, a 4.17. Puts him in the lead. Takuya Hongo from Japan, a 0.3. Waiting for Hiroto Arai and Ren Kano to open their accounts. Up next, Macklin Flynn from Margaret River up against Zeb Stokes from the Sunshine Coast. Masamune Uno from Japan and Rafael Castro from the Ments via Bali, via California, from Brazil. He's part of the Brazilian storm. Well, but a little left out because he's all the way in Indo, so it's a little far out. But he's still part of it. No shortage of Brazilians in Indonesia.
No, especially in Uluwatu where he's from. It's full of Brazilians, called Ulu de Janeiro. Being out there in Ulus, I'm sure you're going to be dropped in by some Brazilians.
Yeah,
for
it's
sure.
funny because Snapper on the Gold Coast gets called Rainbow de Janeiro, and Burleigh sometimes is Burleigh de Janeiro. It's a very versatile city, that one. Here's Hiroto Arai on his backhand.
Oh, wow. Beautiful way to start off this heat. Big blast off the top, and right behind him, Takuya Hongo pushes the tail and almost kind of makes it out of that one. Unfortunately, wasn't able to complete it, but I'm very excited to watch the replay of Hiroto Arai. Super smooth surfing. There was no time wasted in between those turns, and with that, we're going to head over to Dai Wako with the winner of the last heat.
見事に第1位通過でラウンドオブ64に、駒を進めました。まずはヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
そうですね、結構もう波もジャンクで、波見えないなと思ったんで、結構もうトゥービジーって感じで、もうめちゃ波乗ろうって感じでやりました。
このコンディションだと波を乗り続けるのもなかなか大変だと思うんですけど、そのあたりの体力的には何の問題もなかったんですか？
いや1本目乗って4.33 出せ、2本目乗って 4.33 出して、もうゲットちょっとはまりかけて、もう息切れで全力でしたね。はい、
それでも集中力を最後まで切らさずにヒートを終えたと思うんですが、この勝因というか勝てた一番の理由を挙げるなら何だと思いますか？
そうですね、もう結構バックサイドが得意で、もう結構地元の愛知のロングビーチに似てて、もうそれをイメージしてやりました。
Well, this break actually reminds him one of his home points, Tahara, where we had a QS 6000 back in September, and he had a confidence with his backhand attack, so he went left, and he was trying to keep himself busy and trying to get as many waves as he can, and that worked out really well, and he's super happy with the result. それではたくさんの方が田原から、そして、日本全国から応援してくれていると思います。メッセージの方お願いします。
次も一個一個大切にして次も頑張ります。応援お願いします。
次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。Back to you guys.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Dai. That was a great insight from the winner of the last heat. But getting back to this one, the last of Hirota Rai, a 6.50. That's the highest score I've seen in a really long time, especially since this wind started to pick up and we've started to see a bit of that bump on the face of the wave, making it a little harder. So, Hiroto, here is the replay of it. Takes his time to get that first opening turn done and then sets it up again for that second blast off the top. Beautiful surfing from Hiroto.
Yeah, great surfing. He's coming in hot after a 13th place in Siargao. That's his best result on the QS this year. He's currently sitting 15th on the Asian Series rankings. That was Takuya Hongo pushing things a little bit tough and going down. Ty Richardson's picked up a 2.5 as well. So he's sitting in the lead, but Hiroto in the box seat. We might see him take off, kick out, and move into first just then. Yep, a 0.3, enough to nudge him into first. He didn't need much at all to do so. And quick in and out, and he probably wouldn't have even realised that was going to get him into first. This looks like the Coast Guard checking in on the action. You'd imagine they've got walkie-talkies, but why not just hang out the side doors and have a bit of a chat?
It's like a James Bond scene right now.
Yeah, wait for the basket to come down.
Da, 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 da. All right, so just under
Wasn't that
16.
Mission Impossible?
Oh, I don't know. They're all the same to me. The whole action movies. Could be 007 or I don't know.
Yeah, 007's James Bond.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
And that's why I talk about surfing, not movies. So Hiroto Arai is currently in the lead with that 6.5, and it's looking super good next to his name. I would love to see a couple more waves from him. And just as I say it, here we go, Hiroto Arai, up and out.
No, nothing on offer there. Didn't have priority, so why not have a look? We're waiting for Ren Kano to get stuck in. There's Team Japan. Out in the full blazing sunshine. A lot of the surfers have kind of retreated to the back of the deck where there's a little bit more shade on offer.
It is currently almost 2:30 in the afternoon here in Taiwan. We've had a huge day of action. We've started off the morning. It was pretty glassy and nice, and eventually the wind did pick up in the afternoon, but conditions are still great, especially for taking to the air. We are going to be going all the way down to Heat 10 today. So coming up next in this round of 96, we're going to be seeing Macklin Flynn, Zeb Stokes, Masamun Uno, and Rafael Castro. Some pretty big names as well to finish off the day. I'm seeing Saxon Reber, big hitter out in Krui, and Nias Kosuke Okamura as well.
That's Macklin on screen right now, getting ready for his next heat. He's a superb talent from Margaret River. Always at the business end of the state titles. Has obviously made the state team a bunch of times. Had plenty of success on the Pro Juniors. And did he make the semis at Nias last year?
Something around that area. He did have a really good run in one of the two events. I'll get right back to you as those two events do turn into a bit of a blur, not gonna lie, after so many heats back to back. Macklin Flynn, pretty sure went to Siaga as well, got a 33rd, got a 5th in Krui, and a 17th in Nias.
He is not afraid. He's a maniac when it's big. Surfed the right for the first time just before we flew out to go to Siargao, and up north in the desert left in WA from a really young age, he was having a proper dig.
Yeah, I feel like West Oz is a crazy training ground if you want to go heavy.
Here goes Ty Richardson. He's found himself a good-looking wall. There's a big open face to rip into. 2 turns, got over that rib, and maybe thought he might have been looking at a bit of a bonus section, but he's going to be out there 2 turns. But wow, he looked so strong over his surfboard. I really enjoyed that surfing. Talk us through the replay.
Yep, so solid looking wave here. Loving this first one. Really jams the tail in the pocket, and he does it again here all the way back to the whitewash. So this is going to be a pretty good score for Ty Richardson. Wants to get rid of a 2.5. I'm pretty sure he's going to go into the lead with that last one. But with that 6.5 and 0.3 that Hiroto is looking for, Hiroto's holding, he's going to be pretty dangerous. And speaking of, here is the Japanese surfer on his backhand. A bit of a mid-face turn there. Wasn't really what he was looking for. But with 11.5 left, that's plenty of time. Takuya Hongo, seen him around Korean Nias quite a bit, and tends to usually start off pretty strong, so it's rare to see him have such low scores in the beginning of the heat.
Yeah, Hiroto, just the mid-face carve, so that will extend his lead, but Ty Richardson will be the big mover after all the numbers are crunched from that last set. Hiroto on the black surfboard. Don't know if that's a carbon wrap or just a paint job, but days like today, we're seeing the majority of the surfers reach for the PUs and banish the carbons and the epoxies in these wildly windy and crazily chattery conditions.
Yeah, you do want some more weight and having a bit more of a solid, feel on your board, especially when it's so windy. Here we have a bit of action. Takuya Hongo starting off nicely. This is probably going to be the best score he will be getting for now. So nicely done here. I'm loving the finishing here for Takuya Hongo.
Yeah, he's smacked that one 4 or 5 times. Crazy long wave. He's going to be a mile away from the peak with a big long paddle ahead of him. It's not as heavy duty getting back out past the break line that far down the beach, but then you're just battling the current out in the ocean open to get your way back. Here is the replay of that last wave. So a lot of the turns will be for that first carve. Here on, he's just banking little half points with every turn. That was a nice turn, and he got the finish. So, there's a decent story to be told the length of that ride, as we can see Tai and Hiroto just taking on the treadmill. Last score for Hiroto was a 2.17. Last score for Tai Richardson was his best, a 4.33. So that does slightly extend Hiroto's lead. He's got a 6.5. He wants to get rid of a 2.17. Ty Richardson has a pair of 4s. He's looking for another one. A 4.35 would give him the lead, but again, Hiroto just upgrades that 2, and Ty Richardson's 4 gets a lot bigger. Ren Okano has just the one wave, a 4.2. He's looking for a 4.31 for second. Takuya Hongo, we are waiting on his last wave to come in, and that was the long one, a bunch of turns all the way down the beach.
All right, just thinking of all the waves ridden today, what do you think were some of your highlights?
Quite liked Rafael Castro's air reverse that he stomped. The wind just really glued the board to his feet. Beyond that, quite liked a couple of Varun's waves. It's just been, there's so many waves that have been ridden in the 4, 5, 6 range that it's really hard to pick a lot of them apart. Ty Richardson's looked pretty fluent. Enjoyed his performances. It's a great question though.
Yeah, you're right.
How about you?
I would say very similar. I think Varun for me was a highlight. Ty Richardson and Rafa. I think those are also probably the people we've seen the most today.
Well,
Ty
yeah.
and Rafa have been constant throughout the whole throughout the whole day. But you're right, we've had so many waves ridden in every heat, and not many of them being able to get past that 3-4 range. We've seen a lot of lower heat score totals just winning and coming second. So it tends to happen in places like this where there's just multiple peaks and everyone tends to be riding waves all over the place, especially with these 4-man heats. But it's gonna be a good week of action, and since we're having a bit of a break in it, I want to give a huge thank you to the guiding organizations, National Development Council, National Development Council, the Ministry of Sports, the Tourism Administration, MOTC, and the East Coast National Scenic Area Headquarters, as well as a thank you to the Taitung County government and the World Surf Leagues, and of course to our sponsors, the FIN, Billabong, Red Bull, Eva Air, Uni Air, which got us all here, Heineken, and Radiant Surf. So nothing would be possible without these guys.
Not just Heineken Zero. I'm on. This is my week to party. Yeah, massive thanks to Kathy Tang as well, who's the event director and has run the show here in Taiwan for years and years and done it really well. Tai Hongo quickly in and out. Sorry, Takuya Hongo. Kathy ably supported by Chucky Sai. Met Chucky's dog yesterday too. Cool looking hound. Here goes Ty Richardson.
All right, Ty, wanting to get rid of 417. Good looking wave here. Loving the combo. Finishing off with that low stance. Looking forward, making sure he shows the judges that it's all under control with 5.5 left. He's currently in second. Right behind him is Ren Okano. Nice looking wave here. Will he get that last one? And he unfortunately just actually makes it. That was pretty surprising. So really cool wave there from Ren Okano. I don't know if the judges will deem that a very high score, but he does want to back up that 4.20. Like maybe a free surfer there, actually. I don't see a color on his shirt, but 5 minutes left. Hiroto Arai wants to be backing up that 6.5 pretty soon. He only has a 2.17 next to it, so he knows that all the other 3 surfers have the ability to be able to take him out of that first place. Nervous times ahead. Hiroto Arai is a name we've seen a lot throughout the QS rounds. I think he's been doing this for definitely over 10 years. I would say 15 minimum. Here are some of the replays. Ty Richardson, 4.83 and a 4.33, so he does improve his scoreline. Pushes him straight to first. Right behind him, Ren Okano. We're still waiting for this score to come through. A bit of a loss of control here on that last turn. I thought he was gonna maybe fall off, but he managed to just stick through with it, so it's gonna be an interesting score.
So tight. Back into the lead with 4.83 and a 4.33. Roto, he's got priority. He's only looking for a 2.66. So Ty Richardson will not be feeling comfortable at the top of the table.
Yep, Hiroto Arai did get pushed to second, but with priority, he doesn't need a very big score to get back to first. Hongo looking for a pretty high 4. Plenty of time left. 3.5 on the clock. Hiroto on screen now. Looking like he's struggling to really get the backup for the 6.5.
I liked that though. He's only looking to replace a 2.17 on the backhand. Got the long drawn out cutty and then just belted the rebound. That's cool. Haven't seen someone really lay it on rail and just hold it like that through the whole carve. Meanwhile, Ty Richardson with the right of reply. That was dynamic. That had plenty of high points to it. And looking forward to seeing the replay of both of these waves. The 2 highest ranked and probably most well-known and highly favoured surfers in this heat have just shown exactly why.
Loving this two-turn combo from Tai. That last one was incredible. Looking over at the judges, showing, you know, I've got this. I'm under control. This is why I'm currently in first place, showing that you can still win without having the best wave of the heat. But it's still early days. We're waiting for that last score of red to come through. Like he might get what he needs. Actually, no, sorry, I do not think so, but it's going to be close. Hiroto getting that 6.5 and not really backing it up. So it's a bit of a funny one there for him. Tai, I'm pretty sure is going to be getting rid of that 4.33 after that last one. And there we have it. A couple scores starting to trickle through there for our man in green, a 6. So he extends his lead. Hiroto Arai, a 2.47 now, is his backup, making life a little harder there for Ren Okano and Takuya Hongo. So it's going to be a really interesting last minute and a half.
Sure will be. All right, I'm just trying to do some research on Hiroto because I was like, he did World Juniors for years. And it looks like he was there at Narrabeen in 2011 and Burley the year after that, Portugal a couple of years after that. So he had a pretty incredible run in the World Junior Championship. I don't think he actually made it to surfing here at Jinzun Harbor when the World Juniors were hosted, but yeah, incredible pedigree. Tai Richardson gets that 6, so that puts him back into the lead. And Hiroto did upgrade his backup, but with Tai's strong 6, he's going to need a 4.33. And here goes Tai Richardson once again. He's earned himself his dumplings for tonight. 3 heats. I think he's won all 3. And that is a huge effort to get through to the round of 64. One of the hardest fought passages through to that round you'll ever see. As we see Hiroto, hands behind the back, bit of style as he makes his way into the jetty. And he'll be clambering up some tetrapods and making his way back along the breakwall past a million photographers to take his place in the next round. It's looking pretty academic at this point. Siren goes, so it's Tai Richardson, the Aussie. His last 2 waves doing all the damage, and he's through in first. This is Takuya Hongo signing off. He was looking for a ramp, wasn't to be. And Tai will be joined by Hiroto Arai in the next round.
All right. All right, so we'll take it to a quick break and see you guys in the next heat.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsoy almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. This is Heat 7 of the round of 96. We have Macklin Flynn, Zeb Stokes, Masamune Uno, and Rafael Castro in the water right now, so it's super exciting heat. I want to welcome back True Starling into the booth. Welcome back.
Hey, yeah, I'm back, and I'm waving at everyone that's in the booth, which is just you and me, and I love it. Yeah, this is going to be a great heat. I mean, we've already seen Rafael. This is going to be his third heat. Rafa, his third heat he surfed today, right?
Yeah.
That is pretty insane. That's a lot of heats. There's a lot of water moving in the ocean. He would be absolutely gassed right now, but maybe just vibing with the energy and the momentum from the last couple of heats he's already surfed.
Yeah, I was just telling Binzi that honestly, with the type of energy Rafa has, I don't think he's tired at all. I think he's probably psyching that he gets to surf so many times. Speaking of, this is our surfer in green, Rafa Castro, right now eyeing the section down, text to the air, and unfortunately isn't able to ride out of that one. I don't think he was even really that close to landing it, but it looked like he was for a second.
Yeah, there was definitely a moment I was like, whoa, he could have this.
Yeah, so this right now, Masamune Uno, I hope I'm saying his name right, and kind of looking like he wanted to go right and left and wasn't sure, but then ended up going left.
Yeah, he went left. Okay, this is Rafa's last wave. Look at this. Wow, he had so much speed, and that just... There was a moment there where I was like, he's fully in control, and then it just completely went to shambles. But that was great from Macklin Flynn.
Beautiful first turn there. Liking that second one too, but I'm really hoping he finishes this one strong. And unfortunately, just as I said that, his nose just digs in and he goes over the handlebars. But that first turn, I'm loving the spray that he just chucked out.
Yeah, me too. Look at this. He just is really nice and shallow off the bottom and then just accentuates through those first two turns. I mean, really, really nice connections. Macklin is absolutely on a tear and just goes down. But I tell you what, he's been on fire the last few events. It's been great to watch him.
Yeah, I was talking to Chris a little about him, but talking about Chris, he's going to be with the winner of the last heat, Ty Richardson.
Ooh.
Yeah, cheers. Down here with a fairly shattered Ty Richardson. It's the worst question in sport, but I think it's fair after 3 big heats. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty gassed, but I can't complain. The waves are super fun, definitely contestable and rippable. I've just been smashing the water, couple Red Bulls today, cheeky ones. So, yeah, just stoked to be here and get a good rhythm going today.
Yeah, I was talking to Varun Tanjung earlier. You know, if you surf a lot and getting your rhythm out here, there's just so many opportunities.
Yeah, it's a big playing field out there, so it's easy to get lost, but it's also easy to create a good rhythm. So it's kind of one or the other, and you can definitely change it up. You know, there's lefts and rights, there's big air sections out there, those long lefts. But yeah, it's really fun waves, really cool place. Yeah, stoked.
Was there a wave in particular you were looking for, or was it just whatever popped up in front of you?
I was trying to go out there pretty open to anything, but I only really found those lefts, so I just stuck to that. And the other guys in the heat got a few good ones too. Red got that good one at the start, so it kind of kept me on my toes. Felt like I was chasing him the whole heat, and yeah, caught him down at the end.
You get the comparison here to Trestles a lot, but this morning it had a bit of a D-bar feel to it, so you must have been right at home.
Yeah, right at home. Just like D-bar, nice and wedgy, how it comes together, and yeah, super cool place. Loving it. Shout out to all my friends and family at home watching me and supporting me. Love you guys.
Yeah, I reckon you've earned your dumplings tonight. Congrats, mate, and best of luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Back to you girls in the box.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was great heat to watch. He did catch up to he did catch up to Hiroto Arai at the end of the heat. You know, Hiroto started off super strong with that 6.5, and then Ty Richardson was able to just kind of steal it off him. There we had Macklin Flynn just taken to the air. So just to catch up with a little bit with what happened while we were in that interview, a 4.33 for Macklin. Pretty much all that score came in that first turn, a 3.67 for Zeb Stokes. And Masume Uno and Rafa Castro, not anything too significant just yet, but with 18 minutes left, there's plenty of time, and we've said time and time again in this contest, there's so many waves and opportunities out there for all these surfers.
Yeah, there is. It's pretty crazy. But I just feel like every time I go out there, it's getting a little bit windier. There's a little bit much. There's a lot going on. Okay, there's lots of wind, lots of water moving. Rafa is just handling it like a champ right now, and so is Zeb Stokes. Oh my goodness.
Pushed a little too hard out there, seen that quite a few times where you just take it too far and it's just easy for that board to just get blown off the back of the wave. Here we have our Japanese surfer just getting devoured by the whitewash. Kind of just disappears as he tries to get around the section. So nothing too significant again. We're going to be hoping for some more action soon. Big day. First day of contest. We're just powering through it.
Yeah, we are. We're going to get it done. We're expecting to do 22 heats today. Tomorrow's going to be even bigger, 24 heats to run through tomorrow. We're going to see the women out there, and then men's round of 64 as well, which will be pretty cool. So, yeah, we are expecting the typhoon to hit around Sunday or Monday, I think. So we're hoping to finish before then. So buckle up. We're putting our seatbelts on and we're getting ready to just watch great surfing. Don't turn the telly off for the next 4 or 5 days. That was pretty smooth from Rafa Castro. Nice first turn. He connects it really well for the second one, but that wave dies out. You can see maybe a little bit of frustration there. The conditions change so quickly, and surfing 3 heats, I feel like for Rafa today, every heat probably would have been different.
Yep, that's so true. He got that first heat in the morning where it was just really glassy and nice, and then a bit more texture to it, and probably in his second heat, and now this last one is just completely blown out. But, this is great practice. Just like they say in the ISA, even though you lose and get down into the repecharge round, it just means you get to surf the wave a lot more and get to understand and learn the lineup a lot better.
Yeah, exactly. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah.
So you just got to be prepared. It's a long journey, particularly these back-to-back events and back-to-back-to-back events for the Asia Series as well. You got to buckle up and get ready for a lot of heats, a lot of surfing, and be prepared to surf more than 2 heats in a day. And, on finals day, if you're making it to finals day, you are probably surfing 3 heats in a day.
Yeah, that's right. And I guess these are the moments that everyone really trains for. You want to be at the top of your game, at the top of your fitness, because this is surfing, and you never really know if you're going to be surfing 1 or 5 heats in a day.
Yeah.
So you just have to be prepared for all types of conditions, and I'm sure all these surfers have been to the gym, have put their time in, and I'm sure they're prepared. I know Rafa spends a lot of time surfing and going to the gym, so he does a little bit of both back at home. He's looking fit, so showing it here on his 13th of the day.
Yeah, I mean, he has to be fit. He's got to have, the dedication and determination to keep surfing and keep catching waves and keep, showing up in every heat. Macklin Flynn, this is his first heat of the day. Saw him getting ready a little bit earlier as well with Adam Dufner. That is a...
No. I feel like he kind of gave up.
Yeah.
Like, he could have finished that. I feel like he kind of gave up. He probably could have really powered through that little section, but maybe his rail got stuck. I don't know. It's easy to say it from here, but it did look like he could have finished that one off.
Yeah, I agree. There was definitely a moment there where it was like, oh, yep, oh, no, okay. And that could have been the best way with the heat, easily. Maybe that's going to come back and be a major mistake for Macklin towards the back end of this heat. You never know what could happen. Masamune is a great surfer, as well as Zeb Stokes. So, yeah, it's really tough. I mean, Zeb, he's been competing on this QS. He was in Chagall in that last event, as well as Macklin. So, yeah, I think in this QS, especially in this higher level, those mistakes that we just saw from Macklin Flynn needs to be tidied up really quick.
Yeah, I agree. Even though we're at a round of 96, it's just such a high level already. So this right now, though, is Masume Uno. Gets a nice turn there. He handles it nicely. A little better over here. I'm liking it. A bit more critical and following that lip line a little more. He does a bit of not a check turn, but, gets around that section again. And right behind him, Zeb Stokes looking pretty solid on that last one. So back to what we were saying earlier, yeah, it's really early days, but it's still a super high level. And there's some big names here that is surprising, but that's just what it takes to be at the top.
Yeah, 100%. It's all part of the game. It's all part of the plan. And for a lot of these surfers, they know that. And they're prepared to make those sacrifices or understand that if you don't make a heat, there's a lesson in everything. And it's love that for Zeb Stokes. So is the Stokes family as well. Taj and family as well. Charlie are here. Lainey is back at home. Their younger sister. They're also traveling with Ben and Gia Lorenzen too. So big crew traveling together. But Zeb, he's starting off really strong and locks in another 5.33.
Back-to-back 5.33s. Actually, I was super stoked to see Ben Lorenzen get a really good result out at Cloud9.
Yeah.
I remember him saying that he got the quarters in Nias, and it was the first time he ever did a man-to-man heat in a QS, and he was glowing, he was super happy, and then I saw him really proud of himself, and then seeing him get that second at Cloud9 it was emotional.
Yeah, it was really cool, and we'll come back to that. Rafa.
Oh, big first turn there. Wraps it around again. This wave not really providing much there. He surfed it nicely, but unfortunately it was the quality of the wave, I would say, not so much his surfing. So Rafa yet to find his rhythm yet to find his rhythm in this heat. It's been a long day, guys. Here we have behind Zeb Stokes on a good-looking wave, also a little flat, but hopefully we've seen a few of them kind of pick up towards the inside and give a bit more to work with. He is currently in first with those two 5.33s. Nicely done there by Zeb Stokes.
Yeah, wow, that was a really smart surfed wave for Zeb. I really liked it, and like we were saying about Ben as well, I actually got to talk to Gia during that final. I was saying in the last heat with you that I was talking to Varun and all the Indo boys, but I got to talk to Gia and Ben Lorenzen's crew, and that was pretty insane. But this first turn for Rafa was really nice, maybe a little bit carvy to start. He kind of needs to find a way where he can go vertical. And then for Zeb Stokes, he's got a lot of people supporting him here in Taiwan and also back home on the Sunshine Coast. Another great turn there. He's looking to better a 5.33. Finishes it off really clean. That was a tricky wave to surf. It was wobbly, it was bumpy, it was lumpy. There was a lot going on, but he just had really great patience and it worked out in his favor. But yeah, talking to Gia, she was nervous. She was like, I was crying when he made the quarterfinals in Nias, do you remember? And she's like, I'm a wreck. It was pretty much, she's good. I'm so nervous, but I'm so proud of him. And she was a wreck, but she just was like, I know how good he surfs and I know how hard he works. And it was a matter of time for him to get to those finals and get to that top spot.
Yeah, and I'm hoping to see a lot more of that from him. He really has sharpened his surfing up in the last few events, or last few years, I would say as well. Get back to that. This Zeb Stokes is looking on fire right now. That big first turn just manages to stick on to the second one. Oh. I'm loving the scene. He's looking fired up and on point with his equipment and timing. But so Ben, I met him a couple years back in Bali. He's really good friends with my shaper's son. So Chris Kutch shapes for Channel Islands. And his son Xavier, they all live on the sunny coast. So I met him through Xavier, and just seeing his progress throughout the years has been insane. And I'm really happy for Ben.
Yeah, he's amazing. And you see Zeb as well. He just feeds off the same energy. They all travel together, and it's hard to not feed off that, winning feeling from the people that you're traveling with. We were talking about it before as well. But this is Masamune. He needs a 1.97, goes down. Wow. His last one was a 4.3, so the judges loving it. Doesn't need much to go up into second.
Yeah, exactly what we were saying before with Bronson and the Indo boys. It's the same. He probably saw Ben do it and came here super fired up, saying I can do this too. And
yeah,
it's exciting. It's refreshing. It's new. So I'm stoked. I'm stoked for Stokes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Me too. This one, oh, that could have been a really great turn for Masamune. Just too much speed. It seems like. Jada, when you were competing, who was like your favorite person or favorite group of people to travel with?
My favorite person to travel with was my best friend Emmy.
Yeah.
Emmy Gusoni, and we, both of us, it was our little team. It was me and her most of the time, and then we combined that group with Violeta Sanchez and Laura Coviella, both Spanish girls as well. So we did a couple years on the European QS together, and we had a blast. Not a lot of winning, but a lot of fun. So
having it, that just means you're winning anyway.
Yeah, we're winning in different areas. We were a pretty wild group. So back in those days, back in the day. Not kidding, but yeah, it was a great time. But Emmy, I think, was my rock throughout my entire competitive career. She was amazing. Back to it. This is Macklin Flynn. One big blast off the top. Unfortunately, just the wave offering not too much more. Looking like maybe the third heat of the day is affecting Rafa a little more than we would be expecting. He's not really finding the same rhythm in this heat like he was in the other ones. With just 6 minutes, I'm sure he's going to start feeling those nerves start
Yeah, they'll start to creep in for sure. It's so tough. There's a lot of, you got to have a lot of energy. And Rafa, he's got that. It's there. The last wave of Macklin was a 3.4. Rafa only needs a 5.03. He can do that. And he just needs a wave. He's got priority right now. So I feel like he still has the opportunity to get into that advancing position. He just needs to back himself right now and kind of go, you know what, I'm not going to worry about the fact that this is my third heat. I'm just going to get the job done. And that's all he has to do.
Yeah, that's it. I agree. Now back to you. So who was your team traveling around? Because I know you had your competitive run too.
Yeah, I traveled obviously a lot with my sister. We would always stay together. Girls, Charlie Hurst, traveled a lot with her. Here we go. We'll come back to it. Rafa needs a 5.03. Good first turn. Needs to load up throughout the inside. Hopefully this wave offers him a critical section. Gets a third turn in there. He's really milking it. Unfortunately goes down. But that's okay. He'll regroup. And he'll definitely better the 2.7. I traveled a lot with Safi Vetti as well. Alyssa Locke when she was competing.
Wow, big names, huh?
Yeah.
Those are some big names. This right now is Masamune Uno. Looking wave, he wants to get rid of that 1.6. I think he's done it with that work he did on the outside of this one, but not enough really to get into an advancing position just yet. It is Macklin Flynn and Zeb Stokes holding on pretty tightly there. So just 4 minutes left, a couple replays. So this is already so much better from Rafinha. I like this turn, a big blast of spray out the back. Does it again here, a bit more carved out. This wave not offering too much. We can see a bit of whitewash on the face, so it's hard to keep that board under control. You can see it just kind of getting stuck on the rail and him just getting over. And behind, Masamune.
Yeah, this was a nice first turn. He got a little hung up, but he's doing really well with the fat face that's in front of him, and he's trying to milk it. He only needed 3.44. He gets a 2.63, but Rafa's last wave, a 4.03. So goes into the top two. It's his best wave of the heat. Now he only needs a 3.71, and that requirement seems a little bit easier to reach.
Yeah, that's right. A 3.71 is actually not much at all. I mean, he already got something better, so he clearly knows he can do it. He got that 6.5 earlier. Sorry, 6.5 was it? He got into the sixes range earlier on in the day, so he has the ability. He just needs to get back out there and on time, hoping that Macklin Flynn doesn't sit on him with priority.
Yeah, that's the danger zone, really. When you go back out, you need a small score and you don't have priority. That is where he shouldn't even be paddling up there. But what Macklin should be doing right now is exactly what he is, going down to Rafa, paddling down the lineup. I mean, if I was him or if I was the coach, I know he's working with Duffy for this event, I feel like Duffy's probably going, go and sit on him. You have 2.5 minutes to go and both of them need threes. Go and sit there. You need to be a shark. Make your presence known.
Yeah, that's right. It's not all about the surfing sometimes. Especially in this earlier rounds, it's also about those mind games and how you play your heat with your priority and where you're sitting. So it's not always about the best surfer, but the smartest one.
Yeah, and it could work out for Macklin. I mean, it could work out in his favour where maybe they don't get away, maybe the clock goes down, but you just never know. You don't want to leave it to chance.
Yeah.
So I think, depending on how this plays out, it'll be a good little reminder for Macklin to be like, okay, if I have priority over third and fourth, I'm going to just hang tight to them. But maybe him and Zeb are going, okay, Zeb's like, I'll go here, you go there. He's going to let Rafa kind of paddle around on the inside. He only needs a 3-7-1 and Masamune needs a 3-4-4, so not much for third and fourth.
Yeah, it's a funny situation here because both third and fourth they need similar scores, you know, so Macklin just has to pick one person to go with, and there we have it. He's going for Rafa, whereas looks like Zeb is going to kind of maybe go around Masamune Uno, so here we have Rafa taking a look at this one on the inside. 3-7-1 his requirement. Let's see what he does. Good looking wave. Nice first turn here. Sets it up again. Will he get a finishing turn? And he does. Will that be the 3-7-1? Rafa thinks so. You know, gives thanks. Will it be enough? What the judges think? Was this a priority mistake maybe from Macklin not being close enough to Rafa?
Yeah, whoa, this is crazy. This is where it comes back to just surfing. Oh my goodness. Okay, wow. He needs a 3.71. Those first two turns were pretty good. I really liked it. I liked his surfing, how electrifying he was. Let's take another look at it. This first turn was a real stab there. He got a bit of extra kick to it. That was really nice. Gets a fin out. I think he gets a score.
I'm on the fence. I'm hoping he gets a score because Rafinha is a good friend of mine, and we've like grown up together. But I think the only thing going against him is the size of the wave.
Yeah, I do actually hear you on that. Oh my gosh.
All right, so a couple scores came through. Now we're all eyes on Rafa right now. 3-7-1 is his requirement. He needs to get a 4. So practically the judges are going to now take a look at his last 4 and be comparing and seeing if it was enough.
Wow.
Last of red, unfortunately, doesn't go in time for this heat. We're going to kind of stick with it because this is an interesting finishing right now. It's really nail-biting. Let's see if it's enough. There we have on screen. Rafa Castro, Zeb Stokes is pretty comfortably out in the lead.
This is going to be really, really close. It could go either way. It wouldn't surprise me if it was the 3.71. I might be a little bit surprised if it wasn't, but also not. I think it's the score. I think he gets it. Just based on the surfing that he did, it was really great surfing, and it got me excited, but this is going to be really, really tight. We've had no indications of this score from Rafa Castro. This is his third heat of the day, so it'd be a marathon day and a pretty great position for him to have made 3 heats.
Yeah.
Potentially.
If we were down to not surfing, I mean, he would deserve it. 3 heats in one day is a lot, but it's not what it's down. It's not what it's up to. So
yeah,
it's super tight. I think the judges are having a really strong and long think about this because it's a very, very important score right now.
Yeah.
So you're saying he's got it?
I think he gets it.
I think if it's not it's right under. But It's looking like he got it. So Rafa Castro, 4.27, goes straight to second place. That is him on the screen. I see Kailani and Marzi Pajar out the back with Kutu Agus. There's my Indo team that I'm going to go be having a bit of a chat with. And with that, we're going to throw on to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsoy almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
We are back. It is heat number 8 of the men's round of 96. That is Fukui Hirota.
Yes, Hiroto.
Hiroto. He just finished off that first wave. We have Joshua Levy out there, Saxon Reba, and Ippo Suzuki. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with the beautiful voice of Dai Wacko. Dai, wow, live action.
Wow.
Saxon Reba, beautiful opening carve, lots of speed and drive.
Love the carve. I'm a big fan of the big carve, so
Yep.
that was sick from Saxon River. Wow.
And now he's just getting all the sets on the head, just exactly as he planned. Just kidding. Well, Joshua Levy, he's paddling left, he's going right. Looks like he's looking for this right here. Doesn't scratch on. He goes, you know what? It's a little bit whitewashy and it's windy out there. There's a lot going on. We have a couple more heats to go for the day. We just saw a pretty crazy buzzer beater in that last heat. Rafa Castro progressing on through in the final moments. He came in second. Zeb Stokes took that last heat out. Macklin Flynn came in third, and Masamune Uno in fourth. The young gun.
Right,
He's young,
still
right?
a young gun, traveling with his dad.
Mm.
So unfortunately, he's out of the event. But that was an entertaining heat, actually.
Yeah.
Like last minute, Rafael got a wave and got the score. What a comeback from Rafael.
Yeah, it was a crazy comeback. I mean,
And it was his third heat
Yeah.
of the day, right? So
yeah, third heat of the day.
must have been super
Insane.
tired. Oh, yeah.
There he
oh, wow.
is.
He's not tired.
No, he's ready to go.
He's ready to go for free surf probably after this.
Wow.
We're gonna go 3 more heats and we'll be finishing for the day.
Yeah. And are you out there?
I am thinking.
Really?
I am thinking. Yeah.
Whoa.
because I
Oh.
didn't surf this morning.
Yeah,
that's
okay.
why.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not out there. You won't see me out there. My 5'5" shortboard may not
May
hold.
not.
But that's okay. That's all good. I'm happy to go home and cruise.
Cruise and just ready for another big day tomorrow.
Exactly.
It's gonna be a big day.
24 heats tomorrow we're
24
planning.
heats. It's probably not too sure. We didn't have any official call yet, but probably men's.
Yeah.
Men's
to start.
Men's to start.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We've got the rest of this round heat. We're going to run to heat 10 and see the rest of the men's round of 96 come up tomorrow. But someone who had a pretty great heat, Zeb Stokes, dominating from the start. He is down there with Giada Legati. Take it away.
Here with Zeb Stokes. Congratulations. So you've been watching it all day, I imagine, and you've seen the conditions change. What was your game plan paddling out there?
Yeah, I really just wanted to stick to the lefts. Like the rights are really hard to surf into the wind, and been getting a lot of lefts here since I've been here, so I like going back end, so I just stuck to the back end.
We see you've got a pretty good crew happening out here. I'm sure you guys all wearing Cloud 9 together. What have you guys been up to? What's your daily routine like?
Just surf and I don't know, a lot of banter going around, but it's good traveling with my brother and my sister and Benny and Jerry as well, and yeah, it's good vibes.
Are you excited for tomorrow's heat, and what are you going to be doing to get ready for it?
I can just chill. Getting really tired here. I don't know if it's the food or the weather, but probably just chill this afternoon, eat some noodles, and yeah, just get ready for tomorrow.
All right, I'm sure there's people watching at home. What would you like to say?
Yeah, shout out to everyone watching back home, Mum, Dad, Nan, my girlfriend, Kawana Board Riders, and yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in.
Amazing. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much, Zeb. First time I've heard someone say noodles. We've been getting the dumpling call.
Or pork bun.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, noodles.
No noodles. Yeah.
Maybe first time I heard someone says, noodle.
I was like,
routine.
where are you getting these noodles from?
Yeah.
And tell me. Don't
Please,
gatekeep.
please, yeah.
I want to know where the noodles are.
He's traveling with a big group.
Yeah, big group of people. He's got his sister, Jarly Stokes, his brother, Taj Stokes, here, and then also Ben and Gia Lorenzen as well. So, big group of them.
That's a big group of them.
Yeah, they were all a little bit worried about not getting their boards here in time for this event. So they ended up scattering boards throughout all of the different board bags, and it ended up working out pretty okay. So everyone's got boards, which is
great.
A big tick. It's where you want to start. And Zeb started off the campaign pretty strong for the for the Stokes Lorenzen household here in Taiwan. But with 17 minutes to go, 3.63 for that big carve for Saxon Reba. 3.33 first of Fukui?
Hiroto Fukui.
Fukui. A 2 and a 0.7 for Joshua Levy, and Ippo Suzuki yet to take off on his first wave. Sitting in a little bit of a different zone. Can't really see him on screen.
I'm pretty sure Ippo is not here this time, unfortunately.
Oh no.
Yeah, I haven't seen him around, and if I see him, he's really good in the end. He's good. He rips. So if he's here, I would.
You would know.
I would know he's here. So probably he's back in Japan now. I'm not too sure what happens, but I'm pretty sure this is a three-person heat.
Okay. Wow. Well, no Ippo Suzuki. He's mind surfing this heat. Probably watching it at home.
I guess.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it's a 3-person heat. That makes it a little bit easier for the surfers out there with 16 minutes to go. Saxon from the northern beaches of Sydney, from that Manly area. I get it wrong every time, but I'm pretty sure it's North Stain. I'm like 80% sure he's from North Stain. And he's over here with the Northern Beaches crew, which is super cool, in the likes of Duke Kelleher and Nick James and Andy King supporting them, which is pretty amazing. They had Duke and Andy over in Cloud 9. So, yeah, some great people in their corner. And then I haven't really heard much of Fukui.
He's from Chiba, and he surfs great. And I'm pretty sure he's not really fully into the QS tour. He wasn't in Xiaogao, so probably it's his first comp outside of Japan 2025.
Wow.
Probably,
Welcome.
I'm sure, yeah, I'm pretty sure. But he is a great surfer. He's a strong competitor as well. And that's him paddling and he is up and riding. 福井選手、これが2本目のライディングになります。カービングターンからスプレーを大きく上げたターン。そして3発と綺麗に重ねていきます。しっかりとフィニッシュのターンをして前に出てきました。Wow, great combo from Hiroto. Great three-turn combo. I really love the first turn and the finishing turn. But out the back, Saxon Reba up and riding on his front side. Nice vertical off the top. And really beautiful roundhouse cutback. Unfortunately, goes down on the second turn. So out the back, Josh Levy has first priority. He is from Newcastle, but his mom is Japanese, so that's why he is in the Asian region this year. But this is a last of green.
Yeah, this was a really nice and a well-surfed wave. That there was beautiful. He's got a really smooth style. I love watching people go backhand who have a really great coiled back knee. I keep saying it, but I just absolutely love it. This is that last one of Saxon's. Bit of a fumbled takeoff, but recovers well. This wave just sort of goes downhill, though, from here. Unfortunately, it goes down for Saxon. It's like his board just completely stopped and straight back to the live action.
Josh is up and riding on his front side. Nice two-turn combo. Love the second turn and gets the third turn in. So that was another great combo from Josh. The last wave for Hiroto comes in at 4.50, which is I guess it's a good number actually, 4.5.
Yeah, that is a really good number. That's a great way to edge out a little bit further in front in this heat. 4s and 5s have been making heats pretty much.
Decent scores, I guess, getting 4s and 5s. So this is the last of white.
Yeah, I liked this wave a lot, Dai. I thought it was really good. He's smooth on his rail. He's such a electric surfer. He surfs with a lot of speed and energy. He's an energetic surfer.
Definitely. Love this checking turn, but this turn is probably the money turn, throwing a lot of sprays, and it gets this end section, so that's great. Great combination from Joshua, and that wave comes in at 5.00, so nice wave to be back in the game from Josh. And he's, this year probably he was in Japan for quite a long time, just following the Japan Pro Series and the QSs as well. So he's been doing great actually in Japan.
Yeah, it's awesome. I have always known Joshua Levy, to be from obviously Newcastle and to grow up there. So when I saw him with the Japanese flag, I was like, wait a minute. And then in Tahara, he was speaking Japanese in the interviews, and I didn't realize that he spoke fluently in Japanese. It was super cool. I was like, wow, this is amazing. So yeah, it's cool to see him change his region and go for it there. And he just locks in a 5 for his last wave. So he's getting further out he's in second. Only needs a 2.83 to go to first. And him and Fukui are doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, totally. Joshua is, he has a great personality actually. I had a talk with Joshua the other day, and he's great vibe, great person.
Yeah, no, he's super cool. He's got such awesome energy too. Like he's really funny. He's super cool. So yeah, love seeing Joshua Levy here and just bring his own personality to heats and post-heat interviews as well. Just under 11 minutes. Josh trying to get back to the takeoff spot, which kind of feels like it's a little bit everywhere out there.
Yeah,
there's a lot of waves coming through. Hey,
especially this afternoon, we have seen a lot of peaks everywhere. So pretty much you can get a couple of scores at anywhere actually. and probably it's a good idea to just probably get as many as you can, but it's kind of hard to get many waves out here today because of the current. But at the back, Roto, oh, thought he was gonna go for it, but Joshua, nice first turn. A little bit of a check turn to get back into the power zone and gets a second turn in and surfing all the way to the inside. So another great back-to-back wave from Joshua.
Yeah, that was really nice. He made something out of nothing then. For Joshua Levy, it felt like he's really just gaining momentum and edging out a little bit further in front of Saxon Reba. Let's take another look at it. It was a bigger wave, and he's going, I'm in the spot here. He really had to hold on to the bottom turn. You could see there's a lot of lump and bump on these waves. But he does really well to get those 3 turns in. And then this one here just lays back into it. Really pushes off his back foot. That was nice.
That was really great combination from Joshua. But looks like Saxon Reba had a one wave in. And here is one of the medium set. Goes to the vertical off the top. Nice first turn, but unfortunately, again, the wave didn't really offer much wall for him. But great first turn, though.
That's so tough. When you're starting off well and then you don't get another turn after that, the wave just dies out. Oh, it's a real heartbreaker moment. So for Saxon, he needs to regroup. It was a great turn, though.
That was a beautiful turn. And, you know, when you get the great first turn and then just wave dies out, you kind of want to keep going, even though there's no wall that you know. But it was a great decision from Saxon Reba, just kicks out quickly so that he can just go back out and get another one. But on screen we have Joshua up and riding. Nice carve to start with. Again, just a quick one turn and in and out.
Yeah,
big set is coming through.
It feels like it's just getting a little bit bigger each time.
Yeah.
3.9 for this previous to last. This one, that was so smooth. Wow, he's got a great carve, Joshua Levy.
Wow, this setup is such a beautiful place. The big mountain behind.
It's so pretty. Apparently there's some pretty beautiful gorges out there as well, and hot springs and things like that.
Right.
Yeah. I know. Pretty cool. I haven't been to the hot springs, but I've heard they're beautiful.
You haven't been to hot springs?
No, I haven't. Not yet, anyway. Maybe while we're here.
Definitely. You should. We have a lot of hot springs in Japan.
Really?
It's a common thing
Oh,
we're
wow.
going to the hot springs if you want to relax.
Bring it on. I want to relax all the time. Just kidding. Not when there's heats like this. Not when Joshua Levy's putting on a show, and so's Fukui and also Saxon. Sax needs a 4.21 though. He's got that 3.63 and a 3.1. Needs to lift a little bit more. I feel like if he can find an opportunity where he can get a 2-turn combo, that's when we're looking at the 4.2s.
Easy, definitely. You know, he's getting high threes and low threes with a one single maneuver. So if he can put everything together, it's no doubt that he can get 4s and 5s.
Yeah, agreed. He's just, he's very capable. He just needs to maybe manufacture a wave right now and just make the wave work. We saw that in that last heat with Rafael Castro. He needed a score. He found a right, and he just went to town on it and turned it into a 4.2.
Right.
So, let's see. Saxon Reba up and riding, opens up the arms. Beautiful sweeping arc to start this one off. Gets a quick snap there as well, and needs to belt it to finish, which he does. Looking for a 4.21. That was a well-surfed wave die.
That was well surfed, and then that was a great wave selection actually. It was one of the smaller waves breaking inside, but definitely it has more walls compared to the last two waves. And he gets this float, and then the last section here. Wow, he just put everything into it. Definitely he knew that he needed that score.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, it'll be really close to the requirement, 4.21 at the back. 福井選手、これが3本目のライディング、大きなカービングターンをバックサイドで見せてきています。そして立て続けにカットバックをしたこのライディング、インサイドまでつなげてきます。ここで少しテールが抜けてしまいました。現在第2位のポジションが福井宏斗。
Wow, that was really... Oh my gosh, he was right onto those... he was basically in the sand.
Right.
Which is weird that we have sand here this year. We're usually used to the cobblestones, but wow, this was really nice, beautiful opening turn. His board is looking so smooth. Didn't really do much wrong on this wave except for just there. Unfortunately, just the fins slide out. They didn't quite engage. He needed to better a 3.33, so two pretty important scores for Fukui and also for Saxon. Joshua.
Prim riding, nice first turn. A great combination. Gets the finish. So great exchange between all the surfers. We are still waiting for all the waves to lock in.
Yeah, wow. Let's take another look at this replay. Saxon Reba. Straight up. Oh, sorry. This is not Saxon Reba. This is Joshua Levy. My bad. But that was a really good two-turn combo. He is on fire at the moment. Just really good flow, good rhythm. And looking to better 3.9, which I feel like he'll definitely do that.
Yes. Definitely he'll better the 3.90. I'm just curious what Saxon Reba will get for the last wave. It's gonna be a good number for Saxon Reba with the 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, it's important as well. 4.21 is what he needs.
Ooh, a few scores starting to lock in. It looks like good number, 4.80.
Wow, so situation change. Saxon Reba goes to second. He's up and riding again. He's saying, I want the 4.11 to go to first. Big, strong first turn. Gets out of there. Just the one turn for Saxon. And Fukui does have a score to lock in. He needs a 3.94 to go to second place. Just under 3 minutes to go in this heat, so it's really, really counting down. Joshua Levy locks in a 5.2 for his last wave. So we're seeing him increase his position. Wow,
well,
this is crazy. Sorry, Dai.
Little bit of mistake from Hiroto maybe. He just lost his first priority, but probably he will regain his first priority. But it's really important to get first priority. 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, his last score just locks in at a 3.27, so
it's
kind
of close.
Really close, yeah. He needs a 3.94.
If he could have made that last turn on the last wave, he might have got the requirement.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. It's so unlucky when things like that happen, especially when you start off really strong, like Fukui has. So let's see, can he challenge for a 3.94 on his next wave with 2 minutes to go? He's got priority. He's in a really good position in the sense that he's got time. So let's see if he can convert on the next wave that he gets. Saxon Reba, he needs a 5.4 to go to first place. It's Joshua Levy, he's just edged out in front, a 5.2 and a 5. It's a pretty good two-wave heat total right now.
Definitely 2 5s is a pretty strong lead at the moment. He's sitting the lead really comfortably, I guess. It's battling for the second place at the moment. 1 minute and 15 seconds.
It's getting close. Always nerve-wracking times for Kui. You can see him hearing or trying to listen to the beach marshal and saying, sorry, to the beach commentator. He needs a 3.94. He's got just under 1 minute. Nervous times for both him and Saxon right now, because Saxon wants to hold on to second.
Definitely Saxon wants one more wave to just secure his spot. You know, he's just need one wave to better 3.63, and he can do it without any doubt. You know?
Agreed. Yeah.
30 seconds.
Wow. stressful times with just over 20 seconds. Not really much going on. The ocean's just, you can see there's a lot of movement, but nothing is really standing up. So at this point, it looks like it's going to be Joshua Levy and Saxon Reba moving on through to the men's round of 64. There's, no time left. So unfortunately for Fukui, he's had a really great heat. It was exciting to watch him surf, but the waves and the ocean just stops on him there. So it's Joshua Levy and Saxon Reba moving on through. We have heat number 9 coming right up. We'll bring Jesse Starling in for the call. Don't go anywhere.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsoy almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Welcome back. This is day 1 of Taiwan Open of Surfing. We are now into men's round of 96, heat number 9. We have Okamura Kosuke in red, Tane Dobin in blue, Keanu Kamiyama in white, Sho Matsubara in green. The 3 Japanese surfers up against 1 Australian in this heat. I am Dai Wako in the booth with Jesse. Welcome back.
Oh, thanks, Di. It's good to be back. Last 2 heats of the day.
Wow, last heat, 2 heat of the day. But on screen we have Keanu Kamiyama up and riding. Kamiyama Keanu 2本目のライディングになります。右の方で波待ちをして2発入れますが、最後のターン前に出てこれません。Unfortunately, he got a good first turn to start with. Unfortunately, goes down on second. This is Tane Dobin up and riding. Nice floater to start with. Just racing down the line. He gets this check turn and it gets the finish. It's a great combination from Tane Dobin. And a few good scores starting to lock in for Sho Matsubara. So it's a 5.04. The first wave for Sho. That is a good number to start with.
Yeah, it was a really nice backhand turn there for Sho Matsubara. 3rd heat he's surfing today.
Wow, so this is Kosuke Okamura up and riding. Okamura Kosuke 1本目のライディング、一発大きな縦のターン、フローター、そしてフィニッシュもちゃんと決めてきました。こちらが1本目のライディングになっています。Another great combination from Kosuke Okamura, so it's going to be a great exchange.
Oh, absolutely. I love the hand drive at the end as
Right.
well, the real ride out in front hands. Yeah, it was pretty cool to see. This is going to be a great heat. All of the competitors getting great starts so far.
And then we have Josh Levy, who just had a great heat with the True.
The conditions are really tricky. How did you approach that heat and I guess keep yourself calm throughout it?
I kind of, well, at the start, I was kind of just like, whoa, what is going on? There's just like, couldn't find any good ones. And I actually like hit my tooth on my first one. And I was in like so much pain. I was like, oh my gosh, that hurts so bad. But then I suppose, yeah, I kind of just realized the big ones were too big. And I was like, if there's a medium one with a bit of a wall on it, I'll just go one of those ones. So yeah, just kept it simple really.
Yeah, you got to keep it simple, especially when the conditions make it really tricky. You have a really cool support group behind you for this event as well. Talk to me about who's here supporting you and also the equipment that you're riding as well.
So yeah, I'm here with Reef, Annie, Sai and Ollie. Yeah, so we got a sick crew. Absolutely just like frothing to just hang out with those guys and just surf and have fun. The equipment I'm riding is Serendipity surfboards. They're a board brand from Japan. I recently changed over and they're feeling really good. So yeah, thanks guys to all the crew back at Japan. みんな日本で応援してる人、Serendipityの板もめっちゃ調子良かったので、いろんな板を作ってもらって本当にありがとうございます。
I know you have a lot of fans and family at home that's watching you. Is there anything you'd like to say to them as well?
Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. My mum, my dad, my girlfriend, everyone at home, and everyone in Japan. Let's go Super Sento って感じ。行こうぜ。
Thank you, Joshua. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks, True and Joshua. That was a great interview. Really like his vibe.
Yeah, great personality.
Energy.
Really great personality for Josh Levy. He's one of those guys who I just remember seeing be so young and competing, and now he's just like a man. It's crazy, you know? It's like, wow. It's pretty cool to see how far he's come and just how good of a competitor he is as well. And obviously the change in region. So grew up in Newcastle, represented Australia, and now represents Japan.
That's nice. And then, you know, the last bit he was saying, let's go Super Sento. And he and Shohei and Kenzo, they make this team called Super Sento, which means like hot springs in Japanese.
Okay.
And then that's why he was saying a little bit of Japanese in the end.
What kind of team?
I don't know, it's surfing team.
Like a surfing team.
Yeah,
I'm
surfing
like
team.
a video game team.
No, just surfing team. The surf crew thing.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I really like that.
So they have
hot springs.
Hot springs. It's like it means super hot springs. Yeah.
That is so good. Wow. That's amazing. I love that. I love little insights like that. It's sick.
So on screen we have Kosuke Okamura, who actually had second place in the QS 2000 in Tokunoshima.
Yes, I saw that.
That is his best result on the QS so far in his career, and he was so stoked to getting those good results in the QS event.
And thanks to you, I now know that Tokunoshima is not too far from here. So he'd be looking to draw on that energy a little bit.
Definitely, he's building up the confidence through this QS 2000 back-to-back events in Japan. So definitely, he's just looking to improve his result.
And Kei Kobayashi taking out all three events.
Yes, that's a crazy story.
Crazy.
Back-to-back win in the QS 2000 events, and now Kei is actually currently Bonsoy Asia Super Series heat leader, and we're gonna crown the champion of that Super Series as well.
This event.
This is the last of the last QS in the Asia region. So there's another.
What about Belair?
That's the QS 4000.
Oh, so we're doing the 6000 zone. Wow.
So this is.
Oh, it's getting exciting.
It's a really important event.
Wow. So I wonder where Bronson ended up after his win.
Yeah, we have to double check with that.
Yeah, because I'm intrigued to know if he's in potential to take it away. I remember Kiyoshiro Suda, he was down at 6th. Rory Kanazara was up there as well. So, how exciting.
Yeah, so it's a great event. But on screen we have Keanu Kamiyama riding Great single maneuver, needing 4-2-4 to go into the second. But at the moment, with 15 minutes and 50 seconds on clock, we have Sho Matsubara in first place with a 5-0 and 2.37. We have Kosuke Kamura in second, 4.33 and 1.77. Tane Dobin has first priority, sitting in the third place, needing 2.94. So Tane Dobin up and riding, needing a 2.94 to go into the second. Unfortunately, blocked the rail a little bit there.
Yeah, he really did just bury that rail there for Tane. Had a 17th over in Shargao. Has had multiple excellent scores there as well. You know, it's one thing to get an excellent score at a QS, but then it's another thing to get an excellent score at Shargao. I mean, it's such an incredible wave. And he's got a great relationship there. He hasn't quite translated it over here to Taiwan. So last year, actually getting knocked in this round. So he would be looking to go deeper in the draw this year. He's jumped up the rankings a fair way. So he's in the 20s now. Door's definitely open. And with this being the last 6,000, it's definitely big points on the board.
Definitely, it's very important, event for all the surfers. It can change everything in the ranking. So definitely, Tane Dobin is looking to getting through this heat, up and riding, needing 2.94. Nice first turn to start with. Great carve. Unfortunately, couldn't really ride out of it.
Yeah, frustration there. You can see this tide really starting to fill back in.
Right.
You can see the water. It's a bit more full towards the rocks there for Tane Dobin. This really had all the momentum that he needed to get a 2.94. I just feel like he safety surfed that first section. Obviously, it's a great floater, but just the powerful surfing we're used to seeing from Tane, I feel like there was definitely maybe a section gone begging there. If I was going to be super critical. But yeah, he's definitely got the talent. He's got the time as well at this point. But you can see he was a bit frustrated.
Right.
So maybe just needing to regroup at this point in time.
Definitely, on the last wave. Probably he was looking for the wall ahead of him, but just wave didn't really cooperate with him because like you said, the tides is coming in and there's a lot of water inside. So it's kind of tricky condition right now. But Sho Matsubara, this is his third surf again. Third heat.
That is and you think about it like, oh yeah, they're only 25-minute heats, but you exert so much energy in a 25-minute heat, let alone one that's 4 foot and howling wind. I feel like you give 110% in your heats. You're putting your very best foot forward, and to do that 3 times in one day in these conditions, it's like hats off to the guys who have done it today.
Definitely, it's insane. You just like you said, you get so tired after the heat because you give everything you have into one heat. It's 25 minutes heat, but it's not it feels like 2 hours surfing
seriously,
in one heat.
Like in theory, it's an hour and 15 minutes of surfing. That's all it is, and that's something that we all do every day. But we dawdle out and we talk, and we'll be picky with our ways. But like these guys are giving it everything.
Right.
So I feel like. And for him to have already locked in a 5, which we know today, a 5 or a 6, that's a big score to have out here. We haven't really had anyone break out of that 6-point range.
Right.
So Sho just, really captivating me at the moment. Right? I just love the fact that he keeps showing up today. Right now, though, this is Keanu.
神山選手、これが4本目のライディングですね。3発しっかり出てくるが、この最後のセクションで前に出てこれなかったです。Well, he's another, great surfer from Japan. He's still 24 years old, still young generation, and then he spent a lot of time in States. That's where he took a little time off in the QS, and this is actually his first year coming back to the tour. So definitely he's looking for to get good points, to get a good seed for next year, or potentially for the CS tour. Definitely he needs to get getting through this round.
Yeah, I saw that he took a year off. So had 2023, competed a couple of times, but decided to take a year off in 2024. Love that he's back here in the Rashi. Such a shame he couldn't get that finishing turn there. It's good to see him back competing, though. Super late to the section there for Sho. So goes down. But even then, in 2023, it's interesting. I was going to ask you about this because he actually had some good results in 2023 and then took a year off in 2024.
He was trying to focusing on his surfing, like improving his surfing in US. Had a lot of coaching there, a lot of training sessions, and probably a little bit of learning English as well over there. And yeah, he's been having great result actually when he was in a teenager as well. I'm pretty sure he won the gold at ISA World Junior under 18. I'm pretty sure. I'm 100% sure that he was on the podium.
Yeah, amazing. Amazing. Even just to be on the podium is extremely hard to do. So, yeah, I mean, Keanu, I'm super stoked that he's back in the Rashi. He's had a bit of a rough year competitive-wise. It's just seeing a couple of our surfers go down right now, Di. It's heartbreaking to see them put these big turns up there but go down.
Right. It's that shows how difficult, how tricky it is now. The condition is, so definitely love to see them right out of it. But it's really tough out there.
Yeah, look at this closeout set rolling through. So exhausting a lot of energy here. Keanu up and riding.
神山選手、さあこの波で 3.88 が必要です。セットの波に乗りました。かなり右の方までライディングを、行っていっています。 3.88 で2位のポジションにと上がっていきます。Well, 9 minutes and 40 seconds on clock. Tane Dobin has first priority out there. He is currently sitting in the third place, needing 2.94. That is a small score for him, for his skill. Definitely one good wave will do his job, and just wave selection wise, it's super difficult out there.
Oh, absolutely. And you could see how far down Keanu was just then. I mean, he is going to have a long paddle back ahead of him right now. I feel like that almost was a bit of a mistake taking that wave. Potentially should have just got himself back out on the peak. I was in my break then looking though, a lot of the competitors surfing down in front of where the photographers are at the moment, which is more to the right of the screen, and surfing and eyeing off those lefts down there. But you get taken so far down the rock wall here when you take off on those lefts. It's almost worth paddling in through the harbour. That's how far down you go.
Look, 100%, just so far down, and it's like you said, it's super hard paddle back out. So probably, tides coming in, so there might be a peak at the left side of the point. So definitely, those surfers will check it out though. At the moment, Keanu is still in the fourth place. Last wave for Keanu comes in at a 2.40. Tane Dobin still with first priority, waiting for the right ones to come in, needing only 2.94, which is a really small score for Tane Dobin's skill set. There's still plenty of time left on the clock. Definitely there's going to be a lot more opportunities for all the surfers.
Yeah, so wait and see. Maybe one of these surfers trying to get right back up the rock wall right now to try and get himself back up just more towards the judges' tower here. But you can see just the wind really wreaking a bit of havoc. But we've got to make the most of these days because it pretty much looks uncontestable basically Sunday afternoon onwards.
I checked the surf forecast and Sunday afternoon looks massive.
We're talking like very, very big surf. Like you're not sending athletes out there. And then Monday similar, Tuesday similar. So it actually kind of crosses out the rest of our event window from Sunday afternoon. So we'd be honestly pushing to do it in 4.5 days. But it's definitely doable. We've done 22 heats today. And you know what? Even though it's windy, it's got the swell factor that everyone wants to have in competition. There's plenty of waves rolling through, just like this guy on cue.
神山選手 3.71 が必要です。さあここは綺麗に2発決めてきました。これで必要なスコアを出していくと2位のポジションへと上がっていきます。残り時間が6分30秒を切ってきました。
Yeah, really nice looking replay here. 2 turns for Keanu, so he's going to go give us a bit of a check turn to start off, but that was super critical. I mean, there's a lot of water rushing up as well. Got the ride out, something that has been letting him down on his last couple of waves there for Keanu. 3.71. It's in the ballpark of a
Wow.
3-7-1.
Definitely, it was a great, combination, two-turn combo. And it's kind of hard to surf towards the right, with the wind. But he did really well, did a good check down and get a finishing turn. This is important way for Tane Dobin. Nice first turn. And little check down there, so try to connect all the way to the inside. Definitely he needs one more big turn. He needs 2.94 with that wave. But the back, 松原翔アップしています。ここは一発のターンで終わりました。Well, important exchange from green, blue, and white.
Yeah, really important exchange. I feel like the body language looking a little deflated for Tane Dobin this wave. It was just a bit of a slopey one. His backhand is so good. Obviously coming from the Gold Coast, goes right a lot, and he just has a really nice vertical hook on him. Just this wave, unfortunately, it needs to be a 3-2-1. Unfortunately, I'm not sure it's going to be that. I feel like he's going to be chasing a little bit more. This guy is currently in the lead. 2 really nice turns. Left that third one alone. He said, I'm not going to hit that section, which is totally fair enough. So we are going to see a situation change at this point, though.
Wow. Well, on screen, we have live action from Kosuke Okamura. 岡村選手 1.77 以上スコアするとその差を縮めてきます。 2.04 が必要です。So yeah, situation changed with the last of Keanu. Comes in at a 3.97. Now he's sitting in the second. Here is the reply of the last of red, needing a score.
Yeah, really love the bottom turn into that. Had really nice drive and direction to the top of the lip here. And then unfortunately just that last wave, he was looking too far down the line, couldn't drive it back towards that power source more. But I don't think there was too much more on offer for that wave anyways. So score to lock in, it needs to be a 2.04. Could easily be a 2.04
right
for those 2 turns, whether or not the judges deem that second one a ride out. But yeah, Keanu getting himself up into second.
Wow, that's a big moment for Keanu with a 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Now Kosuke sitting in the third place, needing 2.04. We are still waiting for the last of red. Tane Dobin now needs 3.21. Last wave for Tane comes in at a 2.90, so not enough. There's still 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Wow.
Oh, wow. Situation change again here, Dai.
2.27 for the last of red. So now Kosuke sitting in the second place. Keanu now needs 2.64. Tane Dobin now needs 3.44 with a 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Wow. Big change between red and white.
Yeah, it's a back and forth battle right now. That 5-point ride is making Sho feel pretty comfortable at this point in time because everyone else battling for 2s and 3s. Obviously that 4.33 for Kosuke is keeping him alive, head above water, but only just. I mean, 2.64 from Keanu and a 3.44 from Tane. They are just next to nothing scores. But in the schemes of what we've seen today, maybe they're not next to nothing.
Right. So pretty much, well, Shaw is in the lead with a 5 and 2.80. But I don't think he's in a safe spot. Because there's not much difference between all the surfers. And with 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Well, yeah, look how close the totals are between second and fourth. I mean, everyone in that 6-point range, Sho only just creeping out of it. You know, there's 1.2 between him and second. But I feel like, yeah, that 2.8, you definitely want to be getting that out the window at this point. And but a 3.44, we've seen judges, guys do 2 turns on a wave and still the scores fall short. So it's got to have at least one big moment on a wave to get a 3.4 out there today.
Definitely, Tane Dobin needs to do turns in the critical section of the wave and, with the control surfing. That means the wave selection is going to be the point. You have to be on a good wave and which has the good wall to work on. So with that 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, is there going to be another opportunity?
Yeah, 90 seconds on the clock here. Ocean looking a little bit quiet at this point. You can see just that all those white caps out there. There's wind is just howling this afternoon. We've got one more heat to run. But all of these guys, they want to have, those bigger points. Round of 64. to be in that top seeded round. And for someone like Tane, who's just had a really big result, he'll be chasing more defending right now, though.
岡村康介、さあこれは重要な波になってきます。 2.27 以上スコアするとその差を広げます。一発目綺麗にターンが入り、2発目も入りました。そして後ろは松原翔 2.80 を上書きしていきたい。残り時間が50秒になるところです。 Well, definitely important wave for Kosuke and Shaw, but the back a few lines coming through to the lineup. First priority sitting with Keanu Kamiyama, second priority with Tane Dobin. Here Kamiyama up and riding. That was an important wave for Keanu, but unfortunately the wave didn't cooperate.
With 20 seconds, you almost just hit that section.
Right.
You know, you just give it everything. We needed a 3-1-7. There's 10 seconds to go. Looks like Tane is going to have a paddle here, Dai.
Well, this is going to be a very important wave for Tane Dobin. He is up and riding. Caught a little behind, but probably he could come around the section, but unfortunately he goes down. So it looks like it's a Sho Matsubara and Kosuke Okamura moving on to next round. 64. So we're gonna go to the quick break, but we'll be right back with the last heat of the day, round of 96, heat 10.
We're back for the last heat of day number 1 of the Taiwan Open of Surfing 2025 QS 6000. We've got the round of 96, heat number 10. Can you believe it? Tom Whitpain out there in the red, Tommy Cavallo in the blue, Taki Kanazawa in the white, and we have Haruto Mashiro in the green. Big hook there from Tommy Whitpain. I am Jessie Starling, taking you through what has been a very big day, but the last one alongside me, Chris Binsey. We're here, we're rounding out day 1.
Yeah. Why are we wrapping it so short? We've got a couple more heats in, I reckon.
Yeah, come on.
So I got Taki, Tom, Thomas, and Haruto. He should be called Taruto for this heat.
Yeah, give us a T.
Here's Taki Kanazawa on his backhand, running with the wind down the line, throwing sheets of spray, cracking it, drift out of the tail. Can he hang on? Nope, he's down. That was Tom Whitpain. Never actually seen Tom Whitpain go left before.
Oh.
Not going to see it now either because they cut off the replay before he went. But, oh, here we go. All right, red jersey, top seed. That's because he did Mad Dog stuff in the Philippines and came third. And he looked all right just then.
Yeah.
That's going to be a 2.57. Taki Kanazawa got a 2.17. Thomas Cavallo and Haruto Mashiro yet to open their accounts. That might be the water patrol doing wheelies out the back.
Oh, it would be windy out there for the water patrol. But yeah, T-Whip's got a pretty good forehand. Obviously, like you mentioned, coming off a third over in Shargao. Best result ever in a QS. Straight into back-to-back 6,000s. It's almost ideal to have your best result ever in the first one and momentum that through.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's not many better results you can get, second and first. So on the podium, he's won a bronze medal. Can he add a silver or gold? So this will be, what are we calling today? 22 heats?
Yeah, 22 heats today. So we've actually ploughed through 3.5 rounds, just over. So live action though, this is Haruto going down there. So this wind forcing some ribs up on the face. We're seeing a lot of competitors wreak havoc because of it. And so T-Whip, very talented, we know that. Would love to see him go further. Just moved himself to rank 16. Talk about opening the door for the Challenger Series. He is right there. Then we have Taki Kanazawa, younger brother of Roy. We saw Roy in the quarterfinals in Shargao. So Taki looking to follow big brother's footsteps. And then Tommy Cavallo. I have such a soft spot for Thomas Cavallo. I want to see him succeed so bad. He's honestly one of my favourite surfers, maybe ever. Tommy Whip Payne, big first turn here. Got a second section to work with. Works with it great. 2 big turns. It's probably the cleanest ball I've seen in quite some time. So we'll sit on that one there for a minute, Binzi, because Dai is down there with Sho Matsubara.
First 3つのヒートお疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様です。ありがとうございます。
これで明日のラウンドオブ64トップシードが待つラウンドへと駒を進めましたが、まずヒートいかがでしたか？
そうですね、めちゃくちゃハードで、ちょっともう何も聞こえなくてハマって、もう全然わけわかんなかったんですけど、とりあえず上がって勝ってたんでよかったです。
1本目のライディングのスコアが非常に効いてたなというような印象ですが、1本目はもう自分が乗りたかった波に乗れたんですか？
そうですね、ちょっとレフトよりライトの右側のライト狙おうかなと思ってて、で1本目で形いいの入ってくれたんで、あれは狙い通りでした。
1日に25分ヒートという長いヒートでこのコンディション3回サーフィン、かなり体力的にも厳しいというか持ってかれたというか、体力使ったんじゃないでしょうか？
そうですね、めちゃくちゃきついですね。久しぶりに3回もやったっす。
Well, it's been a while since the last time he surfed a heat 3 times in a one day, but definitely he's tired now. But really happy with the result. His plan was to get it right in the first half of the heat, and that's exactly what he did, and he's super stoked with the result. それでは今日はようやくこれで終わりということで、この後はどのようにして、体を休めますか？
そうですね、とりあえず宿帰って飯食って風呂入って寝ます。
もうサーフィンしないですか？
サーフィンしないですね、もう嫌だっすね。
それでは最後に、明日への意気込み、そして見てくれてる方へのメッセージをお願いします。
そうですね、明日も波サイズありそうなんでいいサーフィンできるように頑張ります。
明日も頑張ってください。おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
Back to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Dai. Thank you, Sho. Sho must be very tired after 3 heats. And Dai and I were talking about this. It's not just 3 heats, it's an hour and 15 minutes, but it's an hour and 15 minutes of energy being exuded. Exuded?
Yeah, you exude energy.
Yeah.
You exude confidence more than energy.
Okay.
You expend energy.
Expend. That's the word I was going for. That is, thanks, Binzi. But, it's a lot going on out there for these guys. So he's done well. He's taken a heat win. He's in the round of 64. Right now, Haruto, he's trying to find himself in a similar place to Sho. Just, it's a bit of bump there. Got a couple of waves to roll on through for T-Whip. It was a 4.83 for that big 2-turner there. You've got to sit on it for a while now, Binzi. What were your thoughts on it?
Sorry, just saw you standing up. I thought you were about to start planking.
It's the theme. Vaughn Deadly has said it.
It's back, baby.
It's back.
Although that was 2023, it might be out again. Who knows?
Potentially.
Tommy Payne. So his last wave was a 4.83 for those 2 kind of drifting, slightly flat surfboard turns. There wasn't a huge commitment to the rail, but it was pretty snazzy and up into the lip. And, he definitely dispatched with both sections. So a 4.83 the result. That's kind of setting the tone for this heat. Tom Carvello, a 4 for his opener. You said you've got a soft spot for Tommy.
I do.
So do I, from the year that he sung a beautiful version of Nickelback on stage with the band here at the opening ceremony.
Sorry?
Yeah. That was pretty good. There was a year where the beer sponsor was not Zero, and at the opening ceremony there was a fantastic cover band, and
wow,
if you wanted to get up and join them, they would let you.
What song?
How You Remind Me.
Oh, wow. That is one of the best things I've ever heard, Binzi.
And here he is,
Oh, land it, make it.
Never made it as a wise man, but he has made it out of that.
Oh, my gosh. Wow. I'm in a full state of shock right now. Anyways, Tommy Cavallo, this is exactly what you sign up for. 3 big turns, a dramatic finish as well, stuck in the whitewash, and then pops out. Wow, I would have paid serious money to see him up on stage singing a Nickelback song. Like, opening or closing ceremony?
Opening
Ceremony.
Yeah, opening up in style.
That is incredible.
None of this wait till the event is on its way stuff. That's a coward's way of going about it. Just straight off the bat.
Straight in.
Singing's generous.
Singing is generous.
But it was definitely, noise.
That is incredible. Wow.
5.57 for that last turn. Tommy Carvello just dispatching it and picking up a mid-range 5 for his troubles. 15 minutes down. He's in the lead with a 5.57 and a 4. Tom Whitpain's chasing a 4.75 for first. And then 6s, the requirement for Taki Kanazawa and Haruto Mashiro.
I've heard you got quite the voice on you. I didn't get to see it in action, but True was blown away by your karaoke performance.
There's
it's whatever.
When the situation calls for it.
Oh, Binzi.
Someone's got to step up.
Someone call up this band. Let's get a Nickelback performance with Chris Binns as the lead singer.
Well, that's actually one of my go-tos.
Is it?
Yeah, which is why I was like, hang on a second, this guy's...
That's my song.
Stolen my jam. Anyone who commentates should be a half-decent karaokeist. Because so much of it is just being able to hold the mic close to your mouth. And then you don't have to shout and scream and carry on.
No.
You can just try your best to, the microphone does a lot of your work.
I am learning from the best on ground.
Let the mic do all the heavy lifting.
Oh, beautiful surfing here from Taki Kanazawa. Can't stick the finish right now. We saw the judges love the finish right there from Tommy Cavallo, a 5.57. So Taki looking to do the same. Needs a 6.03 at this point in time because T-Whip holding it down with those big turns. I agree, though, with you, Binzi. They were on the more lateral side, but I feel like it's because he set such a high standard for himself over in Siargao. His board was 12 o'clock every single time.
Oh, yeah. And also, it's quite a slopey wave full of water when you're running down the line on that left. You can't exactly go vert. So he did what he could with the section that presented. You might see him go very vert on his backhand. No, he's going to take to it again on his forehand. We can see has to climb up and over the foam. Open face carves coming into play. He's out of there. Realised there was not much on offer down the line with 13 minutes to go.
I was on board with you there, Binzi. I actually thought that was right as well. I was thinking, he might get a little double up 2 turns here. But T-Whip loves the left. You can't help it. It's a goofy footer.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're like me, you don't see lefts anyway.
Yeah.
So I was like, what's he doing?
Hello? It's not a left. What are we talking about? 12 and a half minutes, so halfway through this heat. Obviously, it's been a big day, Binzi. We've covered a lot. Standout moment for you today?
Standout moment for me today... I did like just turning up this morning when it was offshore and seeing Jinzun Harbor in full cry, 100 people in the water, all just frothing and fizzing and jumping, and there was no hassles in the water.
Really?
No, because there's so much water moving around.
That's a really good point.
The playing field's
huge,
broken up. I had no qualms about being out there surfing and feeling like I was getting in the way of someone who was trying to practice.
Nice, Binsey.
Because, there's just so much going on out there. Here is Haruto Mishiro.
I have a highlight.
Shoot.
I liked Noah Arkfield's full rotation.
Yeah.
I would say that's my highlight.
Yeah.
Really enjoyed it. Got a bit of a wave to break down here from Haruto. Really nice top turn there. Bit of on that down the line slope as well. And then unfortunately, Frustration City at the end there. Had the full head in hands as well. So couldn't quite get himself back on the horse to get that really big, strong finishing turn that we know is going to come into play for the next 11 minutes. So Tommy Cavallo just wanting to know what the go is at this point in time, but he's looking very pretty up in that top spot, a 5.57 and a 4.0. He's got to be, for me, in top 3 standout guys. When Snapper's on, he is just so good to watch from behind the rock all the way down through Rainbow. He's just got such a seamless style, and there's, my soft spot personally comes for just how much I love his surfing. And he's got an incredible backhand as well. So we'd never really seen him have this big breakout performance, but he has all the talent in the world to be able to do it. I would actually say he could surf on the Challenger Series based on his surfing, but hasn't really done it yet on the QS yet.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be looking at a guy, and I'm sure they're mates, like Oscar Berry, who's kind of been around the level the whole time and then has taken it to the next tier of competition and has grown and fed off and surfed to the level that he's surrounded by.
Oh, it's incredible. And it's so funny, we spoke about it with Di. I'll get back to this in a second. We got Taki up and riding here. Slash to kick this one off. That board, I was going to say, looking really good, but unfortunately buried the nose there for Taki Kanazawa. But Di and I were talking about this today, and I think it's been a massive difference for someone like Oscar. It's your first year around on the Challenger Series or on the QS or whatever you're doing. You're kind of figuring it out, where am I staying? Where am I eating? How am I getting to the surf? What's the wave like? How do my boards feel? There's so many questions to answer, but then you come around a second time and you're an expert. You've got your routine, and then you can just focus on winning heats. And I really feel like that's what's been Oscar's and his confidence, his headspace confidence. It's been his biggest benefit this year. So be looking for someone like Tommy Cavallo to feed off that confidence, because he's been here a couple of times now. He doesn't have those little 1%ers to worry about here.
If he can, pull out that confidence that he demonstrates while singing Nickelback.
Oh, it's game on.
Yeah.
It's game on.
The world is your oyster.
So Tommy Whitpain, getting all confused. Tom Whitpain there, finishing off a ride. Nothing super duper special at this point. So looking for a 4.75 for the lead. 8 minutes 40. So last heat of the day, it feels like the wind's backed off ever so slightly this afternoon, which is right up Daiwako's alley.
As there's just huge rooster tails, white horses everywhere. But through the middle of the day, that was outrageous.
Yeah, it was crazy.
It was beautiful early though.
It was, yeah. You got to have a surf in. You actually had a great call. But we're going to have a pretty early call tomorrow, so 6:30, or similar to today, 6:30 call for a possible 7 a.m. start. And we're looking to finish the men's round of 96, and then we have both men and women on standby. We're locking in for another full day again tomorrow. Tommy Cavallo here, trying to take a heat win, see himself into the round of 64. That's a nice second turn.
Boom.
The third turn can't quite right out on that one there, but you can just see the shades of the sparky, strong surfing from Thomas Cavallo.
Oh, I really liked it. He's looking to upgrade a 4. Go close. But, board just looked glued to his feet, and that was very nicely done. I got another highlight.
Oh, yeah?
You, your sister, and Giada. You're outnumbering Di and I today.
How cool is that?
Yeah, it's wicked.
Yeah, we're having... I'm calling maybe first time evers more women in the booth at a WSL event than men, which is pretty cool. Not that it is anything, but it's cool to see that there's a lot more female voices coming through, and we've got more women here than men.
Awesome.
And same at Belair, actually. We're going to have more female commentators than male commentators, back-to-back events. So it's very exciting. Tommy Whitbane goes down there on a big turn.
Yeah, hit it hard, went down hard.
Yeah, no, Binzi, that's a great highlight. That actually might be my highlight as well.
Yeah.
I'm with
Yeah,
you
it
on
should
that
be.
one.
That's cool.
It's really cool. I agree. So 6.5 minutes on what has been a massive first day of competition here. We have ploughed through 2.5 rounds. We're basically done, really. The comp's over. No, I'm kidding. We've got a fair way to go still, but today, it's been a big day, but like we've been saying all day, we do have to run these really long days and pretty back-to-back in hopes to finish before Sunday afternoon because it's going to get pretty big as of Sunday afternoon. So 6 minutes to go. These guys will be hoping to go pretty deep in the draw here. Tommy Cavallo holding it down. Tom Whitbane does it better on that last couple of waves. So looking to improve on a 3-4-3 to apply a bit more pressure right now to Taki, who's had a string of 17ths this year. Right now, though, Haruto paddling into this one. Looks like a bit of a bowl back towards it or potentially a tapered wall here. Feeling like tapered wall. There's lots of frustration going down from our Japanese surfer here.
Yeah, body language wasn't great there. There's plenty of opportunity. You've got 5.5 minutes. Keep your head up and just get back out there and keep swinging. We know there's waves because through our walls we can hear the masses waxing their crafts vigorously next door. So as soon as this final siren goes, there will be dozens of competitors on the screen. So the surfers are making it perfectly clear that this is, there's no problem, no worries with conditions at all. They are all straight out there. I've been at plenty of CTs where no one paddles out after the last CT
Yes,
day.
yeah, it's quite a thing. No one really does. I've noticed that as well, actually. And if they do, it's for a very quick 5-minute 2-wave power surf. But our very own Dai Wacko, he'll be going for a surf this afternoon. We'll get some feedback off him tomorrow, exactly what it was like out there. Looking like T-Whip is taking a look at that, but look at the foam on that face.
See, that's the wave I would have picked.
Just would have been snowboarding, basically, on that one, Binzi.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely... These guys are making it look a lot easier than what it probably is out there at this point. It's a lot of water moving. Still some swell, though. So this is exactly what we were hoping for. At least it's not small and windy. We've got 4-footers coming through. And everyone, plenty of waves with this short period swell. Tomorrow looking very similar in conditions. So we'll probably plough through another big day. 3 minutes 45 here. What are you checking out, Binzi?
I'm trying to see if any Taiwanese surfers got through today.
Not in the earlier heats.
It's not looking that way.
3.5 to go here. So waiting for a bit of a last-minute frenzy right now from Taki and Haruto. Here we go, Taki having a look here. He's going to opt to go right. Feels like he wants to take to the air. He's going to stay high on this one. Bottom turn, big layback jam with the completion here from Taki Kanazawa. That is better from him.
Wow. This little curveball right in the last 3 minutes of this heat. Could not have done much more with that. We've seen a lot of the scoring on the lefts, as we've said throughout the day. A little bit more protected from the wind, a little bit smoother faces, a lot more push. You have all kinds of spanners thrown at you when you take off on a right, but they can deliver you a section like that, and that is a really courageous turn there from Taki Kanazawa.
With the wind as well, that actually would have been really hard. So there's a lot of technique that goes into that turn there for Taki. 4.8, Binzi. But it comes in. It's a 3.47, so now needs a 4.8.
Yeah. So it's his best score. Just needs to go a 1.5 higher to to move into second place with just over 2 minutes remaining.
You know what, though? He's actually put himself in a great spot because taking off right, he can paddle straight across to that deeper water, find himself out straight in front of the judges and away from his competitors, who right now, the one who has his closest eye, has that first priority. So he's created a lot of distance there. And it looks like down the line, Tommy Cavallo is having a look. So Taki Kanazawa, eyes on him at this point. Feels like he could be creating a little bit of distance that T-Whip doesn't want right now. So 90 seconds to go here. Haruto chasing a 5.83. So 90 seconds. It's kind of crunch time at this point here. We're going to start to see just little specks start to float across the lineup. It's going to be all of our free surfers this afternoon. Maybe a lot of the women getting out there as well. Get to feel what the ocean's going to be like to surf their heats tomorrow. We're going to have the women out there. Here we go. Taki needs a 4.8. It's one turn. It's a big one with an airdrop. Free falls for the landing here for Taki Kanazawa. So only the single maneuver there. 60 seconds to go. Binzi, thoughts?
1 minute remaining. It's not a 4.8. Here goes Tommy Cavallo looking to put this one beyond doubt. Wow, big turn. We'll want the finish. Can he hang on to it? He's not quite there. 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so looks like...
That first turn was pretty nice.
Oh, yeah, he's got such a good backhand. Even his bottom turn, he touched the rail, put his arm in the water, came up vertical. That is just the most textbook backhand bottom turn ever. Tommy Whitpain, he's going to get a short wave here. Might get a big finishing section to work with, and he does. So potentially going to question mark that 4.75, but it feels like it's going to be Thomas Cavallo with a heat win here. We're still waiting on that last wave scores for Taki Kanazawa. 5 seconds to go. So that is going to be all of the waves completed, not just for this heat, but for the day. We're not going to score any more rides. Just wait and see what these last 3 waves come through as. But a big first day of competition here in Jinzun Harbor. Scores in for Taki. It's not enough. So we are going to see Thomas Cavallo and Tom Whitpain moving on through to the round of 64, potentially competing tomorrow. That is it from a big day one here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. It is a wrap. We'll see you guys nice and early for a 6:30 call, potential 7 a.m. start. Hope you enjoyed day number 1. We'll see you tomorrow for a big day number 2.